Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, Karen, as well. Here we are in Augusta, live for the fourth round of the Masters. We have got there eventually. The 87th Masters, the third round concluded just a couple of hours ago. The course was turned round, all the usual Sunday pin positions were put in place, and the players were sent back out at 12:30 American time. So that was 5:30 UK time. As far as the leaders are concerned, we're still just over half an hour away from them going out, just looking at the pairings as we go. We've got Collin Morikawa and Sam Bennett, the US Amateur Champion. They're both 4 under. They'll get underway at 7:05 UK time. Then come Russell Henley and the former champion Hideki Matsuyama. They're both 5 under. They get underway just before 7:15. Then at just before 7:25, Victor Hovland on 8 under and Patrick Cantlay, the world number 4, on 6 under. And then the big two, the final two, at 2:33, the Spaniard Jon Rahm, 9 under, and Brooks Koepka will begin the final round of the 87th Masters with a 2-shot lead. He is 11 under. It is set up beautifully, Ian Carter.
It really is. The conditions are looking so much better as well. Blue skies overhead, a breeze that will, I'm sure, have some kind of say on the outcome of the green jacket when we get around Amen Corner. And the personalities at the top there, Brooks Koepka. We've talked about the live dimension there. That is an ever-present for golf fans at the moment, and we have a live player out in front. We have a PGA Tour loyalist, a DP World Tour loyalist in Spain's Jon Rahm. A lovely little bit of romance potentially in the air, given that today would have been Severiano Ballesteros' 66th birthday, and so it would feel fitting, would it not, if we had a Spanish winner. Victor Hovland, is he about to step out onto the major stage for the first time? Number 9 in the world, the man who was in the final pairing at the Open with Rory McIlroy last year. Patrick Cantlay falls into that category as well, so it's a very, very high quality top quartet on this leaderboard. Lots of great stories there as well. And Sam Bennett, the first amateur to be in the top 10 going into the final round since 1964, and Dean Beeman.
Let's touch on the conditions then. I mean, we've obviously had all 4 seasons, it feels like, over the course of the last 4 days. Storms on Friday, torrential. The only thing we haven't had is snow. Torrential rain throughout most of yesterday. Was cold this morning, very cold this morning, cold yesterday. I mean, some of the holes have played a lot longer. 18 in particular stands out as playing a lot longer. The breeze was having an effect most definitely at the conclusion of the third round this morning. And on the conditions, before we head out onto the course and find out what they're like now, let's just hear from Jon Rahm in second, 2 shots off the lead, on how he found the breeze earlier on today.
Well, with the wind we're going to have today, the main thing is staying committed to whatever shot you pick, right? Have a clear picture and commit to it. It's always going to be better to maybe have the lower percentage shot but commit to it than the higher percentage shot and not commit it, right? So, should be a fun afternoon. I mean, I can't be worrying too much about what he's doing. My objective today is to focus on my own game and what I can control. Whatever Brooks does is whatever Brooks does.
So the lower percentage shot and commit to it. Interestingly, you saw him, Cat Downs, part of our commentary team, on 16, where maybe he didn't commit to it. And that was one of the holes where he came up short today.
Yeah, I think he was trying to keep it low and under the wind, because it was really swirling around in that bottom corner, the 15th green, and then the par 3 16th. And yeah, he just miscued, but both he and Brooks Koepka did. Jon Rahm ending up to the right-hand side of the green, and the pin was cut way over on that right-hand corner anyway. All the players going for it. Just goes to show that they were all very aware of what was at stake, and that, a drop shot could mean a huge swing later down the course with that monster 18 to come, because it's been a bit of a struggle, hasn't it, 18 for them. So all of them pin hunting, and Jon Rahm ending up to the right in the rough, Brooks kept coming up short. They were second guessing, and which is quite ironic since we've had all that controversy about caddies and players giving people help. But Jon Rahm hit the Brooks Koepka hit the 8 iron and Jon Rahm hit the 7 iron, I think, and neither of them got it quite right. But yeah, the wind was a big factor there, and as he said, it will continue to be this afternoon.
If you've been listening to our coverage throughout the course of the last few days, you'll know that Trish Johnson's been an important part of it, LPGA Tour winner, Solheim Cup member, and also you will know massive Arsenal fan, so she's had a real roller coaster for the last 90 minutes. Somehow just about smiling, aren't you?
I don't think she
through gritted teeth,
Yeah,
I think. I've gone back to hating Granit Xhaka again.
Oh, come on. Not all on Granit Xhaka, surely. When you heard Rahm there, what does that mean to you? The sort of lower percentage shot but commit to it?
Yeah, well, he knows how difficult this golf course is. So taking on the high tariff shot, it just makes no sense whatsoever. You're not going to get enough reward for the chance that you're taking. So, for instance, as Kat was saying on 16, you know you can't go right at that flag. No matter what you do, you make sure you hit it down the left-hand side. Yeah, it's a tough two-putt. But, their playing partner two-putted, the amateur two-putted. So, I think he's just kind of thinking, right, let's not bring double bogey into play at all. And that just gives you a chance the whole way through. But I thought he sounded really relaxed and really confident, to be perfectly honest. I think he really quite fancies this afternoon.
Just to balance it up, Brooks Koepka sounded very relaxed in his post-round interview as well. It's just that was incredibly dull, so we're not playing any of that.
It
was.
He was spiky though, because someone said to him, how do you feel about your lead being cut to only 2 shots? He said, hang on a minute, I started the round 2 ahead. I finished the round 2 ahead. What are you talking about? And he cut the interviewer dead at that point.
Yeah, and then it got incredibly banal. Let's go out onto the course. John Murray and Andrew McGee are at Amen Corner, where traditionally the breeze will play a big part on Masters Sunday. In fact, I've just got you on the monitor, John. I can just see your cagoule.
Have you?
Yes.
I think that was Trish and
hello.
And
I'm waving
John
at
from
you.
earlier today. I recognised your pink coat. Are you wearing that?
Yes,
I think that was a picture from previously.
Your cagoule is featured on the world feed,
Well,
John.
that's interesting, because I didn't have my cagoule on this morning, but I have got it on now.
Well, there you go.
And I'm waving. Can you see me?
No, not now. I mean, come on.
The moment's gone, John.
Anyway.
Are you literally standing at Amen Corner in your cagoule waving randomly?
When you say what are conditions like, I mean, the sun is shining on Amen Corner. Thank the Lord above on this Easter Sunday.
Amen, indeed.
Amen, amen, amen. It's lovely. But when I got to the position, to give you an idea of the conditions, walking down the course, I had a sort of lined top on. When I got here, I thought, I'll take that off, which I did. And then I thought, actually, I'm not sure. So I've put on an open cagoule. So it's not red hot by any means. And it's quite still at the moment. And, whether this breeze will get up. But, as ever, there are gentle eddies just moving around the air of Amen Corner, and ripples on Rays Creek as well, away in the distance. So I'm sure that old Amen Corner magic will be here with us this afternoon.
A lined top. You mean a top with an extra lining, don't you? Rather than the pattern.
Well, it's kind of insulated.
Okay.
Yes, lined. A lining.
So
it's plaid, man, plaid.
Checked.
Checked.
How would you describe, as the professional, in so many different ways it feels like at the moment amongst us, Andrew McGee, how would you describe the conditions?
They're ideal. They are the best of the week. Less humidity in those first couple days that were beautiful scoring days, but as we were talking, ABB and John and I coming down, it's the Masters Sunday. Something's going to happen on the back nine. Something is going to happen right here in front of us at Amen Corner, of course.
When you look at this leaderboard, and given your experience, you've played this tournament 7 times, how many men do you think are genuinely in contention to win this?
Well, if Cantlay birdies a couple early ones, we got to throw him in the 4 with Hovland and Rahm and Koepka and Cantlay, those 4. Let's see how he starts. Obviously, it's what's up with Koepka. What can Koepka do? Can he keep his par 5 streak going and make some birdie number 2 and get get to 12? Can he birdie 8 and get to 13? I mean, that might be just good enough. Birdie on 13 and 15, gets to 15 under. Would that do it? Maybe.
Interestingly, the on the scoreboards on the course here, so the big white scoreboard across Floyd's Pond from where we're sitting, they've actually just put up the top 4 on that scoreboard.
Right.
Koepka, Rahm, Hovland and Cantlay, and then down the bottom some of the early movers in the 4th round. So Tigala is there 3 under, Woodland 4 under, Lowry 4 under. But I suppose that tells its own story, doesn't it, that the scoreboard operators are focusing on those 4.
Too much for a former champion in Matsuyama, would you say, Andrew?
I just think he's 5 under, 2. That just seems like a long way away to get. I mean, he's gonna have to shoot something in the 64 range or something like that, and it's doable. It's doable. He's playing well, and today's a good day to score.
We've just watched the pairing going off at 2:05 leave the first tee in Colin Morikawa and the US Amateur Champion Sam Bennett. What did you notice, Ian? You looked animated about something. No?
No, I didn't,
fine.
to be honest. But I did notice that Morikawa's gone in the trees right, and Bennett has gone just short of the bunker. So the trees left for Morikawa and just short of the bunker right. As
I
far
thought
as
you were
Bennett's
pointing
concerned.
at something that was
It was
going
a
on.
cloud. It was a cloud in the sky.
I was just because obviously the guy's down in Amen Corner, which is down the lowest point of the course. I was actually just pointing to Trish that on the pictures we could see the tops of the trees around the first. And in the distance from the first were moving quite animatedly, so that's the jeopardy, isn't it, of the Masters in the final day, or any day of the Masters, that the breeze is so hard to detect and judge.
We probably came in, I think, maybe Rahm and Koepka, Trish, probably finished their round maybe about midday-ish, something like that, American time, so 5 o'clock UK time. So it's 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours before they go back out. Do you think they'd have preferred a slightly shorter turnaround, or do you think it doesn't make that much difference?
I don't know. I think at least they've been able to actually go in, have some decent amount of lunch, get some carbs in there, get some energy back in them, then have gone to practice again probably for their full hour warm-up like they would do first thing in the morning. So would you,
on a day like today then, they started at, what time was it, 8:30 this morning, finished by 12, back out again at 2:30. What would you envisage a practice routine being before they go out for that 8:30 when they resumed on the 7th, both with putts? And then what would you and then they would do another full practice routine before going out again?
I think with that much time in between, yeah, probably. I mean, it might have been curtailed a little bit, maybe, just to sort of 40 odd minutes or so, just not to wear them out, because they're going to obviously play 30 odd holes today. But in general, certainly before the start time this morning, it would have been out on the range a good hour before, no question. But just the fact that they could come in, like I said, I think it's quite important that they can have a bit of a rest and get some carbs in their body to get some energy for this afternoon session that awaits us.
2 reigning major champions are playing together at the moment. One won't be reigning for much longer in Scotty Scheffler, but he's playing alongside Matt Fitzpatrick, the US Open winner, and both have just birdied the second hole. So Fitzpatrick moves to 3 under par, and so too Scotty Scheffler.
You wonder whether there's going to be some scoring out there, don't you, when you look at Tigala, who's 3 under through 7, and 3 under for the day. Cam Young is now 2 under through 3 and 4 under for the day.
Yeah, and also obviously the course has had 6 hours to dry out properly, if you like. We've probably had sun on it for at least 4 of those hours. We were out there at 10 o'clock and the sun was just about coming out, so it'll play slightly differently. It'll be a bit firmer. The greens will be a little bit nicer, I think. A lot of shots this morning, especially at Amen Corner on number 12. A couple of shots we saw, straight behind the flag. They would have spun back on the first day, given it, a good chance at maybe going in. But this morning they just sat and, gave you an 8-footer.
In a sense, the course is a living organism, isn't it? And it's ever changing with the conditions. And I suppose the key for the players is to be ahead of the curve in that sense and not get bitten by the changing conditions. How difficult is that to achieve?
Well, yeah, fairly difficult. But I mean, the one thing with obviously Sunday afternoon is, and yes, okay, we've played once today, but we know the pins. Sunday pins are always the same. These guys know exactly where they've got to hit it. That they're so tuned in, apart from obviously this fella, because we're watching the amateur here, because he's not played here as much as all the professionals have. But Sunday pins are something a bit special, and you even as far as changing where you're hitting it on the fairway, you're not just hitting the fairway, you're trying to hit a certain part of the fairway because you know the pin is going to be in a certain position, and you know the way to get near to that is to come in from the right angle from the fairway. So being exceptionally precise.
Well, Bennett's approach to the first, landing on the back left corner of the green, not holding, finding the runaway area, the runoff area, and the ball dribbling down to the bottom of a valley there, a long way from the flag.
Talk about the course being a living organism. We had John, a really interesting discussion, didn't we, about something Justin Thomas said in the build-up to this event.
Yes, we did. And what was that about again? Oh, yes. I now remember.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
I do remember. Yeah, he made the point. I mean, it is stating the bleeding obvious, isn't it? But it did actually make you think, of course, why don't we talk about that more often? And the question was put to him about what is it like teeing off on the first hole at the Masters as opposed to elsewhere, Ryder Cup, whatever it happens to be. So he spoke about that, and he said the thing is as well, he said, I've found in the years that I've come to the Masters, what happens is the trees grow and the branches get longer, and you find that the branches do encroach and make the tee shot just a little bit tighter than it was the year before. Andrew's shaking his head.
That's incredible. Of course, off the 17th, it's gotten quite a bit wider. But yes, now we have the shoot on 13, the tree shoot there, but it was always 17 holes, and then some 18 comes along. You've got to hit an absolute dart through those trees, but now 13 has kind of gotten like that.
I'd say Andrew's shaking his head at that, and both Trish and Ian frowned at that.
I'm sorry, I'm just going somewhere completely different. Just the feel, all of a sudden, just looking at the pictures, our pictures here this afternoon, obviously with the sun shining, but you just get the feel that there's going to be a big buzz. I think that's been missing a little bit at this Masters, mainly due to the weather, because it's just been on and off, on and off. There hasn't been that real buzz that you get on a Sunday at the Masters, but all of a sudden there's going to be a load of birdies made. It's not going to be anything like this morning. Look, people are in shirt sleeves, and I think there's going to be that fantastic feeling coming down the back nine.
Okay, but back to this interesting discussion that I thought was interesting. John couldn't remember and Andrew's just dismissed. Do you think you can come back each year and think, that tree's grown a bit?
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, don't get the ruler out, but,
No.
Definitely can see year after year you come back and you think, crikey, I'm sure that was sort of 20-foot gap last year. It looks like it's only 15 feet this year. So, yeah.
There's the announcement for the champion a couple of years ago in 2021, Hideki Matsuyama. Already hundreds upon hundreds of people around this first tee as we count down to the final pairing. Just seen Phil Mickelson make a brilliant birdie at the par 3 6 to get back to 2 under par. Very nearly had a hole in one with his tee shot, tapped it in for his birdie. And here is Matsuyama now at 5 under par, the world number 21 at the moment, 3 wood in hand. Bogeyed this hole at the start of his third round, and he is ready to go, teeing it up on the right side of the first hole. Big yawning powder white bunkers down the right hand side, and that was drawn off those bunkers and is going to land comfortably in the middle of the fairway, right at the top of the hill. So a lovely tee shot from Hideki Matsuyama.
Now driving, Russell Henley.
And Russell Henley, a Georgia native, 32 years of age, playing his 7th Masters, ranked 38 in the world. Powder blue top for him, white cap, and with a best finish in the Masters of tied 11th in 2017. What a big day it is for him. Also at 5 under par. Not too many players to overtake, but obviously a bit of a deficit. All of those 7 shots behind Brooks Koepka. And Henley underway, gone a little bit further left, but into the fairway with his tee shot as well. So we count down. Next to go, it'll be Hovland and Cantlay, and then at 11 under par, I should say, is the leader Brooks Koepka, with Jon Rahm at 9 under, 2 behind.
I don't know if Alistair Bruce Ball is contactable, whether he's all plugged in at 15, 16. Oh, you are. How are things over 15, 16?
Well, I would say, Mark, given all the weather and trials and tribulations that we've been through over the last couple of days, Augusta National on the final day of the Masters is absolutely looking and wearing its Sunday best. So our commentary position here is just to the left of the par 5 15th green. Blue skies above, white fluffy clouds in the air, the giant white leaderboard the other side of the green to me. The turtles are out as well. There's 2 turtles just perched precariously at the front of the pond in front of the 15th green. There's about 3 or 4 of them lying down the banks in front of the 16th green away to my left hand side. And of course the other thing we're going to be talking about from this commentary position later on in the day, I heard Trish already mentioning the back 9, you know, on a Sunday at the Masters, and the pin positions that are there year after year after year. I've just watched Cam Smith have a go at an eagle putt on the par 5 15th. So it's the green. I mean, looking at Cam Smith, he is an Australian. It's the green I always describe when you're at the top of the hill and you're attacking that green from the top of the hill, your second shot over the water. As you look at that green from the top of the hill, it's kind of like a map of Australia laid out flat on the floor. And I always say that pin position, the Sunday one, is kind of sort of Queensland, Cairns kind of area, top right. So players can have a go at it. And then obviously on the par 3 16th as well.
Are you suggesting that's why Cam Smith has an advantage going into the 15th?
Exactly. And then on the par 3 16th, we all know it, don't we? 170 yards on the card. I've not got the exact yardage for it today, but I'm sure Ian can give me that in a second. But the pin is cut bottom left of the green, so it's the tee shot all the way over the pond, the banks of the pond packed with patrons in their green chairs on the left hand side, and then the tee shot, you aim it out to the right, you hope to catch the slope. And year after year we get the odd hole in 1 or 2, but we always get it, don't we? Oohs and ahs and people going so close with those tee shots. So it's really set fair out here. It looks absolutely beautiful. And for those fans on our team, Mark, of my maroon jumper, which has had a few comments made about it over the last couple of days, I've got some disappointing news. There was a little bit of surface water on the desk here in our commentary position at the 15th, and I didn't have a towel with me because we left our towel at the 17th, so I've had to use the maroon jumper to mop up the puddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could that shrink it?
I hope not. John Murray likened me to Val Doonican wearing it. That's quite how snazzy it is, but it's sitting in a bit of a wet, crumpled mess at my feet at the moment.
Let's hope you haven't damaged that.
No.
We wouldn't want you to stop looking like Val Doonican.
Exactly.
Do you have the yardage for 16 to help him?
I do indeed. 183 yards on the first green. Morikawa almost chips in, lips out, looking for a birdie there. Bennett with an excellent chip as well. He should save his par there. Birdie for Jason Day at the second. That's got him to 4 under par, and also at 4 under par with a birdie at the second is Ireland's Shane Lowry.
5 minutes away from the penultimate group getting underway here at Augusta, and that's Patrick Cantlay on 6 under and the Norwegian Victor Hovland on 8 under. At the end of his first round he was 7 under. He then shot a 1 over par 73 for his second round, 2 under par 70 for his third round, including 5 birdies on the bounce coming home. This is what he said afterwards, talking in particular about his short game.
I've had a big hole that's been leaking, and I'm starting to plug those holes. You know, when I'm just practicing, it looks really, really nice. I would put my short game up against anyone in the practice area, but it's a little bit different doing it out here and trusting it. And I think that's kind of the last piece of the puzzle, is just trusting the work instead of trying to control and steer a good shot. It's more just kind of trusting that technique and letting it happen. You know, if I play like I did today and just stay in that good mindset, I can easily go and roll off a few birdies in a row and make a few nice saves. It looks like the wind is going to be blowing, so it should be a great test.
That sounds, Trish, like on the practice ground, doesn't even have to think about it. He's just doing it. And then he gets out on the course, and for whatever reason, whether that's opponents, whether that's the match situation, the score situation, whatever it may be, he's then overthinking it.
Yeah, I think in general, since he's turned professional, his long game has been outstanding. It was quite apparent, I think, in his early days how, in comparison to the very best, the Justin Thomas, Jordan Spieth of this world, he wasn't quite up there. And I don't think his technique was good enough to withstand that type of competition. What he's done is gone away, worked and worked and worked as hard as he can to make the technique better. And that's fine when you're practicing and you trust it because there's no pressure on that. But then you've got to go and do it on the golf course when it's under pressure, and you've got to have exactly the same type of relaxation. And because you're just not quite sure until the first one is good, then you just don't know quite how it's going to react. So great signs, and it will come. There's no question about that, because we have seen some extraordinary up and downs from Victor Hovland this week in places that I think Spieth and Thomas would have been delighted to get up and down from.
What would you say about him, Andrew?
Yeah, I see the same thing. I see this maturation process, but I like what Trish said. Is, no matter, this could be like Tiger, so he's shooting 65s when he's at home and 64s and playing great golf, but your game has to travel to be a tour player, and you have to play in different conditions, bent grass, Bermuda grass, wind, humidity, to really own your craft throughout the whole season. And I see some of these players, just like, I'm just using Tiger as an example, is you got to play more than 4 events a year to really be competitive, I think. Victor's short game has been the issue, this chipping. I could see him moving to, let's say, Florida or someplace in the near future. He's 25, living in, I'm going to steal some of John's speech he's about to give you, in Stillwater, Oklahoma, which is not the most conducive place for tour players to live. It's cold, it's windy, conditions are not great for practicing. So, you just never know. We're going to catch lightning in a bottle. You got to keep at it.
Yes, I was going to mention Stillwater, Oklahoma, Mark, because I thought that those on the team who enjoyed their musicals might appreciate that.
Seems to be a huge delight amongst the team, a revelation that I am partial to the odd musical, although not really. Oklahoma's a bit old for me, I think.
Some good tunes in it, though.
Yeah, I can't think.
Whoa, I'm not going to say.
Nearly got her there. Fascinating. So close. Fascinating just to watch some of the shots and some of the pictures coming in here, Ian, of the differing conditions. I think I don't know what hole Fitzpatrick was on, maybe 3. He was on the third. Flag absolutely still. We saw a shot of Mita Pereira on the 10. Flag really blustery.
Yeah, changeable conditions. The players are really going to have to be on their mettle in terms of their judgment. Hideki Matsuyama chipping up there should make his par at the first. Confirmation that Bennett did manage to do that, and also I should tell you, Scotty Scheffler, delightful little chip on the third to set up a second birdie there, so that's moved him to 4 under par. Sahith Theegala is also going very, very nicely. Started his round at 1 under, rather at level par, birdied the first. He's now birdied the 8th and got it to 4 under par. So there are opportunities out there.
Victor Hovland.
And you can hear the announcer on the first tee calling the name of Victor Hovland, chasing a first major title for Norway out there on the fairways of Augusta. Still in that bright green waterproof coat. Could he be perhaps the first Norwegian to put the green jacket over a green jacket? Who knows? We'll see in about 4.5, 5 hours' time. Clear blue sky ahead as the first fairway stretches off into the distance between its corridor of pines, and Victor Hovland sends the ball flying off towards those puffy white clouds. The ball, though, heading down the left, and it's bounced across the spectator walkway and into those spectators and in amongst those trees, those russet pools of pine straw underneath the trees. Has bounced through a few of those and down into the shadows down the left-hand side. Not the best of starts for Victor Hovland.
No, definitely not. I'm going to do my Andy Murray impression and say he will be the first male to become a major champion, because Suzanne Petterson,
of course,
is indeed a major, or was indeed a major champion way back in, Ian, help me out here.
a long way ago, but I was just thinking about I was just thinking about Henrik Stenson, and also about this man, Patrick Cantlay, the 31-year-old American who is at 6 under par and is getting his final round underway with a navy blue sweater, white cap, light trousers, white shoes, and he sends that on his way. Looks a very balanced follow through. He's one of those people that sticks his tongue out when he concentrates, and he bends down, picks up his tee, and he marches off after a ball that lands snugly in the centre of the fairway.
Henrik Stenson is Swedish.
Yeah? Well, sorry, what was the question?
I was saying that Suzanne Petterson had won a major for Norway. What year was that in when she won the...
Sorry, I thought someone had said Scandinavian. Sorry.
That's okay. That's
Sorry,
okay.
I was concentrating on other things.
Yeah, only another 5 hours to go. Our coverage switches to 5 Live from 8 o'clock, and we will call them all the way home on 5 Live, and we will more than likely stay to see the green jacket, maybe put on a green jacket, who knows, but we will stay to witness the green jacket put on the champion. He didn't actually look that bothered, Victor Hovland, by where he ended up, Trish, did he?
No, well, I think he does. Oh, sorry, I'd have to we've just watched Gary Woodland play one of the best little chip and runs I've seen in a long time on the 3rd hole. Massive slope right to left. Had no room to land it, so he's just chip and run it. Chip and run it? That's a terrible English, that, isn't it? Chip and ran it. I don't know. Anyway, 4 feet.
Yeah, and Shane Lowry has picked up another birdie. He's got to 5 under par with the birdie on the second, confirmation of Sahith Tigala's birdie at the 8th to get to 4 under. But Mark, I think Lowry's an important one for us from a European point of view to watch today, because he's not done much this year so far, and Luke Donald will certainly want him on the team for the Ryder Cup come September, and he's got to make the most of a day like this, get as many ranking points as he can with a view to that. He's too far back, I think, to challenge for a green jacket, but you never know.
And then I was then just going to say, by taking those ranking points, it gives Luke Donald even more flexibility within those picks that he has.
Yes, he'll have 6 wildcard picks, but even if he has to use one on Shane Lowry, it's much easier to justify that if he's had a high finish in a major like the Masters.
Just watching Justin Rose's ball tiptoeing down the second green, closer and closer to the hole, having played from between the spectator galleries there, having all the patrons moved to the side and roped back. That was a great touch from Justin Rose. Should just mention as well, Hideki Matsuyama, the former champion, not off to the best of starts. He was in the chasing pack on 5 under, an opening bogey for him on the first.
Just back to Hovland, I mean, he looked fairly calm about where he landed. I mean, he shouted 4 left.
Yeah, I think as well, I mean, it depends on which hole. You can get pretty lucky on this golf course. If you hit it wide enough, really wide, you can actually end up having, some quite decent shots. I think we saw somebody yesterday, didn't we?
Cameron Young, wasn't it?
Wasn't he in the middle of the 9th? Is it the 9th fairway? Yeah. And he had a perfect shot straight over the trees and a really good line into the flag.
And that might be the case for Hovland, because he did go well left there. Woodland capitalising on that brilliant chip shot to make birdie at the 3rd. So opportunities early in the round, no doubt about it, and Woodland taking full advantage there.
I don't think Victor Hovland ever really looks concerned, though. He's got one of those very benign faces, hasn't he? I always think he looks a little bit like a turtle, like the kind you see on the side of the banks here at Augusta. He's got his head kind of slightly protruding from the front of his collar, hasn't he? Kind of slightly stooped, and a gentle smile on his face. It's like a kindly, happy soul. You
will hear cheers from around this golf course from time to time on final Sunday at the Masters. They often come, don't they, Ali, from the 16th, of which you've got a view. Those cheers that we heard there were related to a Cam Smith bunker shot on 16.
I can confirm that for you.
Yeah, it was good. Luckily we were watching,
up the slope and then let gravity do its job, and the ball trundled back down. All smiles, the crowd loved it, and Cam Smith did as well, but he's 1 over par. And worth just making the point, you think, wow, he's already at the 16th. Well, half the field is starting their final rounds on the back 9, so that is only his 7th hole of his round, because his round started on the 10th. Now here's Cantlay with his second shot to the first, the familiar pin position, 18 paces on, 5 from the right edge, packed grandstand immediately behind that green, people standing around the green as well, bunker guarding front left, and it looks like he's made very good contact on that. The line looks good, but not quite making it above the false front, and the ball now just sucking back down the slope and off the front of the green for Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, there's nothing more soul destroying when you hit an iron shot right at the flag and you absolutely love it and you think it's going to be all over it, and it comes up just that one club short, and then you've left with such a difficult first chip.
Not been a great break for Hovland. He does have a view through the trees towards the first green, but he hasn't got wide enough left to get out onto the neighbouring fairway. Just punching it forward, keeping it nice and low. It skips up, throwing up a shower of those pine needles underneath the pine trees and out into the sunshine on the first fairway. So third shot coming in for Hovland.
So work for them both to do, Cantlay and Hovland, as they chase down the leading duo of Rahm and Koepka, who will be due on that first tee very shortly. If you want the British Swimming Championships, then you can listen to that on the BBC Sport website right now. 6:06 is on 5 Live, and then in half an hour we will switch to 5 Live to bring you commentary all the way through, probably until midnight, and after midnight you would expect, of the 87th Masters here at Augusta. We're watching Tommy Fleetwood on the 16th at the moment, who's had a difficult few days.
Yes, and he finds himself at 3 over par, playing the back 9 first, which is not what you want when there's a 2-tee start, and he's completely overcooked that tee shot. It's gone on the full into the crowd, sitting behind, and fortunately not striking anyone there. No shout of 4. I'll always make reference to that when the ball goes into the crowd on the full, but there we are.
Some interesting scores then out on the course. Just looking at those who've started well, we've mentioned Tigala 4 under through 8, Cameron Young is 3 under through 5. These are their scores for the day, by the way, so that would take Cameron Young to 5 under for the championship. Gary Woodland 2 under through 3, and he is on 5 under. So there are players who've got off to a fast start here, albeit ones that are a little further back and not necessarily going to challenge the green jacket.
Trish, will the leading pair, will they be taking note of that, or are they just thinking about their own ball and the first tee shot at this point?
No, they'll just be thinking about themselves, just trying to conjure up a score in their head that they're trying to. If I was Brooks Koepka, you'd be sort of thinking, well, I'm on 11 under, if I can get to 14, can't see anybody catching me, and if they do, good luck to them, really. Just have a score in your mind, try not to play against anybody else, try not to make it a match play situation, just make it a, this is what I want to do, and this is how I'm going to do it.
So here he is, the leader of the Masters at the 54-hole mark. Brooks Koepka plays for the controversial breakaway Live Tour, but he has reminded us of his greatness of the past, winning the US Opens of 2017 and 18, US PGAs of 2018 and 2019, and now in search of a first Masters green jacket, getting his round underway, and that flying straight left with his 3-wood, way left, over the trees, over the spectators, and over towards the 9th green. Wow, that's extraordinary.
That's gone further left than Hovland's, hasn't it?
4, please. Now driving, Jon Rahm.
And a warm reception then for the popular Spaniard, the world's number 3, the in-form player on the PGA Tour coming into this Masters Championship. The only player with 3 wins to his name this season. Went off the boil slightly, but you can never write Jon Rahm off. A steely competitor. Grey top, light grey top, dark grey trousers, the bulky yardage book tucked into his back pocket. And he's gone right. So we've got Koepka over the trees to the left, and looks like Jon Rahm will just bounce down the right-hand side of the fairway. safely in play. Not over the crest of the hill, though. Didn't take driver, Trish. Interesting choice.
No, a lot of the players hitting 3-wood off this first tee. Most of them actually hitting it down the left side. It's a lot easier to control a 3-wood and just cut it a little bit. Or apparently not, after watching that.
Third shot of Hovland into the first after coming out from the trees, and he's still got a good 120 yards to the flag. Lovely shot. Now it sucks back, goes past the hole, needs to put the brakes on, and does. Comes to rest around about 12 feet from the cup. 12 feet to save par for Hovland on the first. Hovland at 8 under, 3 shots behind Koepka, who went way left with his tee shot off the first.
Justin Rose for a birdie on the par 5 second. Oh my goodness, heart in mouth moment for Justin Rose. It went sucking round like it was on a helter-skelter, but eventually dropped for him, and he moves to 4 under par.
Sort of hula hooped his hips there to kind of show what the ball did before it disappeared. Here comes Cantlay's chip, third shot on the par 4 first, bunting it forward, looking for it to come down the slope, not quite giving it enough, and he's under pressure now because he's got 6, 7, maybe 8 feet to save his par on the first as well.
Let's just go to Amen Corner, because the cheers that you can hear are for Freddie Couples as he walks onto the 12th tee.
Yeah,
John.
Lovely applause, lovely ovation for Fred Couples, who, as anyone will know who's been paying attention over the last couple of days, has become the oldest man to make the cut at the Masters this year at the age of 63. And he's hit his tee shot at the 12th. He's 7 over at the moment. He's hit his tee shot at the 12th, and it has landed on the ridge, the grassy ridge that is between the bunkers at the back of the 12th green. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing how he negotiates that at the age of 63.
Ian.
I'm sure he'll manage easily.
Victor Hovland very calmly knocks in his par putt from 12 feet to save par after being in the trees. Pleasant smile on his face once again. That'll feel good. Par to start for the Norwegian, and he remains at 8 under par.
And a par putt coming up for Patrick Cantlay as well. Might have had a little bit of a read on that Hovland putt on this one. He's about 6 foot away, having left his chip up onto the green a little short. And a dark shadow cast over the carpet of grass on which his feet rest. Widens his stance, and just about to send the ball on its way. Just resettling himself here. Wants to take the time on this one. Doesn't want to start with a dropped shot, does Cantlay. And it looks like it's a little bit right to me. Yes, it does. Drifts by just a few millimetres on the right-hand side. It's a dropped shot for Patrick Cantlay on the first, and he slips to 5 under.
Cantlay has never performed in the majors as well as he does on the tour. Never really contended at the sharp end. He did for a bit in the Masters in 2019 and then faded really badly when Tiger Woods won. So they're through the first, and it's down to the final pairing now as they reach their balls after contrasting tee shots. And Trish, that opening tee shot from Brooks Koepka, what did you make of that?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? As Chapper said earlier, you know, having a couple of hours, 2.5 hours even maybe, to sort of think about going out there for your next round is not ideal, especially when you're leading. But he's so far, I mean, he is so far left. He's virtually in the middle of the 9th fairway. I think he's walked up to see whether he can get over the pines, hasn't he, Ian? Do you not think?
Yeah,
I mean, he
absolutely.
can.
Yeah.
Judging by how far he's walking back to his ball, he's looked at the line, but looked at the line to go over the trees because he is that far left and back.
He's in the middle of the 9th fairway, which is a breath. You know, it's so bad it's good.
Better than Hovland, actually.
Yeah.
Better than where Hovland.
Miles better than Hovland. I mean, he's got a perfect line in. It couldn't be. Ian's right. If you actually went and placed a ball, it's the perfect way into that flag, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I hesitate to say it was deliberate.
No, I think that would be a bit of a stretch, to be perfectly honest. But we did see Cam Young hit this exact shot.
It's almost identical, isn't it? Yeah.
So this will be interesting because that flag is on the right side of the green.
You can actually see the pen there.
And just getting a statistic on our screen, which is quite interesting, really. No birdies between Koepka and Rahm in their last 10 holes playing together. Of course, they were completing their third rounds this morning. So 215 yards. It's a 5-iron. The ball climbs up over the big bushy trees, and a cry for the ball to be good. And it lands on the green. It lands on the front left of the green, clears the bunker that guards that portion of the putting surface, and it's pin high. It's around about 35, 40 feet from the cup.
That's a pretty good result, Trish.
I think he'd be delighted. When that ball left his tee shot, left his 3-wood, I think he's thinking, oh dear, this is not the start I'm looking for. So he'll have been chuffed to bits to get out there and find out he had a shot.
Only just cleared the trees as well. Jon Rahm, though, playing this hole slightly more in regulation down the right-hand side of the fairway on the first, just short of that big sprawling bunker down the right-hand side. The white sand is just in front of him. Not a problem at all to clear that one, and over towards the green where he's bouncing down the right-hand side of the green as well. Another miscalculation from Rahm this time. And he's past the pin and into the rough on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's going to leave him a really very, very difficult opening chip shot. He's got very little green to play with and not a lot straight downhill.
Let's find out how the senior citizen is doing on 12. John, are you there?
Yes, we are. We've just been watching Fred Couples play a delicious shot. As I said to you, the tee shot landed on the ridge. There's a grassy ridge at the back of the 12th green, and it landed on there, this luminous yellow golf ball that he's using. And his touch, Andrew, I mean, it was feather light, wasn't it? The touch that he used to chip it down onto the green to within a matter of inches. Beautiful shot.
Typical Freddie Couples, laconic, long, slow swing with perfect touch for the 63-year-old, compared to Amita Pereira, who chipped it in the same spot into the water.
Yep, onto the green, rolled across the green and down into the water, which underlined what a really fine shot it was by Couples. And all of the times that I've been sitting here, I cannot remember 2 balls, never mind 1, landing in that area between the bunkers on the ridge. So there we are, Fred Couples 7 over and should stay that way after the 12th in.
On the 6th, Cam Young surveying a tricky par putt with the hole located in its usual position in that back right corner of this par 3, and Cam Young at 5 under par needs this from 5 feet and makes it into the cup. Very, very positive stroke there, and a clean scorecard so far. 3 birdies in the opening half dozen holes, and at 5 under par he's on the fringes.
All Americans on 5 under at the moment. Cameron Young, Gary Woodland, Russell Henley and Patrick Cantlay all on 5 under. Victor Hovland on 8 under as he heads to the second hole, and we are waiting for the third shots of both Koepka and Rahm on the opening hole, with Koepka on 11 under and Rahm, who will play first, on 9 under.
Yeah, there we are. Nice shot of the two of them together. They've been chatting away, haven't they, around their third round. And, things don't look quite as cordial this time. I think focus is very much on the golf. Now it's the 4th round, Trish.
Yeah, very much so. This will just be business. Yeah, there'll be very little chatting. Maybe the first few holes, but certainly coming down the stretch, there'll be very little. And this is a really difficult shot. He's left himself probably the worst position he could be in. He's got to pitch it up the hill, pitch it in exactly the right place, get it to bounce the way he wants, and then it's going to be left to right and down the hill. If he gets this within a few feet, he'll be doing really well.
Yeah, it's going to take the touch of a wizard, and Rahm has it. That's absolutely beautifully judged and nearly hits the pin to drop in. Whizzing by, as Trish says, as it catches the downhill slope beyond the hole, but that was so close to dropping. That would have been incredible.
Yeah, it would. It just a tiny bit less pace. He's probably left himself about, what do you think, Ian, about 6 feet?
Yeah, 6 to 7 feet, something like that. Similar sort of putt to the one that Hovland holed a short while ago to keep him at 8 under par. Rahm has to make that to avoid not dropping back to 8 under par. Brooks Koepka, after playing from the middle of the 9th fairway, after hoiking his tee shot way left, now has an outside birdie chance, probably around about 40 feet here across the first green.
Yeah, all about pace. We know he 3-putted 17. really good two-putt at the last and the end of his third round. This is going to break considerably left to right.
It's on its way, heading towards the break point now, swinging towards the hole and swinging towards the hole, and very nicely judged indeed. The ball coming to rest almost immediately behind the hole, within 12 inches, so that should be a stress-free finally. It was a bit stressy early on, but a stress-free from this point onwards, par for the leader.
A couple of things here really. There were a few holes on the back nine earlier where Koepka may have been 15 comes to mind actually, where Koepka was a bit ragged off the tee and yet actually struck a psychological blow against Jon Rahm by rescuing himself exactly as he has done here.
And Rahm needs to rescue himself here on the first to avoid slipping 3 shots behind Koepka. A tricky shot, as Trish mentioned earlier on, Ian mentioned earlier on, almost exactly the same putt that Victor Hovland managed to sink under pressure to save his par just a few moments ago. Jon Rahm with those swarthy brows knitted beneath the peak of his white cap. This one looks like it's going to have a little bit of movement on it from right to left as Rahm settles his feet, those toes twitching inside his golf shoes. Round it comes and in, and that was a crucial putt made under the biggest of pressure on the opening hole for Jon Rahm of this final round, and you can almost see his eyebrows relax. He looks up to the sky, bites his fingernail. He's feeling it out there, isn't he, Trish?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's an awful lot of pressure. There's no doubt about it. You know, this is for him to win his first green jacket, and you know, he might not. He's not got the lead, but he'll fully expect him to win this.
I enjoy watching these two. They don't mess about. They get on with it. And Koepka is over his ball already. Just, as I say, 12, 18 inches out, taps it forward and into the cup. So the leader begins with a par. His closest pursuer begins with a par. Koepka 11 under, Rahm 9 under, Hovland 8 under. Hovland on his way down the second, and the final pair make their way to the second tee.
I think Koepka's caddy said well done to Jon Rahm there, because Rahm gave a little nod and a smile to him as he walked past him.
Yeah, Ricky. It makes perfect
great.
sense.
They've been great all day.
The byplay. They obviously they all get on really well. They're not part of the same Florida set as Koepka and say McIlroy would be, because he's Arizona based, isn't he, Jon Rahm? But they obviously they get on very well.
Just looking at the Spieth roller coaster ride, which it always is. That was a birdie for him on the par 5 8th to get him to 3 under, but there's been bogeys, pars, he's all over the place, as he usually is.
Sam Bennett looking for a birdie on the second, coming up just short.
Jon Rahm's in Arizona, did you say? Is that where Jon Rahm is?
Yes, that's
okay.
where he's
Do you
based,
bump into him at all, Andrew? I mean, you live in Arizona. Is it a big place?
Yeah. I don't know. We got 5 million people living in Arizona these days, and 500,000 Californians just moved in. But I see Jon Rahm all the time. I play at a place called Whisper Rock, a very nice golf club in North Scottsdale, 36 holes. And Johnny Rahm usually shows up with an entourage and his TrackMan in his hand and goes about his business. He works very hard at his game. I'm impressed by that.
Is he a popular man?
You know, I wouldn't say like Max Homa is a member there also. Max is much more popular because he speaks with all the members. All of us are basically equal there. We all pay the same amount to join the club. If you're a billionaire or a lowly golf pro, everybody pays the same. Max sits at the tables with random members, and I would say Jon Rahm does not.
Okay, well, keeps himself to himself. There's nothing wrong with keeping yourself to yourself. Ian?
Sahith Theegala with another birdie, and that's come at the 10th, holding a lengthy putt there, so that gets him to 4 under par. No comment.
The other thing I was going to say on Jon Rahm, Trish, was he has struggled on that first hole this week. Double bogey, the very first hole of the first round. He then went on to play the other 17 in 9 under. So what I was going to say to people who were supporting Jon Rahm was, if he had a wobble on the first, stay calm, because he's recovered from that before.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 4-putt on the very first hole of his tournament as well for the double, which was extraordinary, absolutely out of nowhere.
Just seeing Ryan Fox on there, and I'm so glad he's played all 4 rounds. He was really looking forward to his Masters debut, the legendary all-black fly half Grant Fox is his dad, and his mum Adele. They're here. They're watching him, and he was so excited to be making his Masters debut. We had a good chat with him at the Players Championship, and he's one of the most popular figures on the DP World Tour.
Some sporting pedigree. That every now and then when you hear the whooping and the hollering, it tends to come from 16, where the patrons who are around 16 are expecting at some point a hole in one. We've just seen, Ian,
Seamus Power.
Seamus Power was it? I just saw the ball go in very, very close. I must admit, I was looking at the leaderboard when the ball was struck. That's Adam Scott. You can hear hitting his.
Well, that's definitely not going in.
That's going into the crowd.
And he did shout 4.
He did shout 4. Ali, are you? Oh, Ali's not there. I tell you what, every time I go to Ali, he appears to have just disappeared for a while. He's having the life of Riley.
He's drying his jumper out.
15. Yeah, he is, absolutely. So we're waiting to see what happens to Victor Hovland, who is on the second, having parred the first. He is 8 under, and Rahm and Koepka will be going down the second as well. We will switch to 5 Live very shortly, only 10 minutes or so. Don't forget that the British Swimming Championships are still on the BBC Sport website if you want to listen to those. Also on the BBC Sport website, we have the text commentary of the final round, and there are also in-play video clips as well on the BBC Sport website. So as this evening progresses, you'll be able to have that open, see some of the shots that we're talking about as the video clips go onto the live text commentary, listen to us, read some of the comments as well. The whole thing all in one place. On match play, you talked about match play and not playing it as match play. When we just see the hole such as the first, as one strikes one blow and then another strikes a blow, Koepka thinks he's got the upper hand with his approach into the first compared to where Rahm ended up, and then Rahm will probably feel he struck a blow in the way that he rescued his par. It must be nigh and impossible not to play it as match play.
Oh, to a certain extent, you've got to remember that Victor Hovland's on 8 under, and that if you just concentrate on that one person that you're playing against, all of a sudden someone might come out of the pack, and you might play 12 holes. You look at a leaderboard and thought, blimey, not even leading anymore. Been so concentrated on this guy, forgotten about the rest of the field, and you can't get your mindset into playing match play because that's when you become a bit defensive. You're still playing the golf course. You're trying to shoot a number. And if, like as I said, if either of them, but if Koepka's on 11 under, and if he's thinking, well, if I go out there and break 70, if I shoot 69, someone has got to shoot lights out to beat me.
I was looking at the statistics from Data Golf, and they were saying that at the end of round 3, the likelihood of Koepka or Rahm winning was 86%, and so anyone from the rest of the field only 14% chance, according to the stats.
14% anybody else in the field, or
just
Hovland?
Anyone from the rest of the field.
Okay, so 86% chance for Rahm or Koepka, and 14% the rest of the field. What would you put as what you'd want to shoot today? Would you stand on the first tee thinking, this is what I want to shoot? This will give me a chance.
Yeah, if I was Koepka, I'd be thinking, if I break 70, no one's beating me. I'm shooting, what's that make? 14 under. No one's shooting 15 under. Not windy conditions, last day of the Masters, back 9, it's not happening.
Second tee, Victor Hovland. We get sight of his tee shot now on a high trajectory on this par 5, the longest hole on the course, 575 yards, and that's a beautiful tee shot, finding the downslope just to the left of the bunker, which is down the right-hand side of this par 5, and the ball bounding down there. Superb tee shot from the Norwegian.
Eagled the second on his first round, did Victor Hovland, when he shot a 65, so a 7 under. He then parred it on the second round, parred it on the third round as well. So he'd like to replicate the eagle. Scotty Scheffler has left this charge a little bit too late.
He has. Yeah, but came close to an ace on the par 3-6. That's what that big whoop was for. The defending champion is 4 under now?
Now Patrick Cantlay looking for his 4th consecutive birdie on the par 5 second, and he's given himself the ideal platform by the look of that drive, because that is another monster with the driver in hand, and the ball is bounding down that slope, the same slope that Victor Hovland found as well, and he'll be able to attack the green, the flag in its usual position, tight to the right corner of the putting surface.
Russell Henley on the second. He's got a real tester over the big bunker that gapes on the front edge of that, and caught the downslope, riding the wind as well, which is blowing in from left to right, and it's edging ever closer for the Georgia native. Now lives in Charleston in South Carolina, just over the border. A little raise of the finger to the crowd because they enjoyed that one, the patrons watching.
We crossed the border, didn't we, into South Carolina on the way home yesterday in the car?
I think it was an accident.
Yeah, I don't think we should have, to be perfectly honest.
Well, it's what Waze told us to do. And who's going to argue with that?
Hang on, who was your co-pilot? Was it what Waze told us to do, or was it what Batch told us to do? I can't quite remember.
I don't trust him.
We've been waiting quite a while to see the tee shots of Hovland and Cantlay, and there must have been some kind of delay, because now Rahm and Koepka are sitting on a bench on the tee, as if they're having a picnic.
I think the backlog was with Patrick Reed, who racked up a double bogey 7 on that, a couple of groups ahead. And actually Reed has responded with a birdie on the third, and he's set up a really good birdie chance on the fourth as well. But I think the ripple effect has occurred, and also because they're catching up with the 2T start, things can backlog as well.
They can, but it was just a very nice shot of Rahm and Koepka, the front two, just sitting on the bench, having a conversation, perfectly calm, waiting for the play in front of them just to accelerate a little bit. The Scheffler charge has just stopped, Kat.
It has, yeah, after that glorious tee shot on the par 3-6, put himself within 3 feet, and just careless again with the putter. We've seen that from him so much this week, Trish.
It's extraordinary.
It's what's marred his defence.
It really is, because he was exquisite with his putter last year. He had, I can't quite remember how much he led that statistic by, but it was a long, long way. But this week, he has been, in his words, utterly appalling.
Henley capitalises on that wonderful chip, makes his birdie and moves to 6 under par. Now from 245 yards out, Victor Hovland with his second shot to the par 5. Just a little tongue of green between two yawning white bunkers, and his ball is heading for that gap and flies it onto the putting surface and settles down, and that is a huge putt with a massive left to right break on it for Victor Hovland to come, but it will be for eagle, and he has succeeded in his primary objective of finding the dance floor in 2 on this par 5.
Yeah, not an easy shot either, off a downhill slope, left to right wind coming down at you, never a pleasant wind downhill, got to keep your balance perfectly. These guys are so strong and so good that it's almost like they don't even notice it.
Over to Patrick Cantlay to respond now, and it's funny, isn't it? We talk all the time about how the TV pictures don't show quite how steep this is. This is the first time I've sat in the studio to commentate since we arrived here earlier last week, and it's true. This looks pretty flat.
It does.
Gentle slope down to the green, but when you're out there, well, it is a real hike down. You know, we've seen people kind of steadying themselves on the handles of their golf umbrellas as they take the slopes, particularly since they've been so slippy after all the heavy rain. Cantlay with an enormous divot flung up into the air, and that one, it looks like it's following Hovland onto the green. It does, bounces a couple of times, and then it's doing some more work for him as well, just tracking slightly down towards the right hand side, the pin cut in that narrow neck of the green over on the right.
That had just a lovely shape on it, didn't it?
Oh, it was beautiful, and the sound, it was the sound that was just so sweet, really was. But he's top player, Cantlay, like you said, Ian, not really contended in the majors, which is a real surprise, because on the PGA Tour he's one of the main men to beat.
Exactly, and he's up as far as number 4 in the world, but as I say, he's never really put himself into the mix on the back 9 of any of the 4 majors, the Masters, the US PGA, the US Open and the Open Championship. That's the order in which they come. And here is Koepka looking for his 4th successive birdie on this hole. His tee shot drifting a little to the right. It'll clear the bunker just, and then take the steep kick down the slope, and that's absolutely fine for Brooks Koepka, the leader at 11 under par. 2 shots clear of this man, Jon Rahm from Spain, who will be hitting next.
First of all, we're going to take a look at Jordan Spieth putting for birdie on the par 4 ninth, and it goes for Spieth. He's enjoying his final round after a bit of a torrid time in the heavy rain yesterday, and then another topsy-turvy finish to his 3rd round. He now finds himself, where is he now? 4 under par.
So Rahm with driver in hand, some pairing that, Spieth and Phil Mickelson. And here comes Rahm's tee shot, and that one's leaking to the right. Will it clear the bunker? Yes, it does. Catches the downslope, but that kicks it into the crowd and in amongst the mud and the pine straw and the trees. And that is not ideal at all for the Spaniard. Judging by the way that a little clearing is being made by the spectators there, he will have a clear path beyond that to hit into. However, the backswing may well be impeded by a very thick trunk to a tree.
Just wondered how close it was, just how they made that horseshoe around it, how close he was to the tree on the right-hand side. We're going to be joining 5 Live very shortly, so our coverage will continue on 5 Live all the way through until the end. We would expect this to finish sometime around midnight, wouldn't we, actually? Give it midnight?
Half 11.
Half 11?
Yeah.
It's
8 o'clock now.
Yeah. Half 11 as we watch Hovland Cat on the 2nd.
Yeah, really long putt this from the heart of the green with the pin cut right in the right corner. And Hovland with that beautiful shot from way up on the top of the hill with an eagle chance here that would take him to 10 under and within a shot of Brooks Koepka and leapfrogging Jon Rahm as well. But this green has so many undulations, so many stories to tell, hasn't it, before the ball reaches the hole?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a massive left-right swinger down the hill. It's almost going to go sideways at the very end, and you take into account the wind as well. He's going to have to be very careful with this one.
So Hovland standing over it now. A couple of practice shots with the putter, just swinging metronomic fashion, and he's almost standing perpendicular to the hole here. He's going to send this so far left.
On 5 Live with Mark Chapman.
Welcome to Augusta for the 87th Masters, the final round. The sun is shining on a very competitive Sunday afternoon here. The local time is just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At times this week we haven't thought we'd get here given the weather, but we are, and it is set up beautifully. Ian.
It really is. Brooks Koepka still out in front. He's managed to par the first hole to remain at 11 under par despite pulling his drive way left. Jon Rahm at 9 under par is his closest rival. He has also parred the opening hole. They've both teed off on the second. Rahm in a spot of bother just off the tee on that par 5 second hole. Victor Hovland has a short birdie putt to come that would get him to 9 under on the second. Russell Henley's birdied the second. He's at 6 under par. Cam Young, Gary Woodland, Xander Schauffele and Hideki Matsuyama, as well as Patrick Cantlay, they're all at 5 under par. So that's the top of the leaderboard as it stands at the moment. Bright, beautiful sunshine here. It's fresh, it's got a teasing breeze, and it's beautifully set up.
So Ian Carter, our correspondent, leading the team. We have John Murray and Andrew McGee at Amen Corner. Andrew played this tournament 7 times. We have Alistair Bruce Ball, who's over 15-16 at the moment. In the studio, keeping an eye on these early holes, we have Catherine Downs and Trish Johnson, LPGA Tour winner, Solheim Cup member as well. If you were listening on 5 Sports Extra just a few moments ago, we had an eagle putt for Victor Hovland on the second, which he didn't make. We're now watching Patrick Cantlay, who's part of a group who are probably too far back to challenge the 3 who are in contention. But if any of them makes a charge, who knows what might happen? Who knows what might happen on Masters Sunday? Patrick Cantlay is in there, and you're watching him on 2, Cat.
Yeah, and if he holds this, you know, he'll only be 4 back, and there's an awful lot of golf to be played, isn't there, on this final day? So who's to say that Cantlay can't string together some birdies in the way that his playing partner Victor Hovland did through 11 to 15, 5 back-to-back birdies for him to catapult him, the Norwegian, up into contention. But this is, well, this looks like it's defying the laws of physics. Patrick Cantlay standing perpendicular to the hole, sending the ball out and then round the curve as though it's riding the wall of death at a circus on a motorbike, and down it comes towards the hole. And that was beautifully judged, Trish Johnson, just sliding by a couple of inches. It's going to be a tap-in birdie for him instead of the eagle.
Amazing, absolutely amazing to see some. And he's almost putting that backwards to go forwards. It's all about just getting it started, and well, what a great fall that is.
And so it'll be Victor Hovland who we will see whether he has that birdie chance on the second. Rahm and Koepka are a little bit further back. We've got a whole plethora of golfers on 5 under, including the Olympic champion there, Ian.
Yes, Sander Schauffele making a birdie after a brilliant tee shot into the par 3 fourth. And we really do have the Masters atmosphere right now. Cheers all over the Augusta National. Those are cheers for Scotty Scheffler, the defending champion. He's at 4 under par. He's chasing a high finish, another high finish at a major. Lovely approach into the 7th, should make his birdie. Good chance anyway of making a birdie there for Scheffler. Other players of note, Matt Fitzpatrick is at 2 under par. Shane Lowry now at 3 under par. Justin Rose at 4 under par. Told you about Scheffler and that leading pair, 11 under and 9 under, Koepka and Rahm.
So having missed that big curling eagle putt, Victor Hovland with 5 foot or so for his birdie on the second green. Still got that bright green raincoat on from this morning. On it goes towards the hole, and he was already up and after and walking after it because of the undulations on the second. Took it away, snatched away the birdie chance, and Hovland opens with 2 pars on the first and second. He'll stay at 8 under, 3 off the lead.
Let's talk to you about the conditions. We did discuss them on Sports Extra, but if you've only been listening to us on 5 Live, the sun is shining as we expect Patrick Cantlay to tap in for his birdie on 2, which he does, and that takes him to 6 under. We had storms on Friday afternoon which curtailed the second round. That was completed yesterday morning, but then there was torrential rain all the way through the afternoon into the evening and probably into the early hours of Sunday morning as well. So that took out most of yesterday. This morning the course was dry because of this sub-air system that they have under it that takes all the moisture out of it, but it was cold. The temperature is going up out there, but it is still breezy. We'll go out to Amen Corner after news of Rahm on 2. Ian.
Hitting from the pine straw down the right-hand side, but not encumbered by the big tree that is close by, so he can get a full backswing on that, and he hits a very low trajectory ball that flies into the bunker that guards the front left of this green, with the hole located in the far right of the putting surface.
Let's go out to John Murray and I tell you what, let's take Brooks Koepka's second, and then we'll go out to John Murray and Andrew McGee.
Yeah, so John Rahm with not the best of lies from the pine straw, but Brooks Koepka in A1 position here, right in the centre of the fairway on the second, having flown that gaping fairway bunker that catches so many drives that go down slightly down that right hand side, and he got that great kick forward, then a little bit of the run from the ground drying out, and he's going for the pin with this one, the pin cut in that right hand corner. Is he going to get over the bunker? No, he doesn't. That bunker reaches out, it's shaped like a baseball glove, and it sucks the ball down into it. Short of the green is Koepka, so both the leaders, Koepka and Rahm, in the sand at the second.
It's interesting, this, Trish, isn't it, with these two, because if you take the conclusion of their third rounds as well, which we have to take into account because it's been on the same day.
Yeah.
What is that now? Is that no birdies between the two of them in 11 holes now?
Yeah. Well, they were in such, commanding position, I suppose. They'd already made the amount of birdies to get to that sort of number. So there's bound to be a lull at some stage of the game. But they're very different bunker shots they've got there.
Russell Henley with a long-range birdie putt on the third, which drops for the Georgia native, and he moves to 7 under par, so 1 behind Hovland. Frustration for Scheffler having given himself a great chance on 7 of a birdie, he fails to take it.
Right, I'm determined to get out to Amen Corner just to find out what the conditions are like. So for the first time this evening on 5 Live, good evening to Andrew McGee and John Murray.
Well, we talk, don't we? We say it every year about how the Masters doesn't begin until the back 9 on Sunday afternoon. But this year, because of the conditions that we have now, it really feels like the Masters has finally begun, because we are under gorgeous warm sunshine and the green pastures of Amen Corner here are absolutely shimmering. So the latter part of the 11th, the short 12th golden bell as they call it, over Rays Creek, which is rather brown, the waters of Rays Creek after all of the rain of the last 24 hours, and of course the first part of the par 5 13th as well. But we also, Andrew McGee, have the classic Amen Corner conditions, because
this is the best. This is so much fun sitting up here. The pin on 11 usually, not right now, it's a little limp, but it's been blowing left to right. And you look at the pin on 12, it's blowing right to left, confounding the players. The back left bunker's been much more popular than the putting surface. It's downwind. Players are just miffed at what club to play.
And we've got as well, the other thing is, with the 2T start in the final round today, we're now watching the first pair from the latter part of the draw, i.e. those who teed off from the first. So Tony Finau and Sahith Theegala, which I'm sure is a popular pair to watch, actually, 2 very popular golfers. And Theegala has been one of the big movers today. He is 4 under for his round and 4 under for the tournament, and he is safely on the green at the 12th.
Have you thrown caution to the wind, literally, and taken off your cagoule?
It has been peeled off.
Has it?
It's officially summertime in Georgia.
Yesterday, in that terrible weather, Hideki Matsuyama was wearing a cagoule that was very similar to John's. You've never seen John look so happy at a professional sportsman. leading
the way. As I often say to you, Mark, everything eventually comes around again.
It does, doesn't it? Hideki Matsuyama's cagoule bought in probably gifted to him in 2023. John's bought in 1988.
That's very, very unkind.
Speaking of fashion problems, Alistair Bruce Ball got his lovely maroon jumper very wet earlier on 15-16. Has it dried out?
Well, it's drying, Mark, because fortunately there's enough space at the back of the grandstand here. Our commentary position is up high, just to the left of the 15th green. The applause there is for Mackenzie Hughes, who's pitching his 5th shot onto the green. He's about 4 feet away. I'll come back here in a second. I think Ian's watching Jon Rahm.
Yeah, bunker shot at the second, splashing it out and then letting the gradient down the green do its work. Beautifully judged by Jon Rahm, and he's put it to within 15 feet. That is a very, very good shot on such an awkward surface there, I think.
Yeah, it's a very tricky shot, 30-yard bunker shot with so much break. Very hard to judge because it's so quick down that slope.
It's actually a bit closer than 15 feet, isn't it? I think about 10.
Yeah, it looks about 10 feet.
Yeah.
I think he's given himself, but it will be a breaker. It'll be a left to right breaker.
At least he had plenty of green to work with, didn't he? But Brooks Koepka has no such luxury. So Jon Rahm was in the bunker on the left-hand side. Koepka is in the bunker right in front of the pin. The pin's cut about 5 paces on to the green from where he is. So he needs to come out of the sand, try not to overshoot the flag by too much. It is almost cut in the little bowl, which means that the ball's not going to run over the back of the green. That's a pretty good result for Koepka. He's within 6 feet.
Yeah, good shot. He's just got a very, very tickly putt. That one's going to be like lightning.
He likes this hole, does Brooks Koepka. He's birded it in all of his 3 rounds so far. And Ian, the par 5s have definitely been the strength of Koepka on his first 3. Well, his first 2 rounds, very much so.
Very much so. Only the one drop shot and the rest were birdies on there. He did drop a shot on the 13th on the first day, but otherwise that has been, if you like, the meat and potatoes of his effort, just picking off the par 5s, which is the prescribed way of Tiger Woods and many a Masters champion in the past. Jordan Spieth picking up his birdie at the 10th, meaning that he is on course for a high finish to this Masters. He's got it to 5 under par, and a reminder of the look of the leaderboard. Koepka with a birdie putt to come on 2 at 11 under par. Jon Rahm, He has a birdie putt to come as well on that second hole. He's at 9 under. Hovland at 8 under after squandering the opportunity by 3 putting the second. He's on the short par 4 third. Russell Henley with 2 birdies in his first 3 holes. He's at 7 under. Cantlay at 6 under.
Now Rahm.
And here is Rahm, Kat.
Yeah, so he came out of that bunker down the left-hand side, just to the left-hand side of the second green. And now he's got a real swinger of a 5-6 footer here for his birdie. Going to move dramatically from left to right, and it's going to move too much from left to right. Not enough on that one. Comes up short, and Rahm was already walking after it. Taps it in for his par. 2 opening pars then for Jon Rahm on 1 and 2.
Did you notice that? A little fly just landed on his putter just as he was taking it back there. I thought he might sort of move away, but he didn't.
He just gets on with it, doesn't he? Here's Koepka.
Yes, and he also is one of those players that likes to get on with things. He's down, squatting down low at the back of the green, just checking out the line on this. It's such a capricious pin position, this. All sorts of little subtle borrows around the hole. Very, very difficult to judge this second green. But Koepka knows he can make a big move here. Rahm unable to birdie the par 5. Stuck at 9 under. This for a 3-shot lead. 2 holes into the final round. Putting from his shadow, vividly cast by the bright afternoon sunshine here in Augusta, Georgia. One glance at the hole. Then a firm wrap of the ball on its way and not dropping. Lipping out, left edge. Looked so likely to disappear, but it didn't, and it's only a par. And that just keeps a few other players interested right now. The fact that these two haven't been able to capitalise on the par 5, which many of the chasing pack have managed to do. So Koepka remains at 11 under, Rahm remains at 9 under.
Andrew McGee, when you are playing, how much did you have to learn not to feel like you were on a roller coaster? Because to those of us watching, those of us who have no massive allegiances either way, it feels, every shot feels draining.
Well, I mean, they're definitely looking at each other. They're dragging each other down. I mean, they're not. It's exactly like we talked about earlier. You know, they're cautious. One's cautious, so the other seems to be cautious too. It's what happens when one gets on a big tear, the other one can kind of get on a tear. We've seen this so many times, but right now they're just kind of sparring partners, and no one's trying to put the big knockout on anything.
And what did you need your caddy in those situations to try and not let you get dragged down by who you were playing with?
You know, it's hard when you get in your head and you're speeding along like a bullet train, and you just can't seem to slow down, you know. And it's looked like Koepka's been so calm all week, and he looks like he's not ever going to get ahead of himself, you know, opposed to Jon Rahm, who's a fiery Spaniard who does show himself and can get ahead of himself. But they are definitely dragging each other down a little bit.
Well, Koepka's drive down the par 4 third, Flowering Peach, a classic short par 4 here at Augusta. Splits the fairway in 2, no bother at all for him there. What can Jon Rahm do in reply? Both of them, as we've heard, having to settle for pars on the par 5 second. And the chasing pack closing in on them, Ian.
Yes, and here is Jon Rahm with that yardage book just sticking out his back pocket with the word Rambo written on it. And he's got his driver in hand in this par 4, which measures 350 yards, the shortest of the par 4s on the Augusta National. And he leans into that and sends it down the left side, bends down, picks up the ball lands in the fairway, just runs down the slope, and will just create a little bit of an angle. A few moments ago we saw Patrick Cantlay's second shot in, which was beautifully judged, a coaxed in wedge that has set up a really good birdie opportunity for him. And also Russell Henley, his tee shot into the 4th, very unlucky. It actually caught the top of the flag, and that took the control away, and it's run off away to the left to leave a lengthy birdie opportunity for the American, who is currently at 7 under par.
You can talk, can't you, about how you can affect each other, as Andrew says, and try not to get dragged dragged down. The final 2 pairs out at the moment, and look, this is very early, isn't it, Trish? But they're all level par. It's the ones behind, seemingly without a care in the world, whether that's Russell Henley 2 under through 4 for the day, or Gary Woodland 3 under through 7, or Spieth 4 under through 10. That's for their rounds today. They're just, they're free as a bird, aren't they?
Freewheeling it, absolutely. No pressure whatsoever. They know they've got to shoot a really low number to get back into it. I was surprised there, I must admit. I certainly expected... I think Koepka was unlucky. I think he had a really good putt. And I think probably a foot from the hole, it was in the middle. It just absolutely took a dive left right at the very end. I think he thought he'd hold it. So no harm done. That's the main thing.
But Rahm?
He's a bit all over the shop at the moment, isn't he? He's a funny one, Rahm. He is... very what's the word I'm looking for, streaky with his putter, and he can be incredibly streaky good, as we saw.
He started today midway through his 3rd round. The putter was on fire, but then we got to the 13th, the par 5 13th. He 3-putted for a bogey, he 3-putted for par on the 15th. Victor Hovland on 3
for his birdie, coming down the slope and towards the hole, and oh, can you believe it, another one stays out by fractions of a centimetre. It just took one look at the hole and decided, no, I don't fancy that, turned away from it. Hovland's birdie chance then goes missing.
Up ahead at the 4th, Henley to try and get to 8 under par with a putt up the hill for birdie, and this one nicely judged, just misses to the right hand side, tap in for a par 3. It's been a good start for Henley.
And Patrick Cantlay then with his birdie chance on the 3rd. He's a little closer than Hovland was, and that one glides by too. This one on the left-hand side of the hole, that was just scrappy, wasn't it, from Cantlay?
Yeah, I think he thought, having seen Hovland, I don't know how Hovland's putters missed on the right. It looked like it was going to miss, if anything, on the left. So I think Cantlay thought, right, I'll give it a bit more. And, well, he just hit it straight through the break.
Gary Woodland picks up a birdie that moves the former US Open champion to 6 under par after 7 holes.
I apologise, Kat, because I actually celebrated Victor Hovland's putt as if it had gone in, having got Victor Hovland in the team sweepstake, which was the most shambolic and badly organised sweepstake we've ever been part of.
Well, actually, I disagree with that. I think you'll find...
We've had since last year's one, yes.
I think it's perfectly fine. Should we go through who's...
Who do you have? Do you have Koepka or Rahm?
I think I have Rahm, but I'd just like to, I can't remember who's leading. Hang on. Can you remind me?
I think it might be you, Trish.
No. We get given 8 players in the Alistair Bruce Ball sweepstake, and safe to say, over the past 10 years, I don't think I've ever won it. It's an absolute shambles. Although I do have Victor Hovland and Russell Henley, so I should probably shut up moaning at this
Things
precise
are looking
moment.
up, chappers.
Things are looking up. Who'd have thought that Russell Henley would put a smile on my face at the Masters? Ali, how is 15, 16? Let's bring you back in.
Yeah, well, do you know what? I just wanted to talk to you all a little bit about the par 5 15th, because we know on Masters Sunday what a massive part it can play in the outcome of the green jacket. And 550 yards, if you get the drive away, it is there to be attacked. And so today I've seen Cam Smith set himself up for a great eagle chance. Adam Scott within 10 feet attacking this green from the top of the hill, couldn't make the eagle, just slid by on the right hand side. Tommy Fleetwood setting himself up with a great eagle chance. But interestingly, if you don't get the drive right and you have to lay up, in recent pairings I've seen both Mackenzie Hughes and Harris English pitching their 3rd shots into this green to the pin on the back right, getting the backspin, and even though it's right at the top of the green, both balls have toppled all the way back into the water. So if you do have to lay up, it could be a real problem. Ian.
Jon Rahm's 2nd shot to the 3rd, 43 yards from the left side of the fairway, from the dappled shadows of the tall trees down the left-hand side there, the vivid yellow flag fluttering gently in the breeze. And this is a key moment for Rahm, because he can be a wizard with these wedges. Sends it up into the clear blue skies. The ball lands, stops, and doesn't suck back down to the hole. Nicely judged. He's put it to 9 feet. Birdie chance coming for the Spaniard.
Excellent shot, really was. No room to work with whatsoever. Had to get it, give it enough that it does not come back off the front there, false front. But now Brooks Koepka, wow. Now this is a very tricky shot.
Yeah, just 32 yards. The ball slightly above his feet. Flings it to the right of the flag, and again, no backspin on that one. I think he was hoping that one would suck a little bit back towards the hole, but the two of them, once again, shoulder to shoulder, level pegging. No one's blinked yet.
Jordan Spieth on the move, playing the 11th. And John, I think you can see this.
Yes, you've seen, Ian, where it is. Way right in the little valley that there is there to the right side of the 11th green. But he has played that beautifully with feet wide apart, sent it up onto the green and rolled it to within, well, a foot or two.
It's just classic Jordan Spieth. He just keeps teasing us with some greatness. Then he bogeys several holes in a row, and then we get Phil Mickelson in all black here from 60 feet right as it's slithering up to the hole. Doesn't have enough speed. Out. Let's go to Kat.
Yeah, Victor Hovland has dispensed with the green rain jacket to reveal a green T-shirt underneath, and a 5-iron into the par 3 fourth has caught the downslope and then bounced beyond the pin. He was going straight at it, but he couldn't control it with the bounce forward, and that one has left him with a very long birdie chance coming up. Hovland, who's still at 8 under, 2 shots off the lead.
Back to the third, and the leader, Brooks Koepka, sizing up his birdie putt here. Neither of these two have fashioned a birdie for quite some time, and they were both 2 over par for their back nines in the third round that was completed earlier today. And Koepka just repairs a pitch mark, uses his white tee to just tidy up the green, and then down on his haunches. And this time last year, when he was going down, squatting down as he is now to size up this putt, he had to stretch out his right leg because he couldn't bend his right knee. He can now. He is fit as a fiddle, and that's why he's been the dominant factor at this Masters. 4 times a major winner, 2 US Opens, 2 PGA Championships, and leading the Masters here, looking for a birdie at the third. The ball creeping down the hill. He's not given it enough. That was tentative, and it's come up a foot shy from around about 6 feet, maybe 18 inches shy, because he's marking that, and he's just going to wander away wearing his loose-fitting top there, and will leave the way clear for Jon Rahm.
Everything's just a little bit off for the two of them, isn't it? Not by much, just by very small margins. It might be the odd tee shot or the odd approach or the odd putt, but as we get through 3 holes with our leading pair, they're just all a bit off. That's probably John Murray in front of you, the biggest round of applause Mickelson's got all day.
I'm just going to jump in. I'll just jump in because Rahm is going to putt for his birdie now. Let's just see if he can get within a shot of the lead here. Big break from left to right, sends it on its way, turning towards the hole and in. And the Spaniard strikes on the third with his first birdie, and he moves to within a shot of the lead at 10 under par.
And just walks off and leaves Koepka to his thoughts. He goes to the back of that green and just waits before he approaches the par 3 fourth tee, and leaves Koepka for this little tiddler, Cat.
Yep, for his par, Koepka just far too tentative coming down the slope with his birdie chance. And this will drop, so Koepka still at 11 under, but Rahm has closed the gap. He's just 1 behind now, the Spaniard, at 10 under par, as he pockets his yardage book and marches up the slope to the fourth.
He looks slightly frustrated. There's a determination about Rahm as he walks over to the fourth tee, and as we just watch a replay of that Rahm putt as it went in, no reaction at all from Koepka. Koepka 11 under, Rahm 10 under, Hovland 8 under, Henley 7 under. That's how we rudely cut John Murray off with Mickelson on 12.
Yeah,
quickly.
Mickelson 3 under, Spieth 5 under, and similarly to you, I was wondering, what is the reaction going to be like for these two walking onto the 12th? Took off the headphones so I could hear it, and actually it was very similar level of appreciation for these two Masters champions who are about to tee off on the 12th. Right, Kat, what news?
Well, could things be about to bunch up a little more? Hovland 3 shots behind Koepka, 2 shots behind Rahm, but with a birdie chance for him on the par 3 fourth. As I say, his tee shot caught that downslope. The pin cut so close to the front of the green, and he went straight at it. But the downslope from the bunker caught the ball and catapulted it forward. This one's about 20 feet and it's swinging round from left to right. Coming down the hill, he's just overshot the hole very, very slightly, but that was a very difficult birdie chance. No surprise, really, that it didn't drop.
Great putt though, that, wasn't it, Trish? Oh, hang on.
Absolutely, sorry.
It's all right.
Absolutely amazing putt. Yeah, about 20 foot of swing on that. Incredible. We judged it to perfection.
So, Jordan Spieth again. I mean, I do like listening to Jordan Spieth because he just chunters away. What's he not happy about there, John?
Because I'm not sure, because it's landed on the right portion of the green and just rolled back to the edge of the green. So what's he unhappy about, Andrew? Come on.
I think he's got something. It's 161 yards, so it's probably like a 9-iron, and that ball backed up downwind. So that's always kind of no. It should bounce forward, takes the spin off when it's downwind. Phil Mickelson now staring up at the sky, watching the clouds, just seeing which way they're blowing. This is the tricky 12, straight downhill, straight downwind we're looking at now. This left-hander, dressed in all black, Phil Mickelson, takes his waggles, looked up once, he's looked up twice at the pin, backswing, ball on the way. Oh my gosh, it's right at it.
I've got it in the air, and it's landed right at the back of the green, and that has rolled back down towards the central portion. So both Spieth and Mickelson on the green, and despite Spieth's mutterings, he will have a birdie opportunity here, which would take him to 6 under.
And at 6 under, Patrick Cantlay putting for birdie at the 4th, misses from across the green, shaving the left edge of the hole. Should make his par from there, though.
You can just imagine, can't you, being Spieth's caddy? I mean, Struth, it must be. You want to put your earmuffs on, don't you?
There's a whole series of memes you can watch, though, of Jordan Spieth's caddy, Michael Greller's face as he's talking to Jordan Spieth. Just a series of exasperated faces.
I gave Cantlay his putt, and I shouldn't have done, because he has missed it coming back. Drop shot for the American, and he's back to 5 under.
I was just thinking, Ian, he after his missed birdie putt, I thought I was watching him walk towards it. He looked like he had the worries of the world on his shoulders, and now he's got even more worries on his shoulders.
That is his general demeanour.
He's not the most exciting fella to watch playing golf, to be fair, is he?
No.
Well, he's out of contention at the moment, so you don't have to worry about it.
And you know, I don't want to go down the Rory McIlroy route now, but we talk about his psyche all the time, and I'm sure our American colleagues must discuss that with Patrick Cantlay, because he is such an enormously talented golfer. Had an amazing amateur career, had a few problems in the initial part of his professional career, has established himself as one of the top 4 golfers in the world, yet cannot find a way to challenge for a major. There must be something psychological there, and I think we just saw it there. That's a 3-putt out of nowhere that basically does for his chances, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think in general the worst part of his game is his putting, and until he becomes a top class putter, then I'm afraid you're never really going to be in contention in the huge tournaments.
It's heating up out there. Jon Rahm has taken off his grey jumper to reveal a kind of russety red t-shirt, and with the 5-iron in hand, he's on the par 3 4th. That one pin high, just slightly to the left-hand side of the flagstick. The flag, though, hanging completely limp. Perfect conditions for him out there to attack the pin.
I have a feeling he hit that exactly where he wanted to.
Absolutely. I think that's what he was talking about earlier. This pin is not one you go at. Victor Hovland did go at it, and he got a 3, but he could have been in all sorts of trouble. And I think you'll find Koepka will play exactly the same shot.
5-iron in hand for him as well. 228 yards this par 3 4th, steeply downhill. The flag is right behind the bunker, which guards the front right of the green, and that has swallowed up Koepka's ball right into the face of it. Nostradamus, anything you want to say?
However, there are times when players don't quite get it right, and in that particular instance, Koepka decided, I fancy going straight at the flag, and he shouldn't have.
I tell you what, that could well have gone into the face of the bunker. Now, whether or not it's run back down and has got a nice lie or not, we wait to see, but it could equally have plugged in there.
Ought to point out as well that alongside being able, obviously listening to us here on 5 Live, there are in-play clips, video clips on the BBC Sport website. So if you go to the text commentary page, you can see various comments and thoughts from yourselves, as well as the BBC Sport journalists covering this. And there'll be the in-play clips as well. So the stuff that we're talking about, they will appear on the website very shortly as well. Not every single shot, obviously, but the main ones, maybe the Koepka one, there come, tied in with Trisha's prediction. You might see that on the BBC Sport website. So if you go there, you'll be able to listen to us, because you can listen to us via the BBC Sport website and also see the clips and also the text commentary as well. We're waiting for the leading pair to approach the 4th green. I don't know if ahead at Amen Corner you've got eyes on the chuntering Spieth and Mickelson.
Well, he was justified, Jordan Spieth, because he wasn't able to hole it. The birdie putt from 25 feet, he missed it on the left, missed it on the high side, and has tapped in to remain at 5 under par after 12.
At the 13th, Tigala is at 4 under par. He's looking for the green in 2 on the par 5, and he finds it and then sucks the ball down towards the hole. And what a shot that is from the youngster, and that has created a very, very short eagle putt, I think, for him there. It was so matter-of-fact that I'm starting to question whether it was his second shot.
Just looked very casual, didn't it? Didn't look
yeah.
like he had to put any power behind it at all. But speaking of power, let's see how Dustin Johnson gets on the 15th. He's definitely going for this in 2. 7 over, though, is the former champion, the 2020 winner in that November edition. Only got to enjoy 5 months or so in his green jacket as the champion. That one is on the green on the left-hand side. Long eagle putt coming up then for the former champion, Dustin Johnson. John.
Flag. Oh, sorry, John.
Worth noting, I think, because it's Phil Mickelson, he has holed from 20 feet, maybe a little bit more than that, on the 12th to go to 4 under. So the 3 times winner here, the man in black today, is 4 under for the tournament.
That's some performance, Andrew, isn't it? Given his, I was going to say form, given his lack of form.
It's pretty good. I mean, what he said in the presser the other day, I'm about to go on a tear. I mean, why? Wow, that's incredible. Are you really? And he's showing some real signs of playing some much better golf right now.
Koepka splashes out of the bunker, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt. Koepka splashes out of the bunker on the 4th. He did get a decent lie there, and he's going to have around about 5 feet to save his par. Sorry, Andrew, I interrupted you.
Funnily enough, I was just going to say, on the form, Ian, of Phil Mickelson, since he joined LIV, he's had 1 top 10. His best this year is a 27th place finish, and last week, in the LIV event last week, he finished 41st out of 48. So that, Mark, I think is what you're suggesting in terms of not the best form.
Yeah, makes no sense, does it? Apart from what we say every time we come here, that there are golfers, of which Mickelson is most definitely one, Trish, who know their way round this golf course, whatever their form.
That's true, but he's probably still made £1 million with those finishes on the LIV Tour. So I'm not feeling too upset for him. He does know this golf course, though. He loves it as well. It suits his eye, everything about it. He's played it so many times.
Jon Rahm is playing, his 7th Masters, so relatively inexperienced, but it's the magic number, isn't it? Around a half a dozen tries to claim the green jacket if you're going to do so. What can Rahm do? This for a birdie and a share of the lead on the par 3 4th. It's looking good, but it's coming up a little bit short. Good try from Jon Rahm with the birdie putt. And he's going to have to wait until the next hole to try and topple Koepka.
Although Koepka has got a tester to remain out in front. Absolutely absorbing golf this. It really is fascinating to watch, and we're now seeing the sight of Phil Mickelson and the putt that John Murray was telling us about on the 12th.
So we have Brooks Koepka on 11 under and Jon Rahm on 10 under. Important just to give you the few of those further back, because as the leader comes back to the pack, they are starting to become contenders. Russell Henley 7 under, his fellow American Gary Woodland 6 under, and then several are at 5 under. You've got Spieth, Young, Matsuyama and Cantlay all on 5 under. He has come back to the pack, Ian.
Yeah.
Is he going to come back one more?
No birdies in the last 13 holes, which he's covered in 2 over par. Brooks Koepka. And yes, if he misses this, having splashed out of the bunker, he will have lost the outright lead. He will be into a share of the lead at 10 under par with Jon Rahm. And this is a good 8-9 feet for the man with the banana yellow shoes, flecks of mud on them, reflecting the damp conditions. Sends the ball forward. This to save par, misses left edge. And it's run on. We're not going to give him that just yet. And he's wobbling here, Trish.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, he's not been in this position for quite a while, and we know how important the majors are to Brooks Koepka. And he's had a lot of rest this week in comparison to a lot of the other players, but Jon Rahm is battle ready, no doubt about it. Brooks Koepka's not been involved in a major, you know, right in the thick of things in a major for quite a while. So there's going to be a lot of nerves out there.
Well, he hit the front on the 8th hole of the second round, and now he's been caught. And here he is now. It's that Eagle 3 on day 2. Seems like a lifetime ago. And he's got to take every care over this bogey putt, which he does, and he knocks into the middle of the hole. White cap, grey shirt now, shirt sleeve weather, glorious Augusta afternoon. And all of a sudden, Jon Rahm is walking with a little pep in his step, because that par at the 4th, enough to keep him at 10 under par and enough to give him a share of the lead. Koepka back to 10 under, Rahm 10 under, they go to the 5th. Up ahead on that hole, Hovland is at 8 under, Gary Woodland's at 7 under, Russell Henley is at 7 under as well, and I would suggest that all 5 of those harbour hopes of a green jacket right now.
Game on, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, here we go. This is Sunday at Augusta. Something, no matter who's playing good or bad, something happens here at Augusta, especially in front of us when the back 9 starts. But we're getting some nice fireworks on the front 9 here. Number 4 is this longest, toughest par 3. Number 5 coming up is a devilish par 4. So let's see what they can do on the tough number 5.
One of the joys of a Sunday at the Masters is no phones, no technology out on the course, so the patrons and the crowd can only go on the big white scoreboards when the numbers go up to tell them, and they're not digital as well, they're manually operated, so you get great oohs and ahs and sighs and cheers every time a number is changed. Has it gone up at 15, 16?
There's a blank hole in front of Brooks Koepka's name, so I'm a step ahead of all the patrons inside this grandstand. They've just finished applauding Freddie Couples, who's made a brilliant up and down on the par 5 15th for a birdie. He's at 7 over par for this Masters. Then you get the reaction. Yes, do you hear that? A few oohs and ahs, and they've seen that Brooks Koepka has dropped one, and so at the top of that leaderboard, the big white leaderboard over the other side of the 15th green, big block, black capitals, it says leaders at the top. Koepka 10 under, Rahm 10 under, Cat.
Yeah, Hovland just hitting 7-9, just under 200 yards out of the par 4 5th, and that one, well, he could have done with an extra club really, just catching the front of the green and rolling back on the false front. So yeah, Hovland, who's at 8 under par now, just 2 shots behind the co-leaders Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka. Could have done with something better there to put himself up the mix, put himself within a couple of shots of the lead.
And Patrick Cantlay will have seen that, his playing partner, the American, who needs to make something happen if he's going to be a factor here. 31 years of age, Cantlay, lovely tee shot on this very difficult par 4 5th, with the flag fluttering away at the back of the green and bunker just behind that as well. So you have to be very careful, and that might have crept into the mind of Hovland as he just didn't quite get it up to the elevated level at the back. 132 yards in here for Cantlay.
Yeah, in fact, you've got to be careful. You can't go past this flag under any circumstances. I think the wind's just into them a fraction. Hovland got that wrong. Didn't come within pitching it within 20 feet of the flag, so he's always going to spin back. But from the perfect position here, Cantlay just taking his time. He does tend to take his time, Ian. He does. The sun glinting on the steel shaft of the wedge club that he has. That right hand turn very, very much underneath the grip, and then he bunts it forward 3/4 follow through on that, and the ball
Well, that's airmailed the green. It's missed long and left, and Cantlay is, I wouldn't say imploding, but he's just not harnessing anything in this round, and another major is slipping away from him at a rapid rate of knots.
That's exactly where he said he didn't want to be, Trish, exactly. And the longer he takes on his shots, the more Rahm and Koepka are having to wait, because Hovland and Cantlay are the group ahead.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one. Jon Rahm's a quick player, Brooks Koepka is a quick player, and in front of them they've got two, well, one particularly slow player and one maybe not quite like a tortoise, but, you know, not far off. So, and it's
What's
hard.
the next animal up from a tortoise in slowness? Whilst you think about that, here's Rahm with Cat.
Armadillo? I don't know. Two twin bunkers down the left-hand side of the fifth. The par 4, Jon Rahm on the tee in his red T-shirt, beautifully fading this one out to the right-hand side. And what a shape there was on that. Do you think there was a little too much on that, Trish? I think he was trying to go a little straight.
To be honest, every time I watch Jon Rahm, and you show the shot tracer, there's a massive, he loves hitting a massive fade, but he just gets so much on it, it really doesn't matter.
It's a nice angle in from the right there on that flag position. Let's see what Koepka does now. He's rocking, he's just dropped a shot at the fourth into a share of the lead now, having been 2 ahead at the start of this final round, and this one also moved from left to right. Will soften the contours as it lands, because the contours put it the other way, and it lands smack in the middle of the fairway. Two very good tee shots from the two leaders.
Kind of feel he needed that tee shot, don't you, Trish?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he'll be seething inside at the moment, but it's just, you know, he knows he's playing well. It's just a case of he got to make some putts.
Do you genuinely know the average speed of an armadillo, or have you just thrown that out?
I think I've done armadillos a bit of a disservice there, because I think they're actually quite speedy.
Are they? It's kind of.
I've never met a real life armadillo though. So
Ali's normally good
turtle?
with useless
turtle?
No, they've got to be similar, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, they might be similar, but you wanted something different.
Well,
and
I
slower.
wanted something slightly quicker than a tortoise. I just didn't know what that was.
So someone was asking earlier in our coverage earlier in the week whether the turtles that we see by the water there would have been there the year before, or, you know, what's the line? And I looked at the turtle can live up to 500 years.
I fear for these turtles.
I don't know how anyone would know that.
A turtle can live for 500 years?
Apparently.
Where did you look that up?
Well, Googled it.
They definitely can live over 100 years.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure
They've
about
got certain
500.
longevity.
But in the same place.
Well, wherever they call their home.
Well, they can't go very fast.
Well,
so
that's why I'm trying to.
I fear for the Augusta turtles, though, after all the heavy rain. There's all kinds of stuff flowing into Rays Creek and all those ponds. I think it's full now of all kinds of
500 years.
Victor Hovland, big long-range putt on the fifth, up over the hill there and then down the slope towards the hole, and he's not given that enough, and Hovland is under pressure now because he's 15 feet shy of the hole there to try and save his par.
Sorry, I've been distracted by the turtle and armadillo.
I was just saying, an armadillo is not in the top 8 slowest animals in the world. The slowest being the sea anemone. Anemone. Yeah.
What about sloth?
Armadillos go at 30 or 13 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour an armadillo can reach.
It's like a racehorse.
We're still watching Patrick Cantlay with Victor Hovland. He's struggling. He's
definitely not.
He's definitely not an armadillo, is he?
No, he's not.
So the leaderboard, we have Koepka and Rahm on 10 under. Hovland is on 8 under, and Gary Woodland is on 7 under as he approaches the turn. He's just in the pine needles on the 9th as we go back to Victor Hovland with a fairly lengthy putt for his par here, Ian.
Yes, and he does take his time over these putts, uses this aim point method of judging the line, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him straddle the line of the putt with his 2 feet. Maybe he's done that already because he's ready to go. And when I said 500 years, I meant 150 years as far as the lifespan of turtles are concerned.
They sound similar, don't they?
Here we go. 15 feet to save par for Victor Hovland. Cheers elsewhere. This one on its way. And cheers for Hovland as well. Bravely holds on there. He was under pressure, he really was, but that keeps his scorecard clean. It's been par golf on all 5 holes so far for Hovland. At 8 under, he remains within 2 shots of the lead.
Ali.
Yeah, Freddie Couples very much enjoying himself in the sunshine at Augusta this afternoon. We watched him make a brilliant up and down on the par 5 15th for a birdie. Then he marched onto the 16th tee, got an uproarious standing ovation as he did that, took the baseball cap off his head to reveal the sort of luxurious snowy white hair, and then he's promptly hit his tee shot here on the 16th. That's the closest we've come actually to a hole-in-one today. And a lot of the balls today actually, Mark, on the par 3 16th, people who know their Augusta will know that quite often the idea is to sort of hit it down the inside right channel and then take the slope, because the green swings from right to left and rolls down that slope. A lot of the balls have actually stayed up near the top of the slope. I don't know whether that green is a little bit softer. Couples just went dead at it over the bunker, and he's just pitched it beyond the hole, and from this distance looks like he's got maybe, I don't know, 8 to 10 feet for his birdie. But they love him, and they absolutely love that out here.
Patrick Cantlay bogeyed the 5th. He goes to 4 under, as we see Gary Woodland at 9.
Yeah, 158 yards out of the 9th, and just under the trees on the right-hand side. Had to snick it off the pine straw, and it catches the false front of the green and trickles away down the apron of the first cut of rough for the 2019 US Open champion.
Russell Henley putting from just off the edge of the 6th green, but on the right level and nearly making birdie that would have put him firmly in the mix. He'll remain at 6 under par. Good putt though.
Jordan Spieth is playing on the 13th, that newly lengthened hole, 35 yards longer than it normally plays this year. Been a great source of controversy over the last week or so. That one though, Jordan Spieth making it easily in 2 and overshooting the green to the left-hand side with, what's that, some kind of hybrid in his hand, not laying up. In fact, we haven't seen many of the players laying up as we feared they would, or many people feared they would, taking the excitement out of that 13th hole. In fact, it's been a really good and exciting hole to watch.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's worked out really well, and especially today, we've seen, I think the drier conditions have made it, hitting irons in there today, a lot of players.
Jon Rahm has just shy of 210 yards to the flag from the right side of the fairway. Good angle to attack here. Probably going with a 6-7 iron, something like that. Sends it on its way and doesn't like it. The right hand came off the club very quickly and didn't make a good contact on it. Lands on the very front edge of the green, and that flag is cut a cricket pitch on, so he's basically putting from one popping crease to the wickets.
Where Hovland was, basically, on the 5th, as we now watch Hovland on the 6th tee.
174 yards. The 6th is playing now. The trees overhanging, throwing black lace shadows over the tee. And Hovland, well, there was a murmuring, wasn't there, amongst the crowd as that ball flew towards the pin, and he's gone almost over the back of it.
Yeah, I think there's either a little bit of adrenaline flowing there, or just the warmer conditions are just catching them out a little bit. Maybe a bit of breeze up there that he was expecting to be into his face, just turned round.
Co-leader Brooks Koepka 173 yards out for his second shot to the par 4 5th. This one looks like it's on a pretty decent line. It is, and it lands in the heart of the green and is probably around about 25-30 feet from the hole.
It's interesting to just to look at the sort of top 3 here. Rahm is in red numbers for the day, i.e. under par. Koepka's 1 over and Hovland is level. All the chasing pack are in red numbers and are doing very nicely, thank you. You sort of sense with Hovland just a little bit, Trish, don't you, that whilst he's doing it, he's sort of hanging in there a bit. There have been a few putts where he's had to rescue his par. Yeah,
very much so. But I mean, that is the nature of a major on a Sunday afternoon, when it's not quite going your way, you're not hitting it absolutely perfectly, which you won't, not every single hole. You've got to make sure you hold the putts that are required on that front 9.
Cantlay back to 4 under par after back-to-back bogeys. Second tee shot into the 6th, and that's wonderful from the American. It's almost like he's been relieved of the shackles now that he's seemingly out of control, out of contention, and he very nearly has a hole-in-one there. He's only got a couple of feet for birdie.
Although it was his fault that we did that 10-minute animal section, which I think has guaranteed that Sir David Attenborough's job is very much safe at the BBC.
Yes, I'd say so.
How did you get 150 and 500?
Well, because I looked it up and I thought that's a long time, and then it's been quite a long time, and quite a lot has happened in our lives since I looked it up, and I just conflated 150 to 500.
Okay,
it happens.
Right, we are waiting the leaders who are on the 5th green, both of which are 10 under. Ali is watching Fred Couples on 16.
Yeah, didn't make the birdie, unfortunately, Mark. He hit that wonderful tee shot into about just inside of 10 feet, and then from behind the hole on the 16th, it's a little left to right putt, and it threatened to go in, but it didn't drop. So Freddie Couples has made a par there. A couple of holes to play in his final round. Oldest man ever to make the cut at the Masters, and I'm pretty sure he'll get a similar reception up 17 and 18 as he has had at 15 and 16, which was pretty hot. By the way, where does the snail feature in that list? Do you know whether a snail is quicker or slower than a tortoise?
Okay,
sorry.
A garden snail is second.
Oh, second slowest.
Yeah, second
behind
the sea anemone.
Okay.
You can see Phil Mickelson 211 yards out at 4 under par on the par 5 13th, going for the green in 2. Gives the club a twizzle, which is usually an encouraging sign, and well, he might do, because that has landed smack in the middle of the green, and he's going to have an eagle putt that's getting shorter by the moment because it's taking the slope down towards the hole, but I think frustratingly it's just going to stop there, and he's going to be about 30 feet for eagle, Phil Mickelson. That would get him to 6 under.
John Rahm then on the 5th green. Huge putt this, coming up the slope from the very front of the green. Up it comes onto the second tier of the putting surface, still travelling towards the flag, still working well from this John Rahm. Now it catches the bit of the downslope, and it's just going to put the brakes on 2 or 3 inches too short, but that was on the perfect line, and John Rahm very nearly snatched the outright lead with 1 putt there.
Yeah, fabulous approach putt, all of 45-50 feet. Just going to tap it in, bang on line, and that will be a very good. He will be very relieved at that. That's an excellent 2-putt.
And you can hear the cheers in the stands for John Rahm. Just the 1 birdie on the card at the 3rd that drew him level with Brooks Koepka at the top of the leaderboard, the 2 of them on 10 under par.
Yeah, he'll feel very, very happy with that, won't he? It's just one of those signs of the where a player's level of composure is when you're able to judge those putts as well as he did there.
Yeah, you just give him so much confidence. I mean, every putt he's had pretty much on the first sort of 5 holes have been left to right breakers, which are not a right-handed golfer's favourite putt.
Here comes Koepka for the outright lead, looking for a birdie on the 5th, coming down the slope and missing just to the right of the hole. Again, nicely judged putt. That will settle him as well, because the putter has not looked as reliable as it did in the early part of the tournament. The sun is out, he's in a share of the lead, both at 10 under par. Rahm 1 under today, Koepka 1 over.
Nicely judged, but very differing reactions between the two there. There was a frustration in Koepka that he didn't hold that, whereas there was a contented John Rahm, I would say.
Well, I think the difference in the length of the putts, to be honest, chappers, there's 45 feet up a hill, left to right, 2 putt. Anytime you knock that up, you can just tap it in. You're going to be delighted. Koepka's 25 feet, maybe 30 feet, bit straighter, chance of an outside chance of birdie, and he's still got a little bit of work left in this one. I think it's still a few feet.
Yeah, we've just got an angle on it, and he'll have to take every care on this one, Kat.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the ball past John Rahm's caddy, who's bending down to get a drink out of the bag and standing back up again, blocking the camera angle in. But yeah, now seeing from behind the ball, it's 2 feet. Looks like he's going to have to aim to the left-hand edge, but in it goes. No bother for Brooks Koepka. He stays at 10 under par. But yeah, he did take every care over that one, and rightly so. 1 bogey on the card for him at the 4th. The rest all pars.
So what we're going to do is we're going to wait to see what happens with Hovland on 6, which we can do right now, and then we will head to the news.
On the par 3, chipping from the back of the green, a real test of his short game, and that was a tough chip for him. The ball just creeping onto the putting surface, And now he's got work to do to remain at 8 under par because he's left that 8 feet short.
And we would expect Gary Woodland to drop back here as well. One of the others flirting with trying to catch that leading group, Kat.
Yeah, the par putt for Woodland on, where was that? The ninth. Yep, that one just dribbles down the right-hand side of the cup, catches the downslope and trickles away. So it'll certainly be one drop shot for Woodland there. He'll drop to 6 under 4 off the lead. And Hovland, a tester for him for his par on the 6th. That chip having come up short, and that one glides by too. So Hovland, who's been clinging on, he's had pars all the way through so far, but that's a drop shot for him at the par 3 6th.
It was a win from Trish at that.
He's got a lot left for his bogey.
That could be a real blow for him. Just seeing Jordan Spieth from the bunker, third shot at 13, coming down the hill, the ball trundling towards the hole, and that may well yield a birdie because he's put it to within 6 feet.
I think he's probably left himself putts of... Oh, here he is again, Hovland, Ian.
Yes, this for his bogey, this to drop back to 7 under par, and he's missed it. Well, that is a major unravelling on the third for the Norwegian, because he was cruising along and the chip was not quite good enough, and then to 3-putt from there, double bogey 5, and that may well have put paid to his chances.
And that's how quickly these things can change. Gary Woodland bogeying the 9th as well. So all of a sudden, the leading pair have got a 4-shot lead at the 87th Masters. The pack were closing in, and all of a sudden they've gone backwards. Koepka and Rahm are on 10 under, and then Woodland, Henley and Victor Hovland, after double bogeying the 6th, the par 3 6th, is also on 6 under. We will be back in just a couple of minutes here on 5 Live. It's exactly 4 o'clock here in Augusta, 9 o'clock back in the UK. Time for the latest news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the 5 Live News, I'm Stuart Clarkson. Migrant rescue charities operating in the Mediterranean have raised an alert for the safety of around 400 people on board a boat they say is at risk of sinking. One group called Alarm Phone says the vessel left eastern Libya yesterday and is currently in Malta's search and rescue area. It says those on board claim that the captain has left the boat and no one can get it started. 2 British Israeli sisters killed in a West Bank shooting have been buried at a Jewish settlement. Maya and Rena D, who were 20 and 15 years old, died on Friday when suspected Palestinian gunmen opened fire on them in their car in the Jordan Valley. Israel has condemned the attack. The Pope's used his Easter Sunday address to warn that the recent violence between Israel and the Palestinians undermines the trust that's necessary for dialogue to be resumed. Pope Francis also called on the international community to strive to end conflicts in Ukraine, Syria and elsewhere. Hertfordshire Police says more than 10 people have reported further alleged offences by the serial rapist and former police officer David Carrick since he was jailed in February. Carrick was sentenced to 36 life terms after admitting 49 charges, including 24 of rape. At least 4 people have died in an avalanche in the French Alps. It happened at the Amansec Glacier near Mont Blanc in southeastern France at around midday. And the authorities in Marseille say 8 people are unaccounted for after a building collapsed following an explosion this morning. Rescue work's been hampered by a fire that broke out in the building and the partial collapse of adjoining buildings.
The Indian Premier League on 5 Sports Extra.
He's launched down the ground, up go the arms, 6 more.
The IPL, the most watched tournament around the world.
The biggest names in cricket.
Good bit of glove work there from MS Sturdy.
What a catch by Josh Butler.
Virat Kohli flips that one down to fine leg.
Extensive IPL coverage with live games from across the competition.
Hits straight back over his head, over the sight screen. 6 runs.
Visit the 5 Sports Extra website for a full list of fixtures and commentaries. IPL on Radio 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. The Masters 2023 on 5 Live with Mark Chapman.
Welcome back to Augusta. We'll go through the golf very shortly. If you've missed any of the day's sport, let me just I'll tell you what happened. Liverpool came from 2-0 down to get a point at home to Arsenal, finished 2-2 there. Mo Salah missed a penalty as well. So Arsenal 6 clear of Manchester City at the top of the table. City do have a game in hand, though. In the day's other game, Crystal Palace thrashed Leeds 5-1. Match of the day 2 tonight on BBC One at 10:30, so you'll be able to watch highlights of both games there. In Scotland, Hearts have parted company with their manager Robbie Neilson. They've lost 5 of their last 6 in the league, although they are 4th. Steph Houghton has said her omission from the England squad has been mentally tough. She was on 5 Live Sport earlier. More about the conversations she's had with Serena Wiegmann are on the BBC Sport website. Saracens have gone out of the Heineken Cup. They lost their quarter-final to the holders La Rochelle. In Rugby League, Leeds Rhinos men's team beat Huddersfield 18-17. Their women's team lost 34-12 to York. And there were wins for Kent and Essex in the County Championship Division 1 earlier. Full results are on the BBC Sport website. Just had a text from Micah Richards, who I think may well be the only footballer or ex-footballer I know who doesn't play golf. So he sent me a message saying, I'm enjoying the radio golf. That was the first message. Second one, haven't got a clue what's going on.
I think we've been very clear.
We'll try and explain. I mean, keep up, Micah. It's not that hard, right? Men have to put ball in hole to win a green jacket. There you go.
In the fewest possible shots.
Yes, exactly.
I think that's a key element to it. John Rahm chipping from short of the 6th. He came up with a tee shot that spun back down the slope, and he's chipped up to 4.5-5 feet. So he'll be looking to save par, remain in a share of the lead at 10 under par with Brooks Koepka, who has gone through the back of the green with his tee shot on the 6th, and Cat can see the chip shot, his second at 6.
Yeah, slightly short-sided here. Not a lot of green to work with for Brooks Koepka, and coming from below the surface of the green, and that one, well, it's flown by, scudded on the surface of the green, and that one has whizzed off down on the downslope, the massive hill of that.
He's
green.
Lucky though, it put the brakes on just in time. That could have gone all the way off the front of the green.
Huge mistake though from Koepka.
Trish?
Well, what on earth's going on?
Tell you what, Jordan Spieth could post a number here. He's at 5 under, and he's playing the 14th here. Let's see what this shot does. It's good. It goes up to the back, and then it'll take the slope, which will bring it back towards the hole, and it's trundling towards the hole, and it's accelerating towards the hole. It's not going to go in, but it comes to rest within 2.5 feet of the cup. That is the shot of a master. That would get him to 6 under. He's got the par 5 15th to come, the 16th, which potentially can yield birdies. He could suddenly post a number, and we're seeing enough mistakes from the 2 leaders to suggest they could come back towards it.
Could his playing partner post a number, bearing in mind Mickelson has gone birdied the 12th, birdied the 13th, and he is also on 5 under?
There's a long way between 10 under and 5 under.
5 shots, in case Mike is listening.
That's very true.
Could be fewer than 5 shots for Brooks Koepka if this one doesn't fall on the par 3-6. The green sloping from front to back, so up the hill it is for Koepka. Can he save his par? No, he can't. It'll be a drop shot for the man who earlier on today, as we resumed round 3, at one point had a 4-shot lead. For the first time, he has relinquished his grip on this Masters, and John Rahm leads the way by 1 on 10 under par.
But only if he holds this par putt, so big pressure on that, and we will see it very, very shortly. Before that, though, we nip ahead to the 7th and the 8-iron second shot of Victor Hovland from 153 yards, left side of the fairway. Bunkers front and back of this tabletop green. He's missed them both, and then the brakes come on as the ball scoots towards the back of the green, and he has a downhill birdie putt of around about 18-20 feet.
Yeah, it's a good recovery. Played the last hole very poorly, but now John Rahm's par putt, Cat.
Yeah, what's that? 4-5 feet for Rahm to consolidate his lead at the top by just the one shot for the first time at this Masters Championship. Straight into the heart of the hole, like it was on rails, absolutely no doubt, from the world number 3, and Jon Rahm leads the Masters by 1.
I just want to head out to Amen Corner. Andrew Magee and John Murray are there. I know you won't have seen any of this, Andrew. It's how you're listening to us, and the scores are going up on that big white scoreboard. There is some pressure out there on these guys at the top.
Yeah, it just feels like Koepka's momentum is waning and Rahm's is accelerating, and you can just kind of feel it, and that's all of us, right? If he can just make one putt, like Rahm did earlier to make that one birdie on 3, that kind of got him going in a positive mindset. Koepka's just he's just not getting it done. He's got to make one putt, one good shot for a gimme putt or something to get him going.
Do you have any sense that if Spieth could post a score in the clubhouse, that makes things interesting?
Well, yeah, especially the way this is going. We're looking at the board there. Mickelson, what's he now? 6 also?
Mickelson
Young's at 5. Woodland's
Mickelson,
at 6.
Spieth and Young are all 5 under, yeah.
Yeah, so
And Scheffler.
And Scheffler,
yes.
We'll look at Scheffler up at 5.
And Patrick Reed.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah.
We don't have him on our big board, but
I think what's going to be interesting here is, as you've mentioned, Mark, is the boards on the course. Those names are not yet on the boards, and I think it's going to be
so
to see the reaction.
Have they kept big gaps then on the boards?
No, there are just others on there at the moment,
okay.
like Tigala's on the board here.
Right.
But very soon, those names, Spieth, Mickelson, are going to appear on the boards on the course, and this, just for those who don't realise it, people on the grounds of the Augusta National are not allowed to have.
That's the groan with the 9 just filling the box there on 6
Right.
for all the patrons here looking at Koepka's score. That was the groan. We're into it now.
I mean, that's the first they've heard of that. They've seen the 9 go up there, and that's the reaction. And we will see the Mickelson name, the Spieth name come up, and they cannot bring mobile phones on. The only way that they find out what's happening is on the scoreboard.
So to the 7th, the gun barrel straight par 4 up the hill, and Jon Rahm, the leader of the Masters, at 10 under par, shaping this down the left side, cutting it back towards the centre of the fairway, and a beautiful tee shot from Jon Rahm on this 450-yard par 4 7th.
You may be watching some of these pictures on television as well, and with our commentary at the same time. And if you are watching the tracer of Jon Rahm, the consistency of the shape of that drive is a thing of beauty, actually.
Yeah, it is. I mean, he's literally got that in his locker. That's exactly what he loves to do. Aim down the left-hand side. Quite a low flight to begin with, bores low and then climbs probably about 20 feet of left to right in the air, comes down softly, which is what he loves. He's so long it doesn't matter.
Victor Hovland for his birdie to bounce back to 7 under par, up ahead on the 7th green, having seen those tee shots coming down the fairway behind him from the leaders, and that one's not got enough on it for Hovland. It will be a par though to steady the ship for him after that double bogey for him on the 6th, but in it goes. Hovland stays at 6 under par.
Andrew Magee, the other thing, we're just looking at the 5 unders, the 5 unders of actually. Here's Spieth for birdie.
This to break out of that logjam at 5 under, move to 6 under. Oh yes, right in, borrowing from right to left, coaxing it home, and this has been some spell from Spieth. Birdie at 8, 9, 10, and now 14, and he moves to 6 under par into a share of 3rd place, with just Koepka at 9 under and Rahm at 10 under ahead of him.
He's not chuntering as much at the moment, isn't Jordan? But I tell you what, Andrew, so you've got Spieth on 6 under, Mickelson 5 under, Scheffler 5 under, Reed 5 under. You've got 4 wearers of the green jacket chasing them down.
Yeah, when you're hot, you're hot. And when you're not, you're Brooks Koepka right now. And it's just this chasing crowd. It's like a horse race or a Formula One race. The guys in the back have nothing to lose. they're putting the accelerator down. The boys in the top have been sleeping on this lead now for 3 days, and it just gets tougher and tougher.
But that's what you've got, Andrew, isn't it? I mean, you've got that beautiful mix of experience of knowing how to win this tournament in particular, with the freedom actually of being several shots back and just being able to play your game. And Spieth in particular will know what it's like to be the Rahm and the Koepka with the lead and the others chasing you down with the freedom.
Well, just don't let us down this time, Jordan. You keep pushing on the accelerator and putting on the brakes, and so let's see if he can just keep it going now that he's got the par 5 15th next.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jordan Spieth knows every emotion round here. He knows the winning emotion, and he knows what it's like to throw it away as well. So, he will be desperate to get in there. And if he could get in at 9 under, maybe he might have a shot.
That's what I mean, Trish. As someone who has been there and suddenly seen a massive lead dwindle and lose it, he will know what Rahm and Koepka will be feeling.
Absolutely. I mean, he knows. He made 7 on the 12th hole. It's a 9-iron. That's all it is. He knows.
Trish, they're going to put a name up on the board here, so there might be no reaction at all. In which case, it would go flat. But it's Spieth. And there's a smattering of applause.
Well, that was a massive climax of ever was one.
I did warn you it might be.
One job, John. One job there, just to get the atmosphere going.
Come on, they've let me down here.
But you were talking about the fact
I had to wait all week for this.
You're talking about the fact that, Jordan Spieth's been in this position. He knows what it's like to have led and to throw it away. He's experienced every emotion. Brooks Koepka actually hasn't in a major championship, because every time he's held the 54-hole lead at a major, he has gone on to win. So he's never had that feeling of a major championship slipping through his fingers. So this is going to be a superb test for him, isn't it? We're going to really get the measure of the man.
And just one other statistic that's quite interesting as well. Koepka was the 10th player in the history of the Masters to take precisely a 2-shot lead into the final round, and only 4 of the previous 9 have gone on to win. So here he is, 143 yards out, second shot into the 7th, comprehensively outdriven by Rahm, but that's a good shot. He's cleared the bunker at the front there, and he's going to be putting, and he'll have a birdie attempt of around about 20-25 feet.
Trish?
Yeah, good shot. Nerves will be kicking in. There's no two ways about it. Not been in this position for quite a while. Desperate to win this one as well. More for himself than anyone else, but, there is... and there's a huge roar. I don't know where that's coming from. I'm sure we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll catch up on that one with a moment. Jon Rahm with just the one major win under his belt. The 2021 US Open champion, 113 yards out here after a monster drive, 335 yards down the 7th. Just a pitching wedge for him over those gaping bunkers and beautifully judged. Skips to the right-hand side with a bit of spin, and it does come up, stopping just where he wanted it. Beneath the hole, he'll have an uphill putt for birdie, Jon Rahm, to extend his lead to 2 over Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, you kind of get that feeling, don't you?
Do.
He's on a bit of a roll, and he's going to make the most of it while he can. Tries to make as many birdies as he can.
Let's find out if that cheer that we heard was delayed reaction to Spieth's name going up on the board at Amen Corner.
It wasn't. is the answer to that probing Paxman-like question.
Well, as you know, John, that's the strength of my broadcasting, is the probing Paxman-like question.
We've got Scheffler and Fitzpatrick. Matt Fitzpatrick here at the moment. Scheffler 5 under, Matt Fitzpatrick 4 under, and they've both got very, very long birdie
And you have
attempts
Cam
ahead.
Young, don't you, on the 12th as well?
Yeah, but he might well drop a shot on the 12th. Cam Young, he was in exactly where Mito Pereira and Freddie Couples were, on that ridge between the bunkers at the back, and he played the chip down but didn't have the Couples touch, and it very nearly rolled off the front of the green, and he's just playing that back towards the hole now. So I think it's going to be a drop shot for Cam Young. Yes, it is. So Cameron Young, drops back to 4 under.
Let's give you this leaderboard, because it is moving and it is changing, and it's important that, every 10 minutes or so we remind you of what it is. Jon Rahm is 10 under, Brooks Koepka is 9 under, Spieth is 6 under, Woodland 6 under, Henley 6 under, Hovland 6 under, and then we've got Tigala, Mickelson, Scheffler, Reed, Cantlay 5 under. So Spieth will be coming into view for you, Ali, on 15.
He will, Mark. Yeah, I've just been having a little peer through the binoculars away to my right-hand side, up the hill towards the top of the hill, just to have a look.
Are you all right?
Yeah. I've just been away for a quick restroom break. And
all right.
It's
a sprint back.
No, it's a bit of a hike. It's a bit of a hike, and the queues are absolutely enormous. I think there's a lot of people taking a lot of fluid on board, so I was rushing back rather.
Okay. Do you want me to take Rahm and Koepka? Let me take Rahm and Koepka's putts, and then we'll come back to you.
Sure. What I will tell you is that Spieth and Mickelson are hoving into view at the top of the fairway on the 15th, away to my right, and I think they will be in slightly better physical condition than myself.
So they take their time and give you a chance to compose yourself and get your breath back. We're seeing a beautiful aerial shot at the moment of the 7th with Koepka and Rahm, and we think Brooks is going to go first.
Yes, he is, and they're 15 deep around this green. It's got the contours there as well, so it's a decent vantage point for the spectators. No one's sitting, everybody's standing, craning their necks to watch this birdie putt for Brooks Koepka, who's been deposed from the top of the leaderboard. At one stage he was 4 shots clear. He's now 1 shot behind, and he sends this putt down the hill, heading towards the hole at a rate of knots, missing on the left side and coming to rest a couple of feet beyond the hole. Should make his par 4 reasonably comfortably as we go ahead to 10.
Gary Woodland, who is certainly not out of the conversation at 6 under par 4 off the lead, playing out of the bunker down the right-hand side of the 10th, and the dappled shadows of the green guiding the ball down towards the hole. That was beautifully judged from the bunker from the former US Open champion.
Glorious shot, wasn't it? Absolutely glorious. So what can Rahm do here? We're heading back to Amen Corner very, very shortly, but Jon Rahm, the leader here, to stretch his advantage to 2 shots on the 7th. The 7th hole of the final round of the 87th Masters. Shadow cast at his back. It's really vivid, so bright is the sunshine beating down here. Still a little chill in the air. Beautiful afternoon in Georgia. And Rahm has this 8-footer on his way, never threatened the hole what at all. He had to borrow from right to left, and he just never had it, and the ball fell to the low side, and he'll tap in for a par. There it goes, in it goes, keeps him at 10 under, keeps him 1 clear as we go to John Murray.
What about this, Ian? Scotty Scheffler has holed from 30 feet for a birdie at the 11th, and the defending champion is now 6 under par. So the defending champion is 4 shots off the lead. The man who did it last year is now in the mix, Andrew McGee.
Yeah, 2 Texas Longhorns, Jordan Spieth and Scotty Scheffler, are pouring it on late here on Sunday. Out to Cat.
Koepka tidying up for his par, and that was firmly struck, rattled the back of the hole and dropped in. Koepka stays then on 9 under, still 1 shot behind Jon Rahm, even though he couldn't get that birdie putt in.
Scheffler, only the 2nd person to birdie the 11th today in this final round, the 2nd hardest hole on the course. He has not only improved his position by 1 shot, but he's done it on a hole that really gives him a bigger advantage than that single shot in terms of the tournament as a whole.
Is 14 still playing the hardest?
14 is not, no, it's now...
Because that was playing the hardest in the 3rd round.
But it's a different pin position now.
Yeah. So which is playing the hardest now, do we know?
I'll come back to you. I think let's go to Ali.
Yeah, breezes up at the 15th. Phil Mickelson has hit an absolute corker with his red shafted fairway wood from the right hand side of the fairway to find the middle of the 15th green, maybe 25-30 feet or so across that green for an eagle for Mickelson. He's at 5 under par, having a right good crack at this Masters. And Jordan Spieth now on the left hand side of the fairway, dressed in all dark blue and white shoes, just slightly shielded from our view by the group of pines that are gathered together on the left-hand side of that fairway, which means quite often if you are on that side of the fairway, you just got to turn this shot from right to left. Spieth has sent it on its way, and the big cheers are for a chip in on the 16th green away to the left, and now Spieth's ball lands on the 15th green, heart of the 15th green. He's probably got about 30 feet or so straight up the hill on the 15th. He will have that for an eagle to get to 8 under par. Mickelson's got an eagle putt coming to get to 7 under par, and it's Shahith Tagala, who I think has chipped in from the back of the 16th for a birdie, which will get him to 6 under par, Mark?
Yeah, and he has. That chip in on 16 was Tagala, so he has gone to 6 under, so he is tied third now with Spieth and Scheffler and Woodland and Henley and Hovland as well. John Murray.
Scheffler's tee shot on the 12th has gone over the green into the back bunker, so the left side back bunker as we look at it. So maybe pumped up after holding that 30-footer at the 11th. Scheffler 6 under, but in the bunker at the back, and Matt Fitzpatrick is 4 under, teeing off on the 12th. Stop laughing.
If you didn't hear us earlier, we'd had a discussion earlier in the week about how Matt Fitzpatrick seems to be a very easy name to say off air, but whenever we get in front of a microphone, we seem to make a pig's ear of it. And since we had that discussion, every single one of us has stumbled over Matt Fitzpatrick and then chuckled when somebody else has done it.
And a turtle's appeared on the banks of the Raised Creek at the 12th.
Does it look 500 years old?
It's looking quite sprightly, actually. It's maybe only 475 years old. But that's a rare sight. You don't often see them here. All sorts of things happening this afternoon. Andrew told us that would happen. He warned us.
We talked about the hardest hole on the course, and it's the 8th. It's the 18th.
The 18th.
The 18th it is, right. Okay, let's go back to Ali.
Yeah, here's the reception at the 15th green for two of Augusta's favourites. Phil Mickelson onto the green first, dressed in all jet black, eyes hidden behind the mirror shades. What a shot he's hit here into the 15th green. And as we were saying earlier in the coverage, it's shown no form at all really on the golf course for quite a while. But here he is, 3 times champion in the sunshine at Augusta on a Sunday, and he's found some magic again. Spieth will be first to putt. He's followed Mickelson onto the green, I would say about 30 feet, maybe just outside for Spieth, straight up the hill. Spieth is 6 under par. Mickelson is 5 under par. Our leader Jon Rahm is at 10 under par. Koepka's at 9 under par, and there are a whole host of players at 6 under par, and Koepka and Rahm have not even got into Amen Corner yet. This is wide open, this Masters, on Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds this evening. Galleries have really gathered around this 15th green as well. I don't know if you're getting shots of it just yet, but both Spieth and Mickelson have marked their balls, and Jordan Spieth seems to be calling a rules official onto the green. He just wants to ask him a question. I'm not entirely sure what this is going to be about. His second shot thudded into the front portion, the right-hand front portion of this 15th green, has landed, he's marked it, and he's just calling this rules official in his blue blazers, grey trousers, brown shoes and white baseball cap, and there's something that Spieth has spotted on his line here, and he's just asking whether he can repair, and he is repairing. He's got the nod, that's okay, so he just taps down any blemishes with the sole of his putter. Deep in conversation as always with Michael Greller, and Phil Mickelson in the meantime is also lining up his putt on the 15th green. So the 15th Firethorn classic risk reward hole on the back 9 at Augusta. Not seen an eagle since I've been here this afternoon, but 2 decent chances here, and goodness me, there's going to be some noise from the patrons if either of these putts drops. Jordan Spieth is studying the yardage chart, every little note he's made on this 15th green. Been here plenty of times before. He's had a look. He's popped that in his back pocket. Down on his haunches he goes. Michael Greller behind him with his own yardage chart, flips it open to the 15th green. White towel casually slung over his right shoulder in the white boiler suit, and the green Augusta cap. Spieth just gently twirling the putter in his left hand, continues to twist and twirl it. He's marched to the back of this 15th green and is now having a look at the line of the putt, down on his haunches from behind the hole in the shadows of the tall pines, the 3 tall pines that separate the back of the 15th green from the par 3 16th. And Spieth has now turned his back on all the action at the moment, and possibly might be waiting here for Keegan Bradley to hit his tee shot on the par 3 16th. No, he's not. We're going to get Phil Mickelson to go first. So Phil Mickelson is slightly further away. Well, here we go. The old stager, the oldest man ever to win a major championship, 52-year-old Phil Mickelson, all in black, for a potentially magic moment at the Masters. Eagle putt on the way to get to 7 under par. Is that going to turn enough from there? No, he's set it out to the left and he's not given it enough, and he's let himself down there, but he's let everyone down around this green. Hands on hips, shakes his head. He's absolutely disgusted with it. More roars and cheers. Good tee shot on the 16th here from Keegan Bradley. Down the slope it's coming. They want it to drop. No, it's just going to pull to the left of the hole. It's one of those afternoons at Augusta. Keegan Bradley goes close to the hole in one. Mickelson not able to make the eagle putt, and Jordan Spieth his mouth wreathed in smiles as he just shows Mickelson how close Keegan Bradley came to the hole in one on the 16th. 5 live at the Masters. Rahm 10 under. He's our leader. Koepka on 9 under. Those two are playing the par 5/8, but Jordan Spieth could really get himself in the mix here if he can hold this eagle putt up the right-hand side of the 15th green. Spieth stands up behind the hole. Michael Greller this time now, down on his haunches behind the hole. Spieth is going to take his time, just plucks his golf ball out of his pocket. Now he's moved to the side of the hole to have a look at the line of the putt from a different angle. Mickelson continues to practice his putting stroke because he's still got a little bit of work to do to try and make his birdie, but here we go. Spieth has the ball down on the putting surface. 2015 Masters champion. I look to my right, and this grandstand here at the 15th is absolutely jam-packed, full of multicoloured baseball caps, eyes staring across the water to the 15th green. I can sense that Trish has spotted something exciting happening somewhere else down the course, but let's just see what Jordan Spieth can do with this. One long last look behind the ball, then a shake of the shoulders to loosen himself up. Then he moves to about 5 yards behind the ball, and again he's just getting himself comfortable and getting himself ready, because he knows he can see on that leaderboard away to his right Koepka 9 under, Rahm 10 under. If he holds this, he's at 8 under par with 3 holes to play, and he could be in with a shout of winning a second green jacket. Just rocks gently from side to side, the white glove hanging limply out of the back pocket. Putt is on its way up the 15th green. Is this going to have enough? Spieth doesn't like it. He's walking after it, but it's close. It's with inside 2 feet, so Spieth should tap that in for a birdie. That will take him to 7 under par. Mickelson, birdie putt to come. That will get him to 6 under par. And Keegan Bradley nearly made the hole in one on 16.
Good stuff, Ali. Jon Rahm tee shot on the par 5/8 and fading it into the middle of the fairway, just as he's done all the way round so far. The leader at 10 under par, 1 clear of Brooks Koepka and Victor Hovland. Perhaps he can put himself back into the mix, because he's hit a sensational second shot into the 8th, and that offers up an eagle chance that would get him back to 8 under par. Koepka at 9 under par. He's gone birdie, eagle, birdie on this 8th hole so far this week, but this one is flying well left. You can hear the cries of 4 as the ball goes in and beyond the crowd, and it looks blocked out down the left side there as well. So Koepka's wobble continues here.
That's very similar to his tee shot on the first,
yeah.
Isn't it, Trish? And when you watch the tracer as well, it's well, I tell you what, let's go to John watching Scheffler way up the bank on the 12th.
His tee shot at the 12th went beyond the green, beyond the bunker, and was in the foliage and the pine straw and under a bush in the end. I think he declared it unplayable. He took a drop and he has chopped it out from there very, very well indeed, and very awkward up on the bank, 1 foot way above the other, and he managed to work it down into the fringe and then rolled onto the green. The danger there, of course, was that it would run right across the green and into Rays Creek, but he's got it on the green, but he is there in 3, so it will be at least 1 dropped shot for Scheffler, who's just got to 6 under, the defending champion.
So just quickly on the Koepka skill, when you watch the tracer, it's going straight left, if that makes sense. It's not a wild hook, is it? Well, it's straight left.
Yeah, he doesn't hit that shot. So his normal shot is it's not a huge fade, but it's a tiny fade. He hits it pretty straight in general. On the range of the day, he was absolutely bullet straight. So when he's hitting that shot, that's a kind of worrying one. Could be something simple to do with like just a little bit of fatigue, something like that. But what he's got to do at this stage of the game, he's just got to hang on. He's got to hang on and stay somewhere. Got to make a few pars until he gets a good swing going.
Ali.
Spieth and Mickelson have both made their 2-putt birdies on the par 5 15th. So Spieth is at 7 under, Mickelson is at 6 under, Jon Rahm the leader at 10 under, and now Spieth and Mickelson away to my left below me on the 16th tee. And the delicious thing here is, Mark, they just don't know what they need at the moment. There is so much golf still to be played back further down the course. We've seen brilliant birdie finishes in the past, like Charles Schwartzel birdieing 15, 16, 17 and 18 to win the Masters in 2011. Mickelson and Spieth probably thinking they're going to need a couple of birdies in the last 3 holes. Obviously the par 3 16th is an opportunity if you get the tee shot right, on the right line, on the right length. We've seen Keegan Bradley almost hole it in 1, so they are waiting for the green to clear. You've got Spieth at 7 under and Mickelson at 6 under. Ian.
Cameron Young for an eagle on the 13th, all the way across the green, taking the slope, the ball accelerating towards the hole. This looks good. It's in! And Cam Young with an eagle on the 13th, all the way across the green. And the Open Championship runner-up suddenly leaps into the mix with that eagle 3 that takes him to 6 under par.
Ridiculous game, this, isn't it?
It's great, though, isn't it? Hey, you just never know what's going to happen.
To the 8th, third shot of Patrick Cantlay from the rough to the left of the green after a wild second shot. Cantlay, who was rocking and then steadied the ship with a couple of birdies and then plays a lovely third shot. That could be 3 in a row for the American, the 31-year-old, that would get him back into the mix at 7 under par. So there we are. That's Cantlay. Let's go back to John for news of Scheffler.
Honestly, Ian, this Masters is just switching one way and the other, and no sooner were we getting excited about Scotty Scheffler being right in it than he's double bogeyed the 12th after his tee shot went over into the back, into the foliage. He missed his putt for bogey, so double bogey. So from 4 under to 6 under, back to 4 under alongside Matt Fitzpatrick.
Koepka's in all sorts of trouble on 8.
Yeah, speaking of in the foliage, Trish, as we were saying, that tee shot went straight left.
Not trying to get it up the hill.
Yeah, I think his only play there is just to get it out. It's a par 5, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Rahm 10 under, Koepka 9 under, Spieth 7 under. Tigala, after he chipped in for a birdie on 16, is 6 under. As is Mickelson, as is Cam Young after his eagle on 13, Gary Woodland, Russell Henley and Victor Hovland, who are watching now.
For eagle, oh no, sorry, for birdie at the 8th from the back of the green. So he must have come out sideways somewhere along the line on the 8th. Anyway, here it comes, and it misses just to the right edge. So Hovland remains stuck at 6 under. Ali.
Gasps, oohs and ahs around the 16th green. Jordan Spieth has come up about an inch short with his tee shot bang on line heading for the flag, which is cut just beyond the ridge of the bunker that guards the front left of the green, and it's hit that ridge of the bunker and dropped down into the sand. He's 7 under par. What have you got, Ian?
Koepka coming out sideways on the par 5 for 8. That was his only option because he's in the trees surrounded by bushes, and he emerges from the crowds down the left side there. And the ball has already emerged out onto the fairway, but he's going to have a lengthy shot up to the green for Brooks Koepka for his 3rd shot on that par 5. Up ahead on the green is Patrick Cantlay. Now, it just struck me that when he was in contention, he became very tentative, started dropping shots. That freed him up. He's made a couple of birdies. Now he'll sense that he's back in contention. So how's he going to do with this putt?
Well, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Yeah, you're literally right. He's played himself out of contention, but he is still on a score. If he holds this and gets to 7 under after just 8 holes, all of a sudden he's really straight back in it again.
He's had 1 par on his first 7 holes. Three birdies, 3 bogeys.
Be hoping to keep that statistic intact here. 5 feet for birdie, and he's backing off again, grinding away. As we were saying before, one of the more deliberate players, shall we say. They call him Patty Ice, playing his 24th major. And here he goes. This for a birdie to get within 3 of the lead on a fluctuating final day at the Masters in bright sunshine. Cantlay knocks it forward and misses left edge. And so he'll have to settle for a par.
That is a play on words, the Patty Ice, I think, from Matty Ice, who was Matt Ryan, who was the Atlanta Falcons quarterback for many a year and took them to a Super Bowl. Didn't win it, but took them to a Super Bowl and then went to Indianapolis. So I'm assuming that's why they call him Patty Ice. Which, John, you will know with your love of American sport.
Well, I was thinking more of Len Matisse, actually. That was the sort of golfing analogy there. But anyway, let's move on from that, probably best. And to let you know that another of the 6-unders, Gary Woodland, former US Open champion, from the tee on the 12th, his tee shot has gone over the back left of the green, so he's got work to do. This is becoming really dramatic.
To the 17th, and Tigala's second shot in there, but he's tucked it way left and is signalling and shouting for. That's gone up right into the grandstand where our commentary position is, and it's actually rattling around on the front deck of that. So that's a massive miss there.
That cat has made her way out to 17. I don't know whether she's plugged in or not yet, but when she is, she might see Tigala's ball. He is 6 under at the moment. Ali is watching Mickelson and Spieth on 16.
This is going to be really interesting, Mark. This is one of the classic Masters shots. Everyone will remember the chip that Tiger Woods holed on this green back in 2005. Jordan Spieth is going to have to attempt something similar from the bunker on the 16th shortly. Ian.
Jon Rahm's second shot at the par 5-8, the Spanish leader at 10 under par, one ahead of Brooks Koepka, who's been in trouble on this 8th hole. Fairway wood from the middle of the fairway to blemish-free, clear blue skies up ahead, and that one is a nice strike, and it comes up round about 15-20 yards short of the green. Ali.
Yeah, so Jordan Spieth in the shadows, away in the distance on that 16th green. He's just stalking the putting surface at the moment, and what I was trying to explain there is Jordan Spieth is playing from the left-hand side of the green, but the green slopes steeply from right to left as you look at it from the tee, and what he's going to have to do here is he's going to have to throw the bunker shot well beyond the flag, find the right part of the slope, get the ball to stop, and then slowly use its gravity to bring it back down towards the hole. So Spieth getting ready to hit the shot. Ian?
249 yards out for Koepka, third shot to the par 5-8, and this one climbs into those clear skies and heads up towards the green, into the heart of the green, and he's going to have a birdie putt of at least 75 feet because he's not got it to that back pin position. Alistair.
Jordan Spieth has settled those white golf shoes into the soft, fluffy white sand to the left of the 16th green. 3, 4, 5 purposeful practice strokes. Then he steps back. He's got to be careful there because a couple of more steps back and you're falling back into the pond in front of the 16th green, which would be very embarrassing for a former Masters champion. But he's too cool for that, is Jordan Spieth. Back into the bunker he goes, settles himself now, and this is a real thriller of a shot from Spieth. Onto the green it goes, up the slope it goes. The ball's actually disappeared from view in the shadows. Now he's hoping it's going to roll, and I'm looking to see if it's going to do that, and I think it is slowly trickling back, but now it's stopped, and he's probably got, from this distance, I'd say maybe 8 feet or so to save his par on the 16th. He's at 7 under par, Ian.
Incredible shot into the 9th from Russell Henley, who is in this as well. He's at 6 under par. He's judged it to perfection and will have a tap in for a birdie at the 9th, which will take him to 7 under par. So he will have covered the front 9 in 2 under par very, very shortly. We're just seeing now, Ali, the bunker shot that was played by Jordan Spieth, and it just didn't quite suck back down in the way that he was hoping.
He didn't hit it high enough, that's the thing. He hit it too clean. He wanted to get it to go up the hill way further so it will come back more.
Tigala chipping after taking a drop from the grandstand at the 17th. He's at 6 under par, and he's put that to around about 10-11 feet, so perhaps unlikely to remain in that position of 6 under. Young is another at 6 under after that eagle at 13, and he's just hit the most horrendous pull left and long on the 14th, so he's not finding the green in 2. That was, well, it looked brutally reckless.
It's freedom, freedom, freedom.
Until you get
That's
in contention.
how they're playing, with great freedom up to a point, and then all of a sudden something else kicks in. And Spieth has now gone back to chuntering Spieth, hasn't he? After that bunker shot. But with so many of them, it's like there's a ceiling of around, well, of 6 under. and then it becomes, and then all of a sudden it becomes an issue.
Well, then they're in contention again, aren't they? Then all of a sudden everything tightens up again. So yeah, it's the only one really who's playing very sensible, standard golf is Jon Rahm.
It's Jon Rahm, and he has the one-shot lead as we wait for pictures from the 8th again.
Just to tidy up, because we left it slightly hanging, although we'd given it to him. Cantlay did tap in for his par, which keeps him at 6 under par, but what a glorious opportunity that was for Cantlay to put himself back in the mix. Couldn't take it. Right, what news of Shane Lowry, John?
Yes, look who's muscling his way onto the fringes of it now. It's Shane Lowry. Stepped forward from the shadows, and he's hit a magnificent shot into the 11th, the par 4, the 11th. And he has got 6-7 feet, so 7 feet for a birdie here that would take him to 5 under par and 5 shots off the lead. And those big hunched shoulders are over the ball. He's in all black, and his ball is dropping in for a birdie at the 11th. What a play that is from the Irishman, Andrew McGee.
Incredible. Our third birdie on 11 today. Only one birdie all yesterday. Great birdie from Shane Lowry. 3 putts from Justin Rose. On to the 12th.
And on the 8th, Rahm chipping beautifully with his 3rd shot. This is heading towards the hole. Brilliant from the Spaniard. The leader is going to pick up another birdie here, and he's going to go 2 shots clear, it looks like. That was just brilliant. That was the touch of a Spanish maestro. And it's one of those that really brings to mind the great Severiano Ballesteros, who would have been 66 today. Now, what news of Jordan Spieth on 16? Alistair Bruce Ball.
I think he might have brought the chuntering down a notch or two. He's marching off the 16th with a par. So having not quite got the bunker shot quite right, he's holed the par putt. He's made a par save. He keeps himself at 7 under par. And that means he's 3 shots off Jon Rahm's lead with 2 holes to play. Mickelson couldn't make the birdie putt from the back of the green. So he made par, and he's at 6 under.
And we would expect Jon Rahm to extend that lead over Spieth by 4 shots. Just a little rolling for Rahm to go to 11 under, and he will play before Brooks Koepka, who has a monster putter. And I thought there was just a very nice little reaction from Rahm as he taps this in, but as he walked up to approach his ball, there was just a little nod of the head to the side. Yeah, that was good. That was decent.
He's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? And he's a genius with a short game. I mean, most Spaniards are, to be honest, but he's an absolute genius. That's not an easy shot. He pitched it 3/4 of the way up on that green. He probably had about 75 yards, something like that, but this pin is nearly all the way back. Let me just see how many it's on today. It is on 37, that's what I thought. 37
long
yards.
way.
But he's judged that to perfection and not far off holding it.
Yeah, Seve-esque, it really was. Now here's Koepka with an unlikely attempt at birdie, and it's not a bad effort. This looks very, very good from very long range, and it's a superb putt that comes to rest within 4, 5, 6 inches at most from the hole. Ricky Elliott takes the flag from that hole, and it'll be a simple tap in for Brooks Koepka, who was in trouble off the tee on the 8th, and the patrons gathered around this 8th green really have been treated there to 2 shots of the very highest quality from these 2 players in the final pairing.
Absolutely, yeah. That's a really good 5 from where he was. I mean, he had over 230 yards, 3rd shot. Magnificent shot into the heart of the green. Just looks like his shoulders are just slumped a little bit to me. Yeah. Looks a little bit maybe tired. And you look at the walk of Jon Rahm.
Massive difference in body
really
language, isn't there?
And Koepka is realising that he's now, having been 2 shots ahead, is now 2 shots behind the hottest player in the world this year in Jon Rahm. Up ahead at the 9th, 145 yards from the pine straw, Patrick Cantlay playing his 2nd shot to this par 4 and missing the green to the right, so he'll be chipping downhill with a big break from right to left on that, and that gives you the shivers, doesn't it? That one.
That's a shocker.
Ali on 16.
Yeah, Ryan Fox has nearly holed in one as well, so they're starting to get the hang of the par 3 16th. And do you know what? I couldn't even see the ball in the shadows away there, and you can just tell by the sort of scale of the roar around the green when it's a hole in one, because when it's a hole in one, they absolutely take the roof off. He's received an absolutely rapturous ovation for the tee shot, but it's ended up just shy. But Keegan Bradley's gone close, Ryan Fox has gone close, and of course all the leading groups still have to come through 15 and 16.
Victor Hovland misses with his approach to the 9th, and he's gone into the bunker front left of the green there.
He is just starting to go backwards. Rahm 11, well, not just starting, he is going backwards. Rahm is on 11 under, Koepka's on 9 under. The cheers you can hear there are for a replay on the monitor of Jordan Spieth saving par at 16. He's on 7 under. Russell Henley is on 7 under after that fantastic approach shot into the 9th. So he's 2 under at the turn, and he is very much in contention here. Mickelson, Young, Woodland, Hovland and Cantlay are all on 6 under. Tigala has dropped a shot at the 17th, so he drops to 5 under. And Jon Rahm, who is looking very, very good at the moment, is approaching his ball on the 9th.
2 under par for his opening 8 holes, Jon Rahm, with driver in hand on this par 4, the 9th, which swings in a dramatic dogleg from right to left. Rahm has struggled with this tee shot so far this week. He's found trouble down the right hand side a couple of times, but this one he has absolutely nailed, and none of the left to right fades that we have seen put him into potential bother on this 9th hole so far this week. He has split the fairway there. He'll be playing from the bottom of the hill up the hill to the green, and he is looking really, really good right now.
Yeah, he's absolutely nailing it, isn't he? The swing looks great. He looks as though he's enjoying every second of it, which is the main thing. He's putting much better. He's going to be tough to beat.
Koepka with his tee shot launches into it. That's a good one as well. And he bends down, picks up the tee very languidly and sees the ball bouncing in the fairway down at the bottom of the depression. I think on the angle he'll be further away, but they've both got unencumbered second shots up the hill to the par 4 9th.
You look like you're about to say something mischievous here, Trish.
No, I was just thinking that when you watch Koepka's body language, he never gets too excited at anything, to be perfectly honest. And he's a big bloke, and he just looks... It's like he's looking at Jon Rahm and sort of thinking, you're flipping annoying, you know, just go away, just give me a bit of peace for a couple of holes.
You wonder though, don't you? We talk about some of the other guys lower down playing with a bit of a freedom until they reach the ceiling. It may be different for Koepka. You wonder if he could find some of that freedom, because he is now 2 behind. But it'll be harder for him given the situation he was in at the start of the round, and he is paired with the man who is looking incredibly impressive at the moment.
Yeah, and especially, you know, he knows he had a 4-shot lead, no matter what he might have said. And actually, it was interesting the fact that he even referred to that and got annoyed at the fact after the round, when the reporter asked him that he'd gone from 4 shots to 2 shots. And he's like, well, no, I had a 2-shot lead to begin with. Well, you know, that's a kind of niggly reaction, because, yeah, actually, I did have a 4-shot lead. And it is down to 2, and that is annoying.
Let's go out to Amen Corner. John Murray and Andrew McGee are there. If I was going to borrow $1 off you, Andrew, to put on a player to win this at the moment, it would go on Rahm, wouldn't it?
Bingo. It wouldn't be Justin Rose, who just dunked one in the water here on 12. So he's having a bit of a spell. Beautiful long birdie effort from Patrick Reed in front of us on 11. But yes, I would do the $1 right now if you'd like it.
Yeah, well, yes, actually, yeah, absolutely. I don't want to encourage gambling, but if you want to give me $1 to put on Rahm, I'll do that. Ali.
On the 15th, from the view I've got here, I'm just thinking, Mark, this clutch of players on 6 under, 7 under par, once they start coming through 15, 16, getting to the end of the round, you know, the 15th, as we've seen today, is gettable. You could make an eagle here, you could make a birdie on 16, you could pick 3 shots up very quickly. Well, Cam Young, the man who finished second in the Open Championship last summer, is on the 15th in our sight at the moment. 6 under par he is, so that's 5 shots off Jon Rahm's lead. From where I'm sitting right now, looking back down the fairway, it looks like he's he's a little bit too far left with the tee shot to be able to go for this green in 2, because there is a collection of the pine trees that sort of eat into the left-hand portion of this fairway, and you will see players hit that draw shot around the corner, but this would be a big swinging draw if he's going to have a go from there. So he's marching back to the ball with the caddy at the moment. I'll keep you updated, Ian.
Cantlay, lovely chip from back right of the 9th, wonderfully judged because it was downhill to the hole, and he's put it to within just a couple of feet of the hole. I said a couple of inches there because we're just getting sight of where Ryan Fox's tee shot went on the 16th that Ali was describing, and he was 2 inches away from a hole in one there. But that was a good chip from Cantlay.
Yeah, it was a fabulous chip, really quick. Got to judge it perfectly, give it loads of right to left, which he did. Now he's got the easiest putt on the hole. The 4-footer coming pretty much just maybe a tad of right to left up the hill.
Hovland came out of the bunker. He's going to have around about 10 feet to save his par. Henley at 7 under, 181 yards out on the 10th as he fires this one up and finds the bunker to the right of the green. Long bunker shot to come. That won't be easy.
You're laughing, aren't you? Because it's another one. They've hit 7 under. Can you go again? No, we're in a bunker.
No, I'm laughing because he's one of your guys.
Oh, you're right, yeah. It would be fair to say that Henley and Hovland, my 2 in Ali's very poorly run sweepstake, are going backwards. We're watching Hovland, but it feels like we said this numerous times today. He's got a 10-12 footer for par.
Yeah, and that is a reflection of his short game, I'm afraid. That's what he has to live by if he can't find the greens, because he's not as efficient around the greens as most of his peers. Here comes Hovland to save par, and he misses to the right, and so he will drop a shot and go back to 5 under par as we take you ahead to the 17th and Catherine Downs.
And a moment of lefty magic, vintage Phil Mickelson into the 17th here. Beautiful shot with the wedge from about 130, 140 yards, and it's come up within, centimetres of the pin. It'll be a tap-in birdie for Phil Mickelson, the 3-time champion here. He will move to 7 under par. His playing partner, Jordan Spieth, just about to hit it as the sun comes out here, and the yardage of flesh on display here at 17 is increasing with every minute as the sun comes out, burns off the clouds. And another beautiful shot from Jordan Spieth as well, a real birdie chance for Spieth. He's put it in to within 10 feet. So these two are on a streak as they head up their final 2 holes of this 87th Masters.
That Mickelson one wasn't far from it going in.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, goodness me. And yet it still sounds very quiet.
No, you should have heard the roar. You guys
fine.
were talking about Victor Hovland going backwards or something. Yeah. Something less exciting, but there was an enormous roar as Mickelson landed it on the green. And do you know what? We talked, didn't we, over the first couple of days about how quiet Phil's been and how quiet the galleries have been as well. And he didn't get much innovation at all on the opening day, did he? Having defected to the controversial Live Tour, having not played last year because of that self-imposed ban from his comments about the PGA Tour and what he said to the journalist Alan Shipnuck, and so he took himself away from golf. But as this tournament has gone on, and in fact as he's played better and better and better, the warmth from the crowd is palpable. Ali.
Thank you, Kat. If I get a chance at some point, I am going to defend myself on the horrible slurs that have been thrown at the 5 Live sweepstake by Mark Chapman and others during our coverage this evening. But I don't have time to do that right now because I've got Cam Young on 6 under par, and he's got an awkward shot to play. Again, this is a par 5 15th Augusta Sunday Classic. Downhill lie all the way, and I don't care, how good these fairways are. This is tricky. Downhill lie, pond obviously to clear, green that slopes from back to front, and I've already seen a couple of balls today pitch into this green, almost pitch pin high, but then the backspin kicks in and then they roll and they keep rolling and they go all the way back into the water. So this is all about getting the distance right and then controlling the golf ball with this wedge. Cam Young at 6 under par. Here we go. Long, steady backswing. In it comes to the green. It's going to bounce once, then twice, and then it starts to spin. And now we've got to be careful here. But it's not vicious, fast, fizzing spin, and it's gently going to roll to a halt. So probably about 20 feet for Cam Young to make a birdie, which could get him to 7 under par. Our leader, of course, Jon Rahm, still 11 under par. Ian.
Victor Hovland, confirmation of the bogey at the 9th, so he's gone to the turn in 39, and having been firmly in contention, has faded miserably really on that opening 9 holes, just as he did at St Andrews when he shared a 4-stroke advantage with Rory McIlroy going into the final round of last year's Open Championship. So Hovland back into a share of 9th place at 5 under par. Spieth and Mickelson are the guys we're going to have to watch closely as we come through the next 10 minutes or so, because they're going to go to the 18th with the opportunity to set the clubhouse lead. But first, Jon Rahm, the leader on the course, 11 under par, great tee shot, 326 yards, so just under 130 yards to go, and that's a very good looking shot if the ball stops now, but it's not behaving. It skipped up to the hole side, and then the backspin on it made it suck back, and it has run at a rate of knots off the front of the green and down the slope at the front of the green, leaving a very difficult chip to judge for Jon Rahm, as we go back to Jordan Spieth and Catherine Downs.
Yeah, he's got 7 or 8 feet up the slope here for his birdie. Will it drop? It does! And Jordan Spieth punches the air. The crowd are on their feet. Such a popular champion he's been over the years, hasn't he, Jordan Spieth? And he knows how to win around these fairways. Looking to post a number as he heads to the 18th tee and set the clubhouse lead. He's on 8 under par now, 3 shots off the lead, and heading to the 18th, which is played as the hardest hole on the course today. What a statement of intent it would be for Jordan Spieth if he could pick up another birdie here and move to 9 under par at the close of his final round.
Well, Andrew McGee, it sounds a very obvious thing to say, doesn't it? But if he does get a birdie on 18, he then is in the clubhouse on 9 under. Rahm is on 11 under as he approaches the turn, and yes, there are opportunities on the back 9, but there are dangers on the back 9, particularly where you are today at Amen Corner. And Spieth gets in the clubhouse at 9 under, then he will definitely feel he has a chance.
Well, we know Jon Rahm is grinding and he's leading, but yes, this 11th hole, we've seen some good shots the last couple of groups here. We've young Sam Bennett has just stuffed it in here about 4 feet away on this very difficult par 4, and 12 is like normal, just playing havoc with everybody. No one's getting it close.
Yeah, we've seen all sorts at 12, as usual, on the final day of the Masters. Jason Day was at the back of the green, chipped off all the way across the green, down into the water. Justin Rose's tee shot ended up in the water. He's back to 1 under now. So all that to come here at Amen Corner. Back to you, Ali.
Yeah, Rahm at 11 under, Koepka at 9 under, Spieth at 8 under when the red 8 went up in that little square under the 17th hole. On the leaderboard here by the 15th green, there was a big roar, and now Cam Young trying to get into the mix as well. He has got a birdie putt to come here on the 15th green. He's just backed off for a second. This is to get him to 7 under par. What's happening with Jon Rahm, Ian?
He's about to chip on the 9th, having spun off the front of the green. It's not run all the way to the bottom of the slope, I think, just because of the moisture that we've had, so much rain obviously in the build up to this final day. That helped him there, but even so, tricky chip here. 3rd shot at the par 4 for Rahm, leading the Masters by 2 as it stands. Pumps it forward, this heads towards the hole and then runs by the hole, missing just on the right edge, and that's going to be a tricky putt coming back down the slope.
Yeah, it really is. That's going to be quick and right to left, and if it misses, it's just going to keep trundling on. What's so exciting about this hole at the Masters? They're birdie opportunities, but they're bogey opportunities as well.
Russell Henley holds his nerve and makes his par, getting up and down from the greenside bunker. The American remains at 7 under alongside Mickelson, with Spieth at 8 under, Koepka at 9 under and Rahm at 11 under. Ali, Cam Young?
Yeah, Cam Young didn't make the birdie putt. Interestingly, a bit like Jordan Spieth, coming up from the front of that green to the hole cut at the back right, everyone has left that putt short, and immediately as soon as they've hit the putt, they've known that and walked after it, and Cam Young did exactly the same thing. So he remains at 6 under par, and he's got 3 holes of his final round to play. His playing partner Joaquin Niemann is just lining up a birdie putt from about 7-8 feet, but he's at 1 under par, so I don't think he's winning this year's Masters.
18th tee, and Jordan Spieth, Cat, you can see.
Round, it's taken Tom Kim and Keegan Bradley a matter of seconds for them to clear the fairway, and Jordan Spieth's already been standing behind it. He's been pacing up and down this tee box waiting for them to clear. Oh my goodness, that one looks like he's lost it to the left a little bit. I can't see the ball landing, but yeah, down that left-hand side, am I right?
Yeah, way left into the trees. Scattering of spectators there, not what he was looking for. Seemed to snatch at it, Trish.
Oh, so annoying. Just got right back into the thick of things. One more birdie and you've got every chance of at least maybe a playoff, and he snap hooks it.
So trouble for Spieth on 18. Koepka looking to weave some magic here. His approach shot to the 9th found the left fringe of the green, close to the bunkers that run down that left side of the green at the top of the hill. Sits just in front of the clubhouse. You know, when they originally designed this golf course, this would have been the 18th, and then they switched the 9s because every time they went out in the winter to play, Amen Corner was too frosty, so they flipped it round. Anyway, here comes the putt from Koepka, gathering pace as it goes past the hole, and running and going 6-7 feet by. So he's struggling to remain at 9 under. Rahm's got a tester to remain at 11 under. And Phil Mickelson, Cat, is on the 18th tee.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful drive from the 3-time champion. You can see why this hole is playing so difficult today, the hardest hole on the course, as I'm standing at the back of the grandstand on 17 with my back to the green and looking up the 18th, which is like a corridor anyway, so difficult to hit the fairway here. The wind is whistling right down between the pine trees and right into the faces of the players. Jordan Spieth looking for a very unlikely birdie to post the marker in the clubhouse. If he can pick up a birdie here, he'd move to 9 under par, but it's looking very, very unlikely given where his drives ended up in.
More likely that Mickelson could post the score at 8 under par, because that was a lovely tee shot from him. He's found the fairway. If he can birdie the last, he would set the target at 8 under. As it stands at the moment, it's 5 under with Tikala. Obviously a load of golf still to be played. And here's an important putt for Brooks Koepka, putting through his shadow from 6 feet to save par on the 9th, sends it forward towards the hole and misses on the right edge. And that is not the outward half that Brooks Koepka was looking for, having taken a 2-shot lead into the final round. He's gone to the turn in 39, 3 bogeys, no birdies, and he drops back to 8 under par. So Jon Rahm is now 3 shots clear, but with a tester to come on the 9th to remain in that position at 11 under.
He looks tired at the moment. So, and look, and by the way, it's got nothing to do with liver. I'm not saying that. He just looks like he hasn't got any energy at the moment, and that may be just because of the golf that he's playing as we watch Rahm for par.
Yeah. So this is a real tricky one. It's got a good bit of right to left in it. It's only 4.5, 5 feet tops. And he'll be aiming just outside the right edge, sends it, looks for it to turn, and no, it missed by a good couple of inches on the right side, and it ran on by a couple of feet. He'll have to take care over the one coming back.
Yeah, he will, and I tell you what, I agree with Chappers absolutely that Koepka looks like he's got no energy, but I tell you what, that'll give him a bit of energy. That putt missing, that's a bit of a shot in the arm for Koepka, because he's had a miserable 9 holes.
And here is Jon Rahm coming back up the hill. We always said it was going to be a tricky par save. He was so, well, we say unlucky, but he just didn't judge it right. Then in it goes, it's a bogey. So he's back to 10 under par. Rahm 10 under, Spieth 8 under, Koepka 8 under. Spieth in trouble on 18. Koepka and Rahm with 9 holes to go in the Masters. 1 hole to go for Phil Mickelson. Slap bang in the middle of the fairway at 7 under par. Russell Henley's in this right now because he's playing the 11th at 7 under as well. Cam Young at 6 under. Patrick Reed with a big putt on 12 has moved to 6 under par. Patrick Cantlay's not out of it either. 9 holes to go for him, and he's also at 6 under.
Very quickly, if Mickelson birdies 18, he will have the clubhouse lead at 8 under, 2 off the leader who is out on the course. If I had said to you that was going to happen on Masters Sunday, Andrew McGee, on Thursday morning before this started, what would you have said to me? And please don't swear.
I would think he's going to miss the cut. He's not going to, but But this is crazy. He loves this place. This looks like Freddie Couples also. You know, they just love coming here. They know the nuances. I'm just astonished, and you can just see them feeding off each other. Spieth and Mickelson are feeding off each other, whereas, you know, Koepka's and Rahm are not really. So it's a pretty obvious thing. Mickelson, I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's playing well.
Spieth needs to get out of the trees on 18. Mickelson nicely up the fairway on 18. The leaders have reached the turn, or the leader has reached the turn, I should say. Rahm and Koepka about to play 10. Let's just break very quickly. We'll be back very soon for the BBC News. Here's Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Mark, thank you. The funeral has taken place for two British Israeli sisters, Maya and Rina D, who were killed in a shooting in the West Bank on Friday. The service was addressed by their father, Rabbi Leo D, who told the congregation the whole country was mourning their deaths. Concerns have been raised for an estimated 400 people on a boat in the Mediterranean, which is believed to have run out of power and is at risk of sinking. Charities say the vessel left eastern Libya and has made it to waters off Malta. The Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton Harris has declined to give a timescale for the restoration of power sharing at Stormont. Speaking to the BBC ahead of President Biden's visit to Belfast this week, Mr Heaton Harris said he believed the government could address concerns the Democratic Unionists have about post-Brexit trading arrangements, but he wouldn't say when the executive might sit again.
Anybody who was predicting a date by which the executive would go back in Northern Ireland would be someone who could also sell you a four-leaf clover. No one knows when it'll go back. Deadlines are deadly in Northern Ireland terms.
Hertfordshire Police have confirmed that fresh allegations, including some of sexual assault, have been made against the former Met Police officer David Carrick since his conviction earlier this year. He was jailed for 30 years in February after pleading guilty to 49 charges, including 24 of rape. And the BBC says it's in contact with Twitter after its main @BBC account was labelled as government-funded media by the social media company. The corporation says it's hoping to resolve the issue as soon as possible, adding it is and always has been independent and funded by the British public through the licence fee.
The Masters 2023 on 5 Live with Mark Chapman.
No messing about. Phil Mickelson's giving himself a birdie chance on 18.
Oh, brilliant approach off that brilliant tee shot, and he's puffing out his cheeks right now. The 52-year-old Phil Mickelson is on the verge of setting the clubhouse lead and really make the leaders think. As it stands at the moment, Rahm at 10 under par, Spieth at 8 under par, Koepka at 8 under par, but Mickelson will have a 10-footer on the last to get to 8 under par as well.
Koepka's hand came off the club on his drive on the 10th. He's gone right slightly, Trish.
Yeah, he's looking very ragged, isn't he, indeed? There's no part of his game at the moment that's hitting the heights required to have a green jacket put on him at the end of the day. It's disappointing from Koepka.
Jordan Spieth has work to do to save his par on 18 as well. He's out of the trees, but he's maybe, 100 yards short of the green?
Yes,
roughly?
he's had to come out sideways. He's sort of in the shadow, so to speak, of the big oak tree that is short right by about, I want to say 80, 90 yards of the green, but he's got a good angle to come in from there, so it's not the worst place to be.
If you're just joining us, this is 5 Live at the Masters, the 87th Masters, with Jon Rahm the leader on 10 under, Jordan Spieth on at 8 under. He's coming down 18. Rahm's just on 10. Brooks Koepka also on 10. He's on 8 under. Phil Mickelson on 18 on 7 under, but with a birdie opportunity. The American Russell Henley on 7 under as well, and he is playing 11, so he'll be coming into John Murray and Andrew McGee's site very shortly. They are overseeing Amen Corner for us. Alistair Bruce Ball is over 15, 16. Catherine Downs has a view of the set. He's over the 17th green, but can also see the 18th tee. And to remind you once again that you can also follow the text commentary page on the BBC Sport website, and on there you will get in-play video clips as well, so you can listen to us, read the comments and watch the clips as well, all on the one page on the BBC Sport website. We are set for a couple of hours here of absolute drama, really depending on what Jon Rahm does, Ian, because if he falls to the dangers that are out there on this back nine, then Spieth and Mickelson and Henley all come into play. And you never know, you could go further to Cameron Young and would you believe it, Patrick Reed.
Yeah, after that birdie at the 12th. So yeah, it's fascinatingly poised, and I kind of just got a little bit
excited,
tied up on Rahm, because your initial thought is he was unlucky on 9, because it looked a glorious approach in and the ball settled close to the hole but then spun all the way back. I'll come back to that point in a moment, because Spieth has played his wedge up onto the green and he's given himself actually Mickelson's putt when he won it for the first time in 2004, around about 15-16 feet. So almost exactly, could say to Mickelson, what's the line here? And Mickelson would know it, and then we'd have all sorts going off. Cantlay misses for par on 10, and so he goes, well, he's got a glass ceiling at 6 under.
He won't go past 6 under, one Patrick
5 under. But that you know, the margins are so close for Rahm. Here we see Henley, and John has it chipping on 11.
Yes, but he's rolled it well past, Ian. That was a few moments ago, and it's rolled on well past. So he could drop a shot here, Henley, and he's going to play next, actually. And this is all of 8-10 feet to save his par at the 11th and remain at 7 under. While his playing partner, Matsuyama, the champion 2 years ago, actually has a very good opportunity to get the 6 under, join the 6 under club. But I'll let you know what happens.
I think Cam Young is also on the 6 under club. We might start calling it the 6 under ceiling, because you will have eyes on him, Ali, as well.
Yeah, 16th green. Tee shot looked really good actually online. It was one that immediately had us interested, but it was long, so went through the back of the green, has chipped back onto the putting surface, and actually I've slightly lost track of what he's been doing on that green, because then I turned my eyes to the right-hand side and saw Scotty Scheffler and Matt Fitzpatrick on their way down the 15th, and Fitzpatrick's had a go at the green in 2 and has found the water. So he is at 4 under par, but he is going to be very shortly playing his 4th shot into the 15th green. Scheffler's gone just over the back of the green in 2. Here's Ian.
Second shot for Brooks Koepka, the 32-year-old from Florida, the LIV player, who is ranked 118 in the world. 12 months ago he was 17 in the world, but taking himself out of the tournaments by playing for LIV that count on the world golf rankings. He has slipped out of the top 100 and he has missed to the right of the green from 231 yards out. He has green to work with, but he's on a severe downslope with the bunker between him and the green, so a big miss to the right for Koepka. As we turn our attention to the 18th green, big crowds already there, gathered around, seeing 2 of the superstars of modern day golf, Jordan Spieth and Phil Mickelson. First to putt will be Spieth. It is that putt, isn't it, that Mickelson had?
It certainly is, yeah. But he'll know it, Jordan Spieth. He'll have had this putt many times anyway. He'll know exactly, but can he get it rolling on the line that he wants, at the pace he wants? Massive putt.
For par, to set the target at 8 under par. Jordan Spieth, the champion in 2015, sends this ball forward towards the hole, misses to the left, and a bogey finish, an anticlimactic finish for Jordan Spieth after a real surge on the back 9 of the 87th Masters. Big putt coming for Phil Mickelson. We'll be all over that for you. But first, let's have a look at the leader, because Jon Rahm's hit a lovely tee shot, 316 yards, and he's got 191 to go. It's an 8 iron for the Spaniard. Down the hill, over the bunker that sits well short of the green, and that was very nicely judged. The ball landing within 12 feet of the flag and then spinning back to 16, maybe 20 feet. 20 feet up the hill for Jon Rahm for birdie, as we now switch back to the 18th. What a moment this for the slimline 52-year-old, 3-time champion, 6 times a major winner, and here he comes. Now, Phil Mickelson to get to 8 under par and set the target at the 87th Masters at the age of 52. Phil Mickelson. And it's around about 10 feet And the ball is rolling towards the hole now, tracking, and disappearing. And he clenches his fist in the way that he did when the Open Championship was won at Muirfield by him in 2013. He came from nowhere that day. He's done it again here at Augusta, and he's not going anywhere right now. He's going to sit back and see what the young guns can do. And with the trademark thumbs up gesture with his right hand and then his left hand. Oh, he enjoyed that. Boy, he did. A birdie finish, a 65, and Mickelson sets the target at 8 under par.
Well, you have got to be kidding me.
Exactly.
You have got to be kidding me. Let's just see Jordan Spieth finish off here before we get some reaction.
Wow. Phil Mickelson. God, you count him out at your peril, don't you? This is for bogey for Spieth. Mickelson's beaten Spieth at the 87th Masters. We can say that already. And Spieth finishes with a 66. Wow, if you followed these two today, you will have been royally entertained. A 66 and a 65. And a handshake between the two players. And they don their caps once again, and off they go. And listen to the patrons now. This is the reception for Phil Mickelson. This is the smile that has been missing from his face for the last 18 months or so. He's defected to LIV. He went from the superhero of golf to golf's ultimate bad boy, and now he's back in the good books. Boy, he's back in the good books. A 65 will do that for you on the last day of the Masters in the sunshine at Augusta. Low fives all round from the spectators, and off he marches. And will the LIV players be mustering now? I'm just wondering if he's the LIV player that will be donning the green jacket. A lot of golf still to be played. It's still an outside chance, but it is a chance.
Utterly extraordinary, it really is. I mean, like him or loathe him, you have to say with Phil Mickelson, what a competitor to come absolutely out of nowhere with no form whatsoever. Didn't even play here last year because of the situation with LIV, because of the words that he'd spoken, everything about it, and he's been so low-key this week. Didn't speak hardly at the players' dinner, at the champions' dinner. We'll just watch Koepka.
Third shot. Chipping from the right of the 10th. As I say, he's got plenty of green to work with, and he's using that green as well as the ball meanders through the dappled shadows that are across this putting surface, and he's put it to 8-9 feet.
Mickelson, 1 under par for his first round, 71. He then shot a 3 under par second round, actually, so he got the better half as well, didn't he, really? But then a 75 for the third round, so 3 over for that round, and then a 65 today.
What does that do for you, Trish? I mean, you know, you're of a similar vintage, so you'll have gone through. But just in terms of your career, I'm going to ask you that in just a moment. But he's just reminded himself he can play this game, and when you reach that stage of your career, it does go away, but it then comes back. So I'll be really interested into your insight in that in just a moment. But first we must concentrate on this birdie putt for Jon Rahm, and the ball is on its way up the hill, and it comes to rest just to the hole side by 8-9 inches, and that will be an easy par putt for Jon Rahm, and nothing's going to be easy on this back nine, so anything that is very straightforward will be very, very welcome as he seeks his first Masters title and his second major title. He knocks off a hole there. He stays in front by 2, 10 under par and 2 shots clear.
I think the interesting thing with Mickelson is he's never short of confidence. He's that type of character. But even at 52 years of age, I saw an interview with him earlier in the week, he's still got swing speed. This is the thing. He can compete with these guys because he's still got plenty of swing speed. He can still get it out there around about 300 yards. So he's still competitive. And Phil's short game, short putting might be dodgy sometimes, but he's still got a hell of a short game.
We've talked a lot this week about LIV and LIV golfers, and one of the things we talked about Brooks Koepka earlier was that he's done it, got on with it, hasn't really talked about it, hasn't really been a lightning rod for the anger. Mickelson has, was and has, and probably still is, and Patrick Reed has and was and still is, and Reed is another making a charge. He's given himself a birdie opportunity on 13, which would take him to 7 under.
With the 15th to come, here's Koepka looking to save par, and well done for the Floridian there, because that is one heck of an up and down from the right of the 10th. So like Jon Rahm, he emerges with a par, a more stressful one it must be said, and off they walk up the hill away to the extended 11th tee, with Rahm at 10 under par, Mickelson in the clubhouse at 8 under par with the clubhouse lead, and Koepka alongside Rahm also at 8 under.
You've got Koepka and Mickelson tied on 8 under. You've got Patrick Reed, who could be going to 7 under. I just have this image of Greg Norman in front of a bank of televisions stroking a cat, thinking this is all going very well at the moment.
Can you seriously imagine the one player that wins this? If Phil Mickelson wins this, the instigator, if you like, with Greg Norman of Liv, the one that every player, I can't even get my head around it.
It is remarkable, but Jon Rahm is the leader. He has a 2-shot lead. He is 10 under. Mickelson and Koepka 8 under. Mickelson in the clubhouse, Spieth in the clubhouse as well on 7 under. So Rahm and Koepka are about to hit Amen corner. John Murray and Andrew McGee are there. There are others, Patrick Reed being one, who will very soon, in maybe half an hour's time, come into view of Alistair Bruce Ball, and Trish, who's going to go and join Ali over 15, 16. Ian keeping an eye on everything. Cat Downs is over 17, and remember, go onto the BBC Sport website, you can follow the text commentary, and you will get the in-play clips, as well as all the commentary and our commentary. So you get the whole package on the BBC Sport website. In the midst of all of this is Russell Henley, 7 under, with a chance to go to 8 under on 12, John and Andrew.
Yes, it's as you were with Henley and Matsuyama, 7 under and 5 under, and Henley now long putt across the 12th green for birdie, but into the shadows it goes, and we can still see the ball. So Russell Henley remains at 7 under. I feared he was about to drop a shot at the 11th, but he holed out extremely well from 8-10 feet. And Matsuyama, who I thought might get his for birdie, didn't hole it. So Matsuyama, though, will also have a chance for birdie here. So on the fringes of things. But Henley, we certainly can't count him out. 7 under, 3 shots off the leader, Jon Rahm.
On the 11th tee, this monstrous par 4, 520 yards, and he's ready now, the leader of the Masters by 2 at 10 under par. Slightly open stance, that will help him move the ball from left to right through the air to mirror the shape of this hole, and that's a wonderful tee shot from Rahm. He has driven the ball imperiously in this final round, and he is in A1 position off the tee. The Spaniard, who is 28 years of age, ranked number 3 in the world, playing his 26th major and looking for his 2nd major title, having won the 2021 US Open at Torrey Pines. And now Brooks Koepka has to make up a 2-shot deficit over these closing 8 holes, and gun barrel straight off the tee, and that's equally impressive. Lovely tee shot from Koepka as well. So both Rahm and Koepka have hit their tee shots. Rahm in an excellent position, and Koepka doing very nicely there as well, and just avoiding a divot in the fairway on the 11th as well. So they march off as we take you to the 17th. Cam Young in the sights of Cat Downs.
Yeah, just floated one into this green that looks like the map of Australia, as I heard Alistair Bruce Ball describe it earlier, and the flag, as he described it, in the position of Cairns, up in Queensland, really, on that kind of promontory of the green that splurges out towards the 18th tee on the back right portion. And Cameron Young's going to have a very similar putt to the birdie putt that we saw Jordan Spieth hole just a few moments ago, just a few feet longer for his birdie that would move him to 7 under par. Ian, I'll bring you news of that later.
Thanks, Kat. Patrick Reed capitalising on the 13th, another of the Liv players, and he moves up the leaderboard to 7 under par, into a share of 4th place. A big finish for him, could repeat the 2018 triumph for Patrick Reed. Let's go to John. Russell Henley watch.
Yes, at the 12th, the par 3 12th, another very good par putt from him. He actually rolled his birdie effort 5 feet past, but the man from the state of Georgia was able to roll it in to stay at 7 under, Andrew.
Yeah, he's an aggressive putter. He putts very well. He's very aggressive. He had a 40-footer around 12, and he ran it about 5 feet by, so he is not lagging. He's in this game. And Matsuyama rolled his first birdie putt, about 4 feet by. Over that putt in the distance, maybe 200 yards away. John, what do you think? 12 green from our vantage point, standing over it, black pants, white shirt, in the shadows of the big pine trees. It drops.
And it
goes
goes
far.
Yep. So Matsuyama remains at 5 under, Ian, and Russell Henley is still there. Would be a very popular winner in the year that Larry Mize retired, of course. But Cantlay, Henley 7 under par, 3 shots behind the leader.
Andrew, you've played 7 of these Masters. You have been with us for 18 of them as well. So with all that experience, is the biggest danger for Jon Rahm the 12th hole, do you think? We'll get your answer on that after we've heard from Kat.
Yeah, and Cameron Young, the 25-year-old New Yorker, runner-up at the Open last year, he and his caddy on 6 under par as they hit the 17th green, have spent a good 3 or 4 minutes looking over their shoulders to the big white leaderboard that's away to my right. It's almost as though they were counting on their fingers. You saw their eyebrows go up when they saw that Phil Mickelson has got the clubhouse lead at 8 under par. He knows Cameron Young standing over this birdie putt on 17 that he's just a couple of shots behind, so he could draw level with Mickelson with a birdie finish here. But this is a long birdie putt up the hill, about 15-17 feet or so. It's on the same line as I mentioned as Jordan Spieth. He just darted it up the hill, straight as an arrow and straight into the hole. There was a punch of the fist from Jordan Spieth as he went off to the 18th. Are we going to see the same from Cameron Young? He's given it a good wrap and it's in! It's in! An identical putt from Cameron Young, an identical fist pump from him as well. He plucks the ball from the hole. He moves to 7 under par. And if he can get a birdie on the 18th, as I've said, playing the hardest and into the wind up the hill, well, he'll be level with Phil Mickelson on 8 under par.
Wowee, it's happening all over the place right now. So, Andrew, what do you think? Is 12 the biggest danger to a man who has a 2-shot lead coming down the back 9 of the Masters, i.e. Jon Rahm?
We have seen more doubles and more bogeys than birdies. Let me just say that. The only birdies are from long putts from Mickelson and Patrick Reed. Very nervy stuff. 12 is playing straight downwind, 161 yards. Doesn't look like much, but it's really been playing havoc with these players. I'd say 14 left to right wind off the tee for the big fader Jon Rahm to keep that ball in the fairway, keep it out of the pine straw and the right trees. But I mean, he has a 2 par 5s. He's driving the ball beautifully. I'd say he's in the driver's seat.
Okay, well, I'm going to describe for you the second shots coming into 11, so stand by. 183 yards out. Koepka's second shot is on its way, turning over from right to left, but it looks good, John.
Oh, very good, very good. Right in the middle of the green it lands and then spins back away from the hole, which is cut towards the back left, but he is there, he's on the green, and he will have a chance for birdie, albeit from 25 feet.
Patrons all on their feet now, craning their necks, looking back up the 11th to catch this shot from Jon Rahm.
Rahm's drive
all day.
Rahm's drive, Andrew, 343 yards.
Oh my gosh.
And he's now addressing the ball. I told you it was a good one, didn't I? So here he goes with his second shot, and you can see all those spectators down the right-hand side craning their necks. What a picture-perfect scene this is as he hits to Amen corner. The ball on its way, going gun barrel straight for the green, John.
Yeah, patrons I can see are pointing at it in the air, and it lands on the green on the right side, and he's left himself a similar distance to Brooks Koepka. Rahm with the 2-shot lead, so Rahm on the right side of the green, all of 25-30 feet away.
Yeah, safely in the middle of the green. No time for heroics for Jon Rahm. Middle of the greens, 2 putts. This might get it done.
Great scene here. Great scene. People are joining the throng all of the time in this bright sunshine at Amen Corner. This, the last two players out on the course. Somehow, I don't know quite how, it looks as though the Augusta National is going to get this 87th Masters done on a Sunday afternoon stroke evening in glorious conditions. And the man who's in charge right now is the big Spaniard. There we see him now walking into our side. Here's the applause for Jon Rahm and for Brooks Koepka. But first on the tee up ahead, we'll just have to keep an eye as well on Victor Hovland and Patrick Cantlay, who have both slipped out of contention right at the top of the leaderboard. 5 under par, the two of them, and the two men in the final group just waiting side by side, watching Patrick Cantlay, the world number 4, hit his tee shot. Looks on target for the middle of the 12th green. He's watching after it, and whether it is safely on the putting surface is a little difficult to tell, but there is applause down there as well, so I think he is. But here's the applause now for Rahm and Koepka walking onto the green together. Patrick Cantlay over the back of the 12th green, incidentally. But here they are, the two men. We thought for a long period of time, certainly yesterday, that this might develop into a two-horse race, but not so.
Not so fast. Amen Corner, Sunday afternoon, John. Have we seen this? Have we seen this? It looks like it's going to be easy, and then just one shot can change the fortunes of Jon Rahm. But he is in good shape here. 11th hole, 500. They added another tee in the back, didn't they? It's 530, 20 yards, I believe now. That's a par 4, folks. Safely on, 35-footer for birdie coming up shortly.
So if you've just switched on to us on 5 Live on this Sunday night back home, Jon Rahm leads the way, the Spaniard. 40 years on, incidentally, from the last time that Seve Ballesteros won the Masters. That was pointed out to us, wasn't it, Andrew, by a couple of R&A gentlemen who were sitting with us on the back row of the stand here. And of course, as we know with Sergio Garcia, with his win here, what it means for the Spaniards to come here. But Rahm is from northern Spain, he's from the Basque Country, and he's stalking around this 18th green. His record is excellent here. I think there's long been a feeling that he would very much suit a green jacket on his shoulders. And with them being equidistant, just waiting to see. I think it is going to be Jon Rahm, Andrew, is it, to put first? Certainly yes. His ball's on the green.
Yes, it's Jon Rahm to putt first as we're looking up at 12 and watching Victor Hovland survey his sand shot. Now Jon Rahm over it with that familiar routine that we've been watching all week long, all year long. Over the putter now, casting a long shadow as we're getting into the evening here in Augusta, Georgia. Right to left, we've seen this all day. If you miss this shot, second shot left of the pin, you've made a mistake. Ball is on its way, sliding right to left. It's got good speed.
Oh, it looks good.
Oh, he dipped his knees and just slid by.
Pulled up short and left, but it's by the hole side. And Rahm, I'm sure, will just walk around that and pop it in. Victor Hovland up ahead on the 12th, back on 5 under now. One of the joint first round leaders has splashed out of the sand to within 2 or 3 feet of the hole on the par 3 12th. But now Brooks Koepka. So the way is slightly open for him here. This is still very much outside chance territory on the left side of the 11th green. But 2 shots behind the long-time leader, Brooks Koepka. Needs something to spark him, and this is not it. He hits the putt and he's immediately off, walking after it, and the body language there is not good.
I mean, it started left, 3 foot left of the hole right off the get-go. Obviously, he's not hitting his lines, frustrated, came straight up and out of that and chased after it, but it wasn't even close from, let's say, 18 feet. I mean, 3 foot left off the get-go.
Patrick Cantlay up ahead on the 12th, playing from off the back of the green, has rolled it on and passed, and it'll be him to play next. Still 5 feet to make his par 3 and remain at 5 under. But Koepka has still got a little bit of work to do on this. So Rahm 10 under, Koepka on 8 under, Phil Mickelson in on 8 under. Remarkable turn of events that. And Koepka this to remain in second place. Does hole out from 2 or 3 feet, and that is it. That's the 11th completed. So the 2-shot lead remains for Jon Rahm, and they'll come up onto the 12th. But first of all, the players up ahead have got to tidy up on the 12th green ahead, the 2-5 under, so we will have a little pause here before they'll play. Great ovation though for the two of them. Rahm and Koepka are joining them there as well. Jon Rahm looking up, but very much his eyes and his focus on the job in hand. And they take their positions there at the back of the 18th, and we'll wait for the green to clear up ahead. So back to Mark. Where are you now, Mark?
I've made my way down to 17, so to join Kat here as already on the walk down. They're starting to get ready for the ceremony, so they're trying to set the chairs out there near the putting green, but that's actually quite a difficult operation because of how much of mud and quagmire there is from where the patrons have walked, so they're trying to do that. And the 18th green already is absolutely rammed, and people have put their chairs all the way down the fairway, even though they've got no chance of seeing the green from where they are. They can probably see the second shot into 18, and then they'll just be there to sample the atmosphere. So 18 is busy, 17 is filling up bit by bit. It's probably 3/4. I know you like a fraction. It's probably 3/4 full at the moment, but it will get busier as these final pairings come down the home stretch. Who should we go to? Ali, what have you got?
Yeah, I'm in the grandstand to the left of the 15th green. So next in sight here will be Justin Rose on 2 under par and Shane Lowry on 4 under par. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups still to move into this stretch. 15th, 16th. Ian.
News of Patrick Reed from the fairway on the 14th, one of those that has been foxed by the second shot there, and he's gone long and over the back of the green to the back left of the par 4, and so he'll have to chip in to improve his position. John.
So back at the 12th, now Jon Rahm. Green is cleared ahead. Hovland and Cantlay both par 3, so they both remain 5 under. And Victor Hovland disappearing away up in his white trousers into the shadows where the 13th tee now is. But down here, Andrew, you and I have been here at Amen Corner and seen some real dramas over the years when players have looked like they were on course to win the Masters, and then suddenly here at the par 3 over Rays Creek, Golden Bell, it all goes wrong. Jon Rahm takes it on now. Off goes his ball over the creek and lands right in the middle of the 12th green. Well played.
Oh, that's textbook stuff. Don't flirt with this green. 4 paces from the right of this green, right in the middle. Textbook. That's what you read about. That's the Tom Weiskopf. I should have gone in the middle of the green instead of making a 13 on 12.
Yes, that's right.
Years and years ago. An excellent shot. Past Golden Bell. What a feeling.
But Brooks Koepka, who's dropped out of the lead, does he force it? What does he do? Off it goes from Brooks Koepka. And this looks like the safe play as well, and it does. Oh, it's in the bushes, I think, at the back. I think it's in amongst the bushes, and it has bounced down. It has bounced down. Has it bounced down into the grass?
Yeah, it's in the grass.
It is, yeah. It's bounced down into the grass at the back of the green. So he's missed the putting surface, but he will have a shot there.
Yeah, difficult little pitch up and over that little bunker in a slippery little green, but obviously body language is so different. Jon Rahm's 30 yards ahead of Brooks Koepka, walking down to the Hogan Bridge, the Hogan Bridge. By the way, John, did you know it was 60 feet long? Did we ever talk about this before?
60 feet long, the Hogan Bridge.
60 feet long, the Hogan Bridge. For you folks out there that like numbers, Jon Rahm is racing to the green. Brooks Koepka is just lollygagging to the green.
Very good. So many of the patrons now getting onto their feet. Ian here, not waiting around to see what happens up on the 12th green, but we will, of course, and let you know what happens there. The leader, though, Jon Rahm, in the middle of the 12th green safely.
Up ahead at the 18th, Cam Young, who can tie Phil Mickelson for the clubhouse lead with a birdie at the last 157 yards out, but he's tugged that one away to the left. with his reply. It's not gone into the spectators, it's just gone down into that depression to the left of the green, and a very difficult chip to come, and he needs to hold that chip if he is to tie Mickelson in the clubhouse at 8 under par. Reed chipping off the back left of the 14th. Not a bad effort, but it's missing to the right, and he will have 6 feet for his par, Patrick Reed, and he needs that to remain at 7 under par. The leader, Jon Rahm, safely on the green at the par 3 12th at 10 under par. Meanwhile, Russell Henley playing his third shot into the par 5 13th, and he will hope that that spins down the slope, but it's not quite obeying his command, and so it'll be an awkward downhill putt for birdie for Henley. Remember, he's in the group at 7 under par as well, but it looks unlikely that he is going to capitalise on that par 5. Not able to go for the green in 2, John. And I can see going over the Hogan Bridge is Jon Rahm. He looks like a champion in waiting to me right now.
Yeah, but how many times have we said that at the Masters, and it hasn't turned out to be the case?
John, I'll just interrupt you because Reed is now over his par putt on the 14th, curling it from left to right and missing, so he slips back to 6 under.
Okay, so Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka are up there. It'll be Koepka to play first. You know, he just doesn't seem to have the energy. Mark mentioned it, didn't he, Andrew? But there just seems to have a spark seems to have gone out of him.
Well, that's what happens when you don't make any birdies. He has just been struggling since the first tee today. He's got a tiddler here. Let's chip shot. Let's see if he's got some touch. Let's see if he's got some fight left in him. There's still time, Brooks. There's still time. He needs his caddy. He needs his caddy now.
Well, he's standing with his caddy and just now steps forward. His ball is actually right at the back, so that area off the back of the 12th green, so his heel's slightly higher than the rest of his... Oh, he's duffed his chip, and he hasn't been able to reach the putting surface. He was trying to land it on the fringe, and it has stayed on the fringe. And Brooks Koepka, it's unravelling for him here. It's unravelling for the long-time leader of this Masters.
30 foot left for par. Just those little nervy shots you just don't want at this point in the game. And he has just showed us his interest level is something is not right in his head right now.
Yeah. So he's left him. I think it'll be Jon Rahm to play next, but Brooks Koepka is actually just wandering away now over to the other side of the green, all alone over there. This famous scene at the Augusta National, the sun shining down, and only the players and one or two other officials. There's a cameraman up in the foliage behind. There'll be an official somewhere hidden in the bushes over there. But they say at the 12th, the only thing you can hear over there is your own heartbeat. Rahm, I'm sure his heart is beating fast as well in his position, but leading. And now with a birdie chance all the way across the 12th green. So this is 35 feet. Sets it on its way now. Rolls into the shadows. Still rolling down towards the hole. And then it comes to a stop. And Jon Rahm walks towards it. Let's see how close it is. It's close. I think he's going to knock it straight in. Yep, walks round behind it. And he's going to get himself off the 12th with a par 3. Big sigh of relief from the big man.
Yeah, beautiful touch. He's showing us some really courageous stuff right here. Just exactly. He's watched this tournament over the years. He knows what to do. Don't take your chances on this pin. Play it to the middle of the green on 11. Let your putter do the talking. Make pars. Don't make mistakes. Now over the ball, Brooks Koepka playing a little faster. John, he's moving along. He's already hit it. He's already come out of it, which indicates to me that he is going to miss that. Well, I even have to look through the binoculars. You can tell.
Yeah,
that was
missed. Yeah, it's rolled by. I think that might have rolled by maybe 2 or 3 feet.
Yes, it has, John, and I'm now watching Russell Henley looking for a birdie on the 13th, but being a little tentative down the hill. and he's left himself 3.5 feet to save his par. There's a real resigned look about Brooks Koepka right now, but that putt from Jon Rahm was almost inch perfect on the 12th. Here's Young for the clubhouse lead, chipping and not finding the putting surface from down in that hollow, so Mickelson won't be caught by Cam Young. 7 under is the best he can do now, because he has taken 3 shots on the 18th. Let's go back to you, John, with eyes on Koepka on 12.
Yep, Koepka, who has this then from 2 or 3 feet for his bogey, which will drop him back to 7 under. Jon Rahm just watching, arms crossed off the back of the green. In it goes from Koepka, and Jon Rahm, the leader, on 10 under par, now leads by 2 from Phil Mickelson only, and Brooks Koepka, the long-time leader, is back on 7 under par. And it would seem that his dream right now is disappearing as he disappears from our sight up into the distance to the 13th tee. Jon Rahm, though, he'll be relieved. He will be a relieved man. Everyone in golf knows what can happen here, and he is safely through and still has the lead. And we said, didn't we, at the start of the afternoon, I think Ali or Mark said that the figures show that the average first-time winner of the Masters has played in 6.3 tournaments, however that works. But anyway, this is Jon Rahm's 7th Masters, and he's in great shape as he heads to the tee at the par 5 13th.
We'll come on to Rahm in just a moment, Andrew, but Brooks Koepka needs something or someone to get him back on track here.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to feel sorry for his car, his back windshield, because if he did that the last time, he is fuming. He is just not the Brooks Koepka that we saw for the first 3 days of this great tournament.
This sort of malaise, I suppose you could call it, started towards the end of his 3rd round, didn't it?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct, and it is a malaise. It's just carried over. He's in some kind of funk, when you get in it. And we all play golf. We all know what that means, and it's like you'll never. It's almost like the Netflix show. Like I'm never going to get out of this. I'm just going to be a bad golfer now, and he's got to somehow think about the first couple days and about the win last week and get himself going. But the body language just tells everything.
In fact, Kat, alongside me here at 17, has just made a very good point that Ali, we actually probably saw where it just started over this green, where he lips out. With a par putt.
Short putt, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Trish warned us about that putt, 3-footer that he hit hard, and it really fizzed off the edge of the hole, and that cost him a bogey. You're right, we were there at the time. I'm waiting for Patrick Reed to appear on the 15th. There is one ball in the middle of the fairway here. He's at 6 under par. That's 4 shots off the lead. Ian, what have you got?
We've got Cam Young with his par putt from just off the fringe of the 18th after duffing his chip that he needed to hold to tie Phil Mickelson, and he putts up towards the hole, and will it roll enough? Not quite, couple of inches shy, and so Cam Young will finish with a bogey, and he will finish at 6 under par. Jon Rahm's tee shot on the 13th is brilliant, because he has moved it from right to left, and he's found the middle of the fairway, so another little potential banana skin has been avoided there, and Rahm will be very happy with that tee shot. And he's got that lovely position of being 2 shots clear, where he doesn't have to take a chance with his second shot. He can lay up if he wants, or he can go for it if the shot fits his eye. Here's Brooks Koepka, who's not had a birdie all day long, and remember, it started very early this morning with the resumption of the 3rd round, and Brooks Koepka with an excellent tee shot, he propels his down the right side of the fairway. But he does look a really beaten man at the moment, and so much can still happen. He needs to rouse himself, because he's back at 7 under par, and he's 3 shots behind the leader, Jon Rahm.
And a final one to you, Andrew, before we let you and John leave at Amen Corner. Ian describes it obviously as a lovely position, and 2 shots clear is obviously a lovely position, better than being 5 shots back. You don't want to be too defensive in that lead, do you?
No, I think he's, he needs to think about birdieing 13 and extending this lead to 3 shots, because, anything can happen. Kenny Perry had a big lead years ago. Remember that? And it looked like a done deal You know, I think he dunked it in the water on 16, and he just went sideways on bogey 17 and lost. But Jon Rahm just drives it just too good to get in too much trouble. You know, he's just always in play in the right place.
We will let you say goodbye to Amen Corner for the
sad
for the final time.
Goodbye. Next year, sweet.
Listen to them, honestly, like Statler and Waldorf as they leave there. And on the 15th fairway, slap bang in the middle of it, as we thought. Patrick Reed just resting on his club at the moment. Black trousers, pink shirt. That black baseball cap that has the name of his live team on it, Hungry Goats or something like that. And what is it? He's not, is he? What is he?
I don't know. 4 aces.
4 aces. There is a Goats though, isn't there?
The range Goats.
Oh, not the Hungry Goats. Ali.
Yes, Schauffele is playing partners at 3 under par. He missed the fairway to the right-hand side. He's had to lay up, but Patrick Reed in azalea pink, glorious Augusta azalea pink, is right in the middle of the fairway, spotlighted in the sunshine, and is going to take on this par 5 15th. An eagle, of course, at this point would shoot him up to 8 under par, get him right in the mix. Lovely swing it looked like from this distance. He's held the follow through as well. We're now waiting for the ball to arrive, and it's just crawled on to the front of the green, bottom right front of the green. So he's got that uphill putt. I've just seen Shane Lowry actually 3-putt from there on the 15th green for a double bogey 7. Everyone that's hit that putt has come up short, but Patrick Reed is on the 15th green in 2. And Mark, if I may, you know, us journalists love a narrative thread. Could I chuck another one in there? But it's not one that's really going to please Jon Rahm fans. So I was just thinking, Phil Mickelson would comfortably be the oldest winner of the Masters if he goes on to win this. Previous oldest winner, of course, was Jack Nicklaus in one of the most famous Masters of all time in 1986. But that came with a back 9 charge through the field with a Spaniard in control of that Masters, Seve Ballesteros, who came through Amen Corner unscathed, shook the hand of his caddy, having hit the drive on the par 5 13th, and thought, job done, we're home and hosed, and then chunked a long iron into the water on this very hole, the par 5 15th, and Jack Nicklaus went on to win the Masters. So John Murray was talking about it being 40 years since Seve Ballesteros won his second Masters title. There's another one where the portents aren't quite so good.
And just to check, that anecdote wasn't to worry fans of Jon Rahm.
It shouldn't. It's just history. It's just stats. It's just trivia. It's just entertainment, Mark.
Ian is watching Rahm on 13. I mean, that if you are wanting Jon Rahm to win this, that's cheered everybody up.
Yeah, he's making his way down that 13th fairway, and he's got to think about what he's going to do with his second shot. In the meantime, I'm getting pictures of that excellent shot from Reed from 225 yards out. Also saw Justin Rose duffing his bunker shot on the 16th. Got it out, but not close enough to the hole for his liking. But now let's take you to the 14th, because Russell Henley is playing his second shot, curving it in from left to right, but too far to the right, and that will take the slope, which means that the ball runs away from the hole, and he's going to have 30 feet for his birdie. Henley at 7 under par, the Georgia native, looking to try and do something. And what about the defending champion? He flickered for a bit, Scotty Scheffler. He's chipping from just shy on the 18th of the green at 4 under par, Scotty Scheffler. And he's got a rueful smile on his face, I think it's fair to say, as he walks up. It's been a decent defence of his title, although never really in the mix at the 87th Masters. So those are the few little storylines that are developing around the course at the moment. Rahm, the leader, at 10 under par, in good shape off the tee on the par 5 13th. Mickelson, the clubhouse leader, after a scintillating 65 that included a birdie finish, and Jordan Spieth was pipped. He was round in 66 after bogeying the last, so he's in the clubhouse at 7 under. Can Cantlay get to 6 under? He has a long birdie putt all the way across a 13th green that is now all in shadow, but for the odd little shaft of sunlight, his ball passes through one of those and then goes into the darker grass where the shadows are. It needs to gather pace, it needs to move to the left, and it'll do neither, and that's leaving a tantalising putt to save par for Cantlay, who flickered early and then hit the glass ceiling and is going to suffer another frustrating Sunday at a major championship. Ali.
15th green, Patrick Reed, Masters champion 2018, when he played in the final group with Rory McIlroy, is just mending any blemishes or marks on his putting line. He's got the uphill putt down the right-hand channel from the front right of this 15th green, having found the par 5 15th in 2, and it's probably around about 40 feet or so for eagle. We have not had the massive eagle roars as yet here today at the 15th, but we've certainly seen some of the golfers have a go. This would really be the time for Patrick Reed to find one if he can, so that is why he's taking every care over it at the moment. Just in case you have only just tuned in to our coverage of the 87th Masters, it's an absolute cracker this Sunday afternoon. 5 Live and BBC Sounds right here on site on the back nine at Augusta. Phil Mickelson, 52-year-old three-time champion Phil Mickelson, is the clubhouse leader at 8 under par. Jon Rahm, the leader out on the golf course, coming down the par 5 13th at 10 under par, and Brooks Koepka, who's falling away a bit over the back nine over the last few holes, currently at 7 under par. Patrick Reed still stalking and stomping, and longer shadows have gathered now over this 15th green, and I don't think he's in any rush to hit this eagle putt as yet, Ian, so I think you might have some Patrick Cantlay news. Paddy Ice
makes his par and holes out from 6 or 7 feet, so he is feeling reasonably chipper for the moment. Scotty Scheffler finishes off with a par, the defending champion. Cantlay remains at 5 under par, and Scheffler finishes his Masters at 4 under par, bogeyed the 17th par at the last there to complete his title defence.
I can see Trish Johnson just at the top of the stairs, puffing and panting a little, waiting to join us in the commentary position on the 15th. The key question here for the Patrick Reed putt: is he going to give it enough up the hill on its way? He is, that will get there, but it will miss on the left-hand side and glide by. And he's got a couple of feet left for a birdie to get himself to 7 under par, Ian.
Hovland for birdie at the 13th, and he holes from 2.5 feet. That gets him to 6 under, maybe, just maybe. A massive finish can put him into the picture here, but I've just seen a graphic that shows just how well Jon Rahm is driving the ball. He has hit the best drive we have seen throughout this 4th round on the 13th, and he will have just 198 yards in. Koepka is 222 yards out, 5-iron in hand, the ball above his feet in his stance, and this one flying to the left, which can be the tendency on such lies, and that one threatened to go into the second of the bunkers, ringing the left side of the green, but refused to go in there, and that's actually a bit of a blow, because that will potentially impede his stance. I think he's going to have a very awkward stance in the bunker potentially here for the chip for Koepka, so he doesn't find the green in 2. Looks like Jon Rahm's going for it, 6-iron in hand, 198 yards out, as I say, and the leader looking to find the par 5 into the extended par 5 13th, the last approach shot of this Masters into it. Looks to have made good contact, flying towards the left side of the green, bounces on the green, then runs off into the collection area, stops before it gets to the bunker. No major stress there for Rahm, but he swishes his club with a little bit of frustration there as we take you back to Ali on 15.
Xander Schauffele, brilliant up and down on the par 5 15th, couldn't get to the green in 2, having missed the fairway to the right, laid up, pitched to the right-hand side of the flag. Not too many have done that today. Gave himself the best chance of making the 6-footer. He's holed it, and he's got himself to 4 under par. Trish Johnson has arrived, former winner on the LPGA Tour and the Ladies European Tour, and a regular Solheim Cup player as well. Trish, I'm going to ask the kind thing which Mark Chapman didn't do. Have you got your breath back? Are you ready to broadcast?
Yes, I definitely am. I was going a bit against the grain there, and to be honest, it was like Bangalore in rush hour. 3 lanes of traffic turned into 6 going the same way, and I've got to be honest, I went the wrong way.
Ian.
Henley for birdie across the 14th. It was always an unlikely attempt, and it's come up 3.5 feet short. Should make his par. That'll keep the American at 7 under.
Right, Patrick Reed for birdie to get to 7 under, no mistake. So it's a 2-putt birdie for Patrick Reed on the par 5 15th. The 2018 champion just moves a little closer to Jon Rahm's lead. Rahm is 10 under. Phil Mickelson, the clubhouse leader, at 8 under par, and Patrick Reed, with a smile on his face, comes stomping across the 15th green towards our commentary position and is heading for the tee of the par 3 16th. Glorious evening at Augusta and what drama we have in store, Mark.
We really do, and one more birdie for Patrick Reed on the final 3 holes, and he will be sharing the lead with Phil Mickelson in the clubhouse on 8 under. Not much happening here at 17. Procession of players coming through. Gary Woodland was another one who hit that glass ceiling around 6 under and then fell back. He was 4 under when he went off 17. The one we should mention, actually, Kat, is a lot of people had Jason Day as an outside bet to at least finish in the top 10. He started the day 3 under. He has had an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, he was former world number 1, rediscovering some of that form that catapulted him to the top of the world rankings a few years ago. He jumped from 112 in the world at the end of last year up to 33. That's the way that his results have been going. But he's dropped 9 shots over the course of this final round and is now 6 over par as he plays the 18th. So, not to be the green jacket for the Australian, who, as you say, was many people's pick for this title.
There are probably 4, maybe 5 men out on the course to keep an eye on. Patrick Reed, who's going to be on 16. Victor Hovland, who is on 14 at the moment. He's on 6 under. But if he can put a run of birdies together like he did in his 3rd round, 5 birdies on the trot on the back 9 for Hovland, then he would lay down a marker as well. Brooks Koepka is obviously another one, 7 under. Russell Henley, 7 under. He's also going to be playing 14. He's up ahead on 14. And of course, Rahm as well is definitely the man to keep an eye on 10 under. So out on the course, you're looking at 4, maybe 5 men. Ian.
And the final pair have reached the 13th green, and Koepka's been fortunate because I thought he might be impeded with his stance and have to stand in the bunker to play this chip. There's just enough room for those banana yellow shoes to be on turf rather than white sand, and heavily uphill white sand at that. But this is an awkward chip off a downhill lie with the ball below his feet as well, chipping all the way across the green. If you overdo it, then it will go into the creek. Bunts it forward, and now it'll take the slope, and it's going at a rate of knots past the hole, and still going and still going and still going, but coming to rest just inside the border of the green. So a lengthy birdie putt to come for Koepka. Ali.
16th tee, draped in shadow, par 3 here at Augusta, all across the water, patrons massed on the left-hand side, 24 hole-in-ones down the years at the Masters, and Patrick Reed on the tee in his bright pink shirt at 7 under par, just twizzling the iron club in his hand. And Trish, everyone knows this shot, don't they? Pin cut away to the left-hand side, green sloping right to left, just try and get it in that channel to use the slope and get it as close as you can.
Absolutely, just get it pin high at the right and let the contours bring it down to the flag.
Let's see if Patrick Reed has got this one right. It is on its way. He's staring at his ball away into the distance. Where's this one going to come down? That green is entirely draped in shadow. Not much of a reaction up there by the 16th green, so I'm not entirely sure where that's finished.
Bunker.
Ian.
Rahm chipping on 13 for eagle and just missing on the right edge. That threatened the hole. Beautifully judged by the Spaniard. It's run on by 3.5 to 4 feet, but a good birdie chance to stretch his lead. He's at 10 under, leading the Masters by 2.
Standing ovation here on the 15th green for Sam Bennett in particular, the American amateur playing in his very first Masters. His golf ball in the heart of the 15th green, 3 under par for the tournament. It is going to be an exceptional finish for this young man here. He is partnered by Colin Morikawa, a 2-time major champion, but this is a standing ovation, and he's taken the right route as well here. He's gone to the left-hand side of the pond. He's marched across the Saracen Bridge, one of the famous landmarks here at Augusta National, and I really do hope, Trish Johnson, he is drinking this in, and you're here applauding as well. What a performance.
Unbelievable, seriously. I mean, for an amateur, out of this world, and to be honest, he looks totally calm and he looks very comfortable in the environment that he's in. And it's been a tough tough day today for him, but he's still there or thereabouts.
Morikawa 4 under, Bennett 3 under. Ian.
Koepka for birdie on the 13th after that chip which threatened to go all the way across the green and into the creek. It stopped, and this is 18 feet. He needs something. He needs it to happen. Coaxes it down the slope, right to left and in. And at last, on this longest of days, Koepka finally makes a birdie, and he takes the ball from the hole, and his expression says that, my oh my, I've had to wait a long time for that. 4 bogeys in this closing 18 holes, his first birdie, and that gives him a sniff once again. It takes him to 8 under, and it just loads a little pressure onto the Spaniard now. Jon Rahm, 28 years of age, goes down on his haunches, heels up off the ground, the breeze tugging at his salmon pink shirt, grey trousers, white cap, white shoes, and now a little more pressure on this one, because Koepka has awoken from his slumber with a birdie at 13 to get back to 8 under par. This to go to 11 for Rahm. Oh yeah, no problem at all. And this is someone playing some very, very composed front-running golf right now. Just the 1 drop shot so far today. That's his 3rd birdie of this 4th round, and he moves to 11 under par and 3 shots clear.
And Trish, that gap is still 3, as it was when they started on 13, but that's a 3-shot gap now, with Brooks Koepka just at last finding something.
Yeah, it is, but those are the dangerous holes as well. And yes, they're the birdie holes possibly, but they're the ones that you can make double on as well. And your 3-shot lead with only 15. 16's not really a difficult hole with the pin position today. 15's the one. If you just play it as a 3-shotter, just make your pars coming in, and I think he's home and dry.
It's great here, because I think they're going to put Koepka's birdie up on the big white scoreboard before they put them up together.
Sam Bennett, Mark, getting ready to go.
Go on then.
Eagle on the 15th. I beg your pardon, but the roof will absolutely come off if this young man holds this putt. It is a monster putt across the back of the famous 15th green. It goes from sunshine through the shadows back into sunshine, and as soon as he hit it, he knew it was nowhere near, and he's left that woefully short. And I don't want to be too harsh on the young man, but he's left himself outside of 10 feet for the birdie, and there's the reaction, I think, to the Jon Rahm birdie going up on the leaderboard to the right of the 15th green. He's popped up at 11 under par, of course. Sam Bennett with a birdie putt to come here, and Trish Johnson and I looking away to the 16th green. This is the point in the coverage, Trish, where you've got to have eyes in the front of your head, the side of your head, and the back of your head as well, because we can see the 15th green, and crucially we can see the 16th green, and Xander Schauffele's played a little shot from the back of the 16th using the slope, and judging by the reaction of the patrons at the back of that green, and they are massed deep there, 7, 8, 9 rows deep on their feet and applauding. I think he's come very close to holding that for a birdie. So Morikawa eagle putt then here on the 15th, while Patrick Reed gets ready to splash out of the bunker front left of the 16th green. The breeze just gets up and starts to tickle the tops of the tall pines either side of this 15th hole. Morikawa pauses, then gives the putt a good firm wrap. This one will turn from right to left towards the end, but again, that's not quite enough for Morikawa. He's left himself about 3 feet or so. What about the bunker shot here for Patrick Reed, Trish?
Yeah, well, I don't think he can play this just straight at the flag and hope to stop it short. A bit like Jordan Spieth, I think he's going to knock it up the bank, get enough leverage up the bank for it to come back down, and have enough speed to maybe possibly get in the hole on the way back down.
On it goes, and Patrick Reed's not happy with that. He has found the slope, but it is stopped pretty quickly for him. So Patrick Reed has a little bit of work to do to try and make his par on the par 3 16th. So he remains at 7 under par, Ian. Jon Rahm in control, but we know with this golf course it is still anyone's Masters.
Yeah, still very much in control at 11 under par, leading by 3. Both Rahm and Koepka have teed off on the 14th, and both have missed the fairway down the right-hand side. I think Rahm is okay. I think he'll have an unimpeded line into the green. He'll have a little less control because he'll be hitting from the first cut of rough. Koepka's ball just flew a little bit further to the right, and just frankly impossible for me to say whether or not he's going to be impeded by that shot for the second shot on 14, Mark.
Back here at the 15th, Sam Bennett lining up the birdie putt. Patrick Reed on the 16th lining up the par putt. The amateur Sam Bennett at 3 under par. Incredible performance at this year's Masters. Can he make a birdie on the par 5 15th? About 12 feet across the middle of the green. No. Slides by on the left-hand side. That's a 3-putt par. Well, as long as he taps that in, Trish, for a 5.
Yeah, that's disappointing, but he hit a good putt. That was a good, solid, aggressive putt. Just didn't come back at the end. It's the first putt that totally did him in.
What an experience for the young man. Let's have a look at a former Masters champion away in the distance. I can see his golf bag lying at the front of the 16th green. Patrick Reed, deep in the shadows, his caddy down on his knees, down flat on his front, assessing the line of this putt. Wasn't delighted with the bunker shot, and this is going to be an awkward one.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's difficult to see exactly, even with the binoculars, but it looks like it's above the hole. This is why he's not happy, and it's going to be a little left to right slider down the hill.
So Rahm 11 under, Phil Mickelson in the clubhouse at 8 under, Koepka at 8 under, Reed trying to stay at 7 under on the 16th. Morikawa taps in for birdie on the 15th. That's the applause you hear. So he goes to 5 under par. Too little, too late for him, I'm sure. Can Patrick Reed hold this one? The reaction in the distance will tell you that he has very calmly popped it into the hole, up and down from the bunker. They didn't really go berserk for that one, but Patrick Reed has made his par, Mark, and now Sam Bennett. What a reception again. So this is the reception, Mark, for Sam Bennett from Texas, the 23-year-old playing his first Masters, and actually he's so annoyed that he's 3-putted the 15th, Trish. He can't even acknowledge it. He's shaking his head and he's got his head down, and actually you just want him to lift his head and say thank you and smile because he's had a wonderful week.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, can you believe that people are actually getting out of their seats and clapping, standing ovation for an amateur in his first Masters? It is truly exceptional.
But he deserves it, doesn't he?
Oh,
he deserves it.
He absolutely does. But I tell you, Ali's right. He's livid, absolutely livid.
But also, Trish, that's why he is where he is, because he is livid.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, as we've sort of discussed over the last 3 or 4 days, yes, he is an amateur, but everything about his golfing journey to where he is now is setting him up to be a very successful professional.
Yeah, basically he's a professional in everything but name at the end of the day, and you can see he's going to have a fabulous career, and let's hope it's on the PGA Tour.
Whoever got him in the sweepstake, Mark, can thank their lucky stars, can't they?
Can't they? I mean, it's almost as if someone picked him rather than drew him out of a hat, which is why so many of us are quite annoyed at the person who organised the sweepstake for changing the rules, so he just picked himself Sam Bennett.
You're not going to win it. I'm not going to win it, so button it.
As a private jet flies overhead, I'm sure taking a player who's already completed their 4th round off somewhere else, and they are done. There's also been a recent waft of cigar smoke back here on 17. Honestly, there seem to be more cigars smoked here than any other sporting event that I go to, and there's often a waft that comes through maybe every hour or so. We have Jon Rahm leading the Masters. He's 11 under, going down 14. Brooks Koepka on 8 under, playing with him. Phil Mickelson on 8 under in the clubhouse. Then you've got Russell Henley on 7 under and Jordan Spieth on 7 under in the clubhouse. Patrick Reed also on 7 under. We'll take a quick break for the news with Stuart, and then we'll be back here on 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. The funerals for the 2 British Israeli sisters killed in the occupied West Bank have taken place. Maya and Rena D were shot in their car in the north of the Jordan Valley on Friday. Migrant rescue charities operating in the Mediterranean have raised the alarm for a boat containing around 400 people, which they say is at risk of sinking after running out of power. It's thought the boat left a port in Libya and is currently off the coast of Malta. At least 4 people have been killed in an avalanche at a popular skiing area in the French Alps, the Armancet Glacier near Mont Blanc. The local deputy mayor has confirmed that 2 of the dead were mountain guides. Several injured people have been taken to hospital and 2 people are still missing. Hertfordshire police say more than 10 people have reported fresh allegations, including sexual assault, against the former Metropolitan Police officer David Carrick. In February, he was ordered to serve a minimum of 30 years in jail after admitting 49 charges, including 24 counts of rape. And some of the details for the coronation next month have been announced in the past hour. King Charles and the Queen Consort will only use the 260-year-old Gold State coach for their return journey from Westminster Abbey to Buckingham Palace on the 6th of May. The route for that will be shorter than for Queen Elizabeth 60 years ago. Details of the crown jewels being used and a special social media emoji have been revealed as well. You can get all the info on the BBC News website tonight.
BBC 5 Live, the voice of the UK.
If the cost of renting is rising fast,
if many renters are finding it difficult to make their payments,
if a growing number of landlords are quitting the sector,
what is the state of rental health in the UK?
Radio 4 and 5 Live take an in-depth look at a rental market under pressure.
Hearing stories from those directly affected,
alongside analysis of how it impacts us all.
And exploring solutions that could ease the strain.
Rental Health on BBC Radio 4
and 5 Live.
The Masters 2023 on 5 Live with Mark Chapman.
Had a real range of weather over the last 4 days here at Augusta, but this is a glorious sunny spring evening now, a fitting setting for the final round of the 87th Masters, sitting over the 17th green here at Augusta National, and 150 yards to my left in a diagonal, probably at just between 10 and 11 o'clock, is the 14th green, and from there, just a few moments ago, there were huge cheers. Why, Ian Carter?
Because Jon Rahm has hit one of the shots of the 87th Masters, and Sam Bennett just hitting a wonderful tee shot into 16 as well. But Rahm's may well be the shot that clinches him his first Masters title, because it was beautifully coaxed from the rough down the right hand side, and he used the contours of the green and allowed the ball to run round and down towards the hole, and he's going to have 4 feet for a birdie that would take him to 12 under par and potentially 4 shots clear of the field mark.
He birdied 13. He has a chance for a birdie at 14. Let's go to... We're watching, or we're getting ready for Patrick Reed here on 17. He is 7 under. 15, 16, Ali and Trish?
Yeah, big roars here, which Ian just mentioned, for the fabulous tee shot from Sam Bennett. So having come off the 15th green in a bit of a huff, another rapturous reception for him, and he just permitted himself a little smile. Wonderful tee shot has set up a birdie chance on the 16th green. Russell Henley's about to place third into the 15th here. He is currently at 7 under par, but Ian's looking at Brooks Koepka right now.
Yes, I am. He had to fashion a low runner onto the green because he was in the sort of trees down the right hand side, and he played it pretty well. He's given himself around about 40 feet for a birdie, but it feels like a must-make one for the American, and it looks good, but then swings across the face of the hole, and it runs, and I don't think he's lost his turn. That shows you how good Jon Rahm's approach shot was. Ali, we'll be back with more from 14 in a moment.
Okay, Russell Henley then at 7 under par, still in the mix, has played his third shot, Trish, and he's gone safe, hasn't he? He's thrown that pitch beyond the flag. It's ended up on the putting surface right at the back of the green, but as you've probably been hearing me say today, a couple of people with the backspin have literally pitched that by the pin, and it's ended up in the water. So he's safely on in threes at 7 under par, and I think if Sam Bennett holds that putt, I think the Mickelson cheer on 18 is probably the biggest of the week, but this one, the sort of adulation that he is receiving at the moment, Sam Bennett, is quite remarkable. Birdie putt to come on the 16th. More thoughts from Trish Johnson in a second. Back to Ian.
On the 14th, looking at Brooks Koepka and Jon Rahm, and Koepka hasn't lost his turn. It's run on by 4 feet, and Rahm standing there, hands on hips, just biting the nail on his little finger of his left hand, and then a double teapot, but looking as relaxed as can be as Koepka grinds over this putt, right index finger pointed down the grip and misses. He's 3-putted, and that, I think, has put paid to Brooks Koepka's chances of winning the Masters. The man who was 4 shots clear, was 2 shots clear going into the final round. He's back to 7 under par. He's gone bogey, birdie, bogey over the last 3 holes, and he's got 4 holes to do something about it. But it's 7 under par, and he knows in his heart of hearts that Rahm, in all probability, is now going to go to 12 under and 4 shots clear to go down the stretch of the Masters. And this is someone who has won 5 of his last 12 tournaments around the world, and for my money has been playing the best golf of anybody in the last 6 months or so. And it looks like it's going to lead to a green jacket for the Spaniard on the day that would have been Seve Ballesteros' 66th birthday, the 2-time champion. Sends this forward delicately and in, just the left edge of the hole, grab the ball, it disappears, and it's another big birdie for Jon Rahm. A brilliant approach shot into the 14th, and he's firmly in control of the Masters right now. It looks like Spain is going to reign at Augusta, because that birdie takes him to 12 under, and he's 4 shots clear. Ali.
Back at the 16th, Colin Morikawa trying to hold the Tiger Woods chip from 2005. As he pulled it off, the patrons are on their feet. No, it's not quite going to drop. He is inches away from producing some magic. Colin Morikawa, the tee shot went long and left beyond the bunker in exactly the spot that Tiger Woods found in 2005. But we could still have some Masters magic in a moment from Sam Bennett. Birdie putt to come on the 16th, but also Trish Johnson. Birdie putt for Russell Henley from the back of the 15th green to get himself to 8 under par, but Jon Rahm now at 12 under par.
Yeah, no, as you said, Ali, I think it was a pretty sensible shot. It's not a nice pitch. It's off a downhill slope. It's downwind at the moment as well. Back pin, but it can spin back, and he's left himself about 15 feet, maybe 15, 18 feet for birdie. Straight back into the wind. He can be aggressive with it.
Let's see what he can do then. Henley's putt is on its way. Is it going to have the gas? Yes, it will. Oh, I think he thought it was in. He was walking after it, and then it just glided by on the right-hand side, and it made him look ever so slightly foolish, so he slaps his thigh in frustration. He was convinced.
He was. He definitely thought that was in, and it literally just went sideways at the end.
Right, this could be a really special moment, this. This is probably about 250 yards away from us in the distance. Trish has got the binoculars to her eyes, and we are looking at Sam Bennett, the 23-year-old from Texas, playing in his very first Masters, the US amateur champion, who has that tattoo on his arm, the words from his late father just before he died: "Don't wait to do something." What a Masters he has had. What a scene we've got out here at the moment of the 16th green. Thousands of patrons willing this ball into the hole. This one is going to turn left to right on the 16th green. He's not going to win the Masters, but goodness me, he's going to have them cheering if this one drops. We're actually going to struggle to see the ball, but the roars will tell you everything. On its way, no, and that was close range putt that unfortunately has just missed. Matsuyama's missed a short one here on the 5th as well for his birdie, so he stays at 4 under. Henley's at 7 under, and Sam Bennett couldn't quite do it on the 16th mark. He's at 3 under.
And it looks like here at 17, Patrick Reed's race is probably run, unless he holds a fairly lengthy par putt. He's 7 under. If he drops one here, 6 under, and he's unlikely, therefore, to match Phil Mickelson's clubhouse lead of 8 under. Also keeping an eye on the 15th tee and the 15th fairway, where we'll expect to see Rahm and Brooks Koepka shortly. Kat alongside me will describe Patrick Reed's putt there. Xander Schauffele is going first. He's 4 under. He's out of it. So Ian, have you got pictures of Rahm and Koepka on the 15th tee or not yet?
Not just yet. I'm sure they're going to hove into view very, very shortly, but just worth reiterating that 2-shot swing on the 14th. Rahm's birdie to go to 12 under. The drop shot for Koepka takes him back to 7 under, so now 5 shots behind. Ali?
I think you can tell from the reaction here at the 15th green, Trish, if Jon Rahm wins the green jacket, it's going to be a very popular winner, because, as always with these leaderboards, a little hole sort of disappeared underneath the 14th. We had a black hole, and then the number flipped up, and up came the number 12, and there was an enormous roar from this packed grandstand. Ian, what can you see?
I can see Brooks Koepka and Jon Rahm standing on the 15th tee. Rahm is involved in a long but relaxed conversation with Adam Hayes, his caddy, who gently strokes his salt and pepper beard. 2 bearded figures. I've always said that Jon Rahm's beard is a thing to marvel. It just looks like there's not, I mean, it looks like it's been crayoned in, and they're waiting because Victor Hovland
would you rather
playing.
have Dustin Johnson's or Patrick Reed's? or Jon Rahm's?
Oh, Jon Rahm's every day of the week. Oh, absolutely. I think it's sensational. Hovland, his second shot into 15. Ali, I don't know if you can see.
Yes, I'm afraid it ends in the water. We're a little bit ahead of you from the TV pictures there. So Victor Hovland at 5 under par, having a go at the par 5 15th in 2, but not coming up short, just clambering over onto that slope short of the green. But whenever you hit that slope, those balls will take the gravity and end up in a watery grave.
Lovely cheer on the 18th for Justin Rose, who finishes with a birdie, closing round of 73, and a decent Masters for the English veteran as he finishes at 3 under par. Now Jon Rahm ready to go with the driver on the 15th. He has been in such control of this club throughout this Masters, And he fires away with another one, and he watches. I think this one might be just drifting a little bit to the right. It is, but it's in the fairway, and it's another magnificent tee shot from our leader here, Jon Rahm, at 12 under par.
We have Patrick Reed's par putt here, and he has to sink this and birdie 18 cat to join Phil Mickelson on 8 under.
Yeah, he's running out of chances, isn't he? Put himself way out of position down the 17th in the left-hand side. We saw the crowd being moved back, played out of there into that gaping bunker right at the front of this 17th green. Splashed out, and he's left himself a good, 20 feet up the hill to save his par. If this doesn't sink, then all hopes surely of a green jacket 5 years since he won in 2018 are sunk. And a slump of the shoulders from Patrick Reed in that azalea pink polka dot t-shirt with the dark collar, because it doesn't go in, so it'll be a bogey for Reed here on the 17th. Ian.
Koepka with his tee shot has caught the camber, and the ball has kicked down the left-hand side. It was a monstrous hit. He's outdriven Jon Rahm. Be interesting to see whether he's got the angle to be able to go for the green in 2. Ali, you've got sights on Henley on 16?
Henley on 16, yes. He's played that tee shot, Ian, and he's found the heart of the green. He was kind of hoping that the ball would take that slope from the right down to the left. He's actually come up a little bit short. He's probably got 20 or 25 feet or so to try and make a birdie. He is currently at 7 under par, but looking at that leaderboard, looking at Jon Rahm's name and looking at that figure of 12 under par, it really is all about one man at the moment and whether he can seal the deal, play some solid golf all the way in, and anyone else out here is going to struggle to catch him.
And we are waiting actually to see the leading or the leader now. I keep calling him the leading pair, but Brooks Koepka isn't. He's dropped behind Phil Mickelson. Waiting to see the leader march down the 15th fairway, which is just across from us, just across from the 17th green, where Xander Schauffele is putting at the moment. And it's actually Brooks Koepka who is leading the way of the two men on that 15th with his caddy, Jon Rahm with his caddy just behind the camera, following Rahm as opposed to following Koepka, and they're going off in different directions. Koepka hugging the left-hand side of that 15th fairway, Rahm very much more in the middle as they head towards their balls. And this is the perfect situation, isn't it, for Jon Rahm, Ian? Basically 4 clear with 4 to play.
Exactly. He doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. He doesn't have to play defensive, but he can play a controlled, aggressive game as he has done throughout this round. And as I say, that statistic, 5 wins in his last 12 tournaments, that just gives you so much confidence. It must do when you're trying to close out a big one such as this. And the most recent win was at the Genesis Invitational at Riviera, which is one of those classic golf courses where you see players play well there and you think, well, they've got the game for Augusta. There is a correlation between success at Riviera in February and success at Augusta in April, and Rahm was the winner there. It looks like he's going to do the double here. It's been a brilliant performance from him. It was a little bit stressful at the start of his round, but as he's eased into it and he's seen Koepka batted away really and almost capitulating, and so Rahm 12 under par, leading the clubhouse leader remarkably, still Phil Mickelson at 52 years of age. And I've seen a statistic there, his round of 65, that was his first Masters 65 since 1996 apparently, which was when he finished 3rd to Sir Nick Faldo and Greg Norman.
Rahm in the sunshine on the 15th, in the middle of the fairway, maybe just slightly to the right. Koepka is in the shadows on the far side of that fairway. I don't know if that's some kind of poetic what would you call it?
Analogy?
Analogy, yeah, maybe, yeah.
No, is that right?
It's not an analogy. Kat, you're good with words. What is it?
I just say the sun is very much shining on Jon Rahm.
Yeah, that'll do. Thanks.
Yeah. Well done, Kat.
Well done, Kat. Ali?
Yeah, well, the 15th green isn't clear at the moment, so Jon Rahm can casually stand there and ponder his 4-shot lead with 4 holes to play here at the Masters while he watches Patrick Cantlay away in the distance on the 15th green in front of us. Long shadows of the pines stretching out across the green. This is Cantlay having laid up, so this is for a birdie 4, not in contention at 4 under par in his dark blue jumper, got ever so slightly cooler in the last 10 minutes or so. Breeze is up and Cantlay's not quite given that enough up the hill on the 15th, so he'll make par and he'll be in at 4 under par. Victor Hovland found the water, so he's got a par putt to come to try and save par and try and stay at 5 under par, and then it will be up to Rahm and Koepka to make their decisions. And Mark, as ever, you will have a better view of them sort of striking that shot, and then we can pick it up.
Rahm's gone.
Right, so he's laying up. So Jon Rahm from the right-hand side of the fairway, taking no risk. We will wait and see this ball land on the downslope, and what he'll try and do here, Trish Johnson, is just give him his favourite distance, the perfect distance to play that pitch shot into the 15th green.
Absolutely. No need to take any chances. There's too much risk involved for little reward. He's got a 4-shot lead. Just make pars in and you're home and dry. I will say one thing. I was absolutely gobsmacked at the Raw when Jon Rahm holed his birdie putt on 14. I fully expected this. I think it tells you everything you need to know about who they want to win and why they want them to win.
He's going to be an enormously popular winner. As Kat just said, the sun is shining on Jon Rahm. Spectacular, sparkling Augusta sunshine. He's in that dusky pink shirt away in the distance, and that green jacket. It can almost feel him possibly slipping the arms into the sleeves. It's got to have a silk lining, hasn't it, inside, Mark? We've never put one on, of course, but what a feeling that's going to be for him. And we know how important the history of Spanish golf is to him as well. The likes of Seve Ballesteros and Jose Maria Olazabal.
As I walked up here, just speaking of the green jacket, as I got off the buggy that takes us from our studio out onto the course, there was a whole rail of suit bags, suit carriers, and I have no idea whether there are different sized green jackets in those suit carriers or whether they're fresh green jackets for the members. I don't know what they are.
Well, it's interesting that, because John Murray and I asked Andrew McGee on the way down to the golf course today whether you get asked for your jacket size before you start the tournament. I think Ian's got Brooks Koepka in his sights, and of course Koepka's playing the 15th here, Ian.
He is. It looks like he's going for it as well. It was a monstrous drive down the left-hand side. He's got 232 yards, and it's heading your way, Alistair.
Okay, yes, I can see the ball up in the air. It's easily got the legs to land on the green. Lands softly, pitches forward a couple of times, gently rolls away to the left-hand side, takes the camber of the green, and so Brooks Koepka has an eagle putt to come. It's a long one. It's probably 35-40 feet or so from left to right across the 15th green. He's faded away in this final round. Jon Rahm has been just too good for him, but Koepka with an eagle chance to come, and Rahm, having laid up, will play his pitch here shortly.
Just finish the jacket story then.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, you'll be able to, because the microphone here at 17 will be up as you finish the story, but the applause that you can hear from the 17th stand, which is now full, is just like it was around 15-16 for Sam Bennett as he walks our way. But finish the jacket story.
So I think I'm right in saying, from what Andrew said, is that you don't get asked for your jacket size. They don't ask that of every single player. That doesn't come until you've actually won the green jacket. But what they will have is a range of green jackets. So, for example, Ian Woosnam winning in 1991, you're going to need a slightly smaller jacket size compared to someone like Jon Rahm here.
I reckon there were 30 suit carriers. Andrew McGee, they can't have 30 different sized. I mean,
that's too many. Yes. I was going small, medium, large, extra large, and double extra large.
Jon Rahm, by the way, guys, is in the middle of the 15th fairway. Downhill lie, has laid up on the 15th. What do you think, Trish?
This is not an easy shot. It doesn't matter how many shot leads you've got. We have seen a lot of people do you know what here. So he needs to be brave here.
Yeah, it's another tense moment here. Jon Rahm with a 4-shot lead. Phil Mickelson in the clubhouse on 8 under par. Jon Rahm at 12 under par. I've seen a couple of balls spin back into the water here. Jon Rahm can't afford to do that. Throws it onto the green. Couple of bounces and then just stops dead. Fabulous control from Jon Rahm. Again, exceptional skills under the highest of pressure, closing in on a second major championship for the big Spaniard and a first green jacket. That is into about 8-9 feet for birdie to try and get himself to 13 under par. He's moving away from the field, Trish.
Oh, he's just in magnificent form this afternoon. That was so well played. It was aggressive, hit it in low, knew it was going to take a couple of hops forward and just span a little bit. Now he's got an uphill birdie putt. Brilliant shot.
Standing ovation for both golfers, Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka, as they march their way onto the 15th green. Thousands of patrons lined either side of this famous Augusta par 5, and Jon Rahm has just been too good for his playing partner this afternoon. Koepka enters the green stage left. in his short-sleeved dark grey polo shirt and white trousers, and Jon Rahm marches onto the stage through the right-hand side. Bunker to his right, water behind him, 9-foot putt to come, and I wouldn't necessarily put my house on it, but I've just got a feeling he's gonna make it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, Koepka looks very, very disappointed in himself, doesn't he? He's really slumped. He had it there in his hands to go and win. But like you say, Jon Rahm's just been too good this afternoon.
Long lenses are out of the photographers. They're peering through the viewfinder at the moment, snapping away, getting those pictures of Jon Rahm, who we think is soon to be a Masters champion. He's just hitching up his trousers in the shadows of the 15th green. Going to lower the voice just a little because Patrick Cantlay behind us is on the 16th tee, 180 degrees behind us. He's about to play a tee shot, but there's only one man we've really got our eyes on now here at the 87th Masters, and that is the world number 3, Jon Rahm, and he and Koepka pass each other as they both go to assess the lines of their putts. So Koepka has an eagle putt here, so if he does hole it, Trish, that gets him to 9 under par.
Yeah, and to be honest, if he can knock this one in and Rahm misses, 3 shots with 3 holes to play, and 16, we know what's going to happen on 16. We know how difficult 17 and, well, not so much 17 today, but 18 is just still a very tricky hole. So Koepka's not out of it if he can make eagle here.
Could still be in for some drama. Brooks Koepka is satisfied, having had a look at the line. He just brushes his right eyebrow, places the ball gently down on the shiny, smooth putting surface of the 15th at Augusta, and he's got a lengthy one, 40 feet or so, across the 15th green to try and pull off the improbable, you'd probably say, at this stage. Some stage in the 4th round, he had a 4-shot lead over Jon Rahm, but now he trails him by 5. Rahm with a birdie putt to come, but this for Koepka is for eagle. One last look at the hole, gives it a good firm wrap forward, now needs it to turn left to right, and he throws the putter up in frustration and doesn't quite get it to the hole side. He will make his birdie, he will get himself to 8 under par, and that will level Phil Mickelson in the clubhouse, but didn't really threaten for the eagle.
No, to be honest, well, I think we all thought it was going to break left to right up the hill, and he hit it there, and it just did not move an iota. So disappointing. I think it's a 4, but he's only out here to win, and you can see how incredibly disappointed he is in himself.
So Koepka to 8 under, Mickelson at 8 under, Jon Rahm standing in the middle of the 15th green at 12 under par, but has less than 10 feet for yet another birdie. 3 under par for his round today. Cannot get ahead of himself here. Just raises himself to his feet, having been down on his haunches, having had one last look at the putt, feet close together, looking at the hole as he brushes those practice strokes beside the ball, creeps ever so slightly closer to the ball, settles, then widens the stance. And is it going to be another birdie for Jon Rahm? The Roars will tell you on its way. No, just glides by on the left-hand side, but he's got a cushion to play with. He won't mind that too much. Jon Rahm with the layup is going to make a par 5 at the 15th, but it was the safe play, it was the steady play, it was the control play, and he'll be at 12 under, and Koepka here is about to tap in for birdie mark to get to 8 under.
Good job for you and Mrs. Bruce Balso. You didn't put your house on that, isn't it? Here's Sam Bennett on 17. Job.
Yeah, just the slightest of taps in for par for Sam Bennett, and there's the applause for the 23-year-old, the amateur champion, US amateur champion, and what a Masters debut he has had. 68 on the first 2 days, 76 yesterday, and playing the final round of a major championship with a 2-time major winner, and he will head to 18, and he could be proud of what he's achieved today. Ali.
Jon Rahm then, just to tidy up here on the 15th green, and then he and Koepka, final group out on the golf course, will make their way to the 16th tee just behind us to play the par 3 red bud. No mistake from Jon Rahm. One step closer to the green jacket. Standing ovation as he leaves the green. Brooks Koepka just nods to his caddy, Ricky Elliott. I think his race is probably run now. Koepka at 8 under, Mickelson in the clubhouse at 8 under, and Jon Rahm in total control of this Masters. 12 under par, a 4-shot lead with 3 holes to play.
Do you think that would be a difficult phone call with Mrs. BB if you'd, I'm sorry, I'd put the house on a Jon Rahm birdie putt from 10 feet?
It would. That would have been a foolish thing to do, and I'm very glad I didn't do it, Mark. You know me, though, I'm not much of a risk taker. I didn't mean it. He's playing safe now, isn't he? He's playing controlled. He's not taking any risks. Have a listen to the ovation here. Brooks Koepka is the first onto the 16th tee, and he'll be followed by Jon Rahm. Have a listen to this. Wow. Jon Rahm roared to the rooftops at Augusta National, closing in on the green jacket. Now the chanting as well, with a bottle of water in his left hand, not a trace of emotion across his face. Takes a swig of the water. Just such an obvious different. And I know he's got the 4-shot lead, Trish, but we know who they're rooting for.
Absolutely extraordinary. We know how patriotic American sports fans are, and there are 3 Americans in with a shout if Jon Rahm's not here, and they are absolutely 100% behind Jon Rahm. It's extraordinary.
I'll tell you what he's done, Mark. He's given it the old Danny Willett in 2016. He's disappeared off to the restrooms. He's just going to go and take a little breather and steady himself with 3 holes to play. 4-shot lead he's got. Ian, what news of Patrick Reed?
He's just holed for an excellent birdie at the 18th, so he finishes with a round of 68, currently sits in a share of 4th place, a really good showing for Patrick Reed. He finishes up at 7 under par.
Andrew McGee, whilst we wait for Jon Rahm to come out of the toilet, does the reaction of the crowd to Rahm compared to the Americans surprise you?
No, it's a pretty international crowd, really. I mean, looking at the stands that we were just in, we sat next to 2 RNA officials. There was Scottish flag hats on the gentlemen in front of us. I think they're going to treat their Americans a little nicer. It's like the Open in England. In Scotland, you can definitely feel the hometown crowd likes the hometown lads.
They are patriotic, aren't they? Here, but they also like to back a winner. Do Americans?
Absolutely.
We tend to be. We always tend to back the underdog, but the Americans will want to be cheering home a winner.
Well, I think they're probably happy this is getting done on a Sunday evening. Didn't go to Monday. Most of these people probably don't have to. They have their tickets booked out tonight on their flights, and they're out of their houses and motels, and they're ready to wrap this up because it looks like it's going to be a foregone conclusion shortly.
And myself and Kat here at 17, we're watching Russell Henley come down 17, but also what strikes us is just the volume of people making their way from the 15th. They're deciding not to stay to see what happens on 16. They're probably bypassing 17, and they're trying to join the throng of people round 18.
Yeah, if you look up the hill towards the clubhouse, it's just a wall of colour up there, multicoloured polka dots of humanity on the top of the hill, and you can see them thronging around in the background as they're jostling to get a position with a view of the green. And here on the 17th, they're kind of being sucked up the hill like iron filings towards a magnet, aren't they, and just clinging on to the edges of the crowd and on their tiptoes to see who's coming up these fairways, which are now absolutely soaked in sunshine, aren't they? It's just a postcard from Augusta, this scene, as Russell Henley and Hideki Matsuyama, the 2021 winner, walk up to the 17th green, and we're all set. The stands are filling up. There's hardly a green seat in this stand to be seen, and there was 25 rows of seats. Everybody shielding their eyes and looking down the course to where the leaders are.
And following that poetic description, I now simply have to say, is Jon Rahm out the loo?
He is. He's at the back of the 16th tee with his arms crossed, his face set in concentration. But actually, Trish Johnson, we've got a little bit of a wait here because the group ahead, Cantlay and Hovland, have just slowed down a little on this par 3 16th. Ian, I believe you're watching Russell Henley.
No, I'm seeing what's going on the green on 16, and I have to say that the pace of play of Patrick Cantlay has been atrocious today. It really has, and sometimes these players become so self-obsessed. They're holding up a spectacle here, and someone, there was a few years ago, a 14-year-old kid was penalised shots, and I want to know why it's not happening to Patrick Cantlay. And actually, also Sam Bennett was not the quickest either, and the pace of play is awful. It really is, and it's not the fault of the guys who are standing on the tee. They should be able to move on, and Cantlay just missing with his putt. But to alleviate from that moan, can I give you a reckless betting story?
Oh yes, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was at Hunstanton Golf Club a few weeks ago, and there's a plaque on the 16th hole where Bob Taylor of Leicestershire achieved a unique feat. and he holed in one. It was in an Eastern Counties foursomes, and he holed in one on the first day on the 16th hole. He holed in one on the second day on the 16th hole, and when he arrived on the tee on the third day, for the third round anyway, his playing partner said, "I bet you £1 million you can't do it again." And guess what he did? And he holed in one, and it all got a little testy after that.
So
True story.
He never got the £1 million, I'm guessing.
I don't think he did, but I mean that's wow. a true story.
I have something very similar with that, in that I was playing with my teenage son a couple of years ago, the summer before he went to university, and I said on a par 3 on our local course, if you get a hole in one here, I'll buy your beer for the whole of your time at university. And he went within about 2 feet. I've never been so worried in all my life. Has Cantlay got off that green? Thank God for that,
yes.
right?
I think he
all yours.
Three-putted the 16th for a drop shot. Victor Hovland has holed his putt, and he marches off with his putter in his left hand, and it's not tension so much around the 16th tee now, but there are people everywhere. I mean, at the back of this grandstand we're sitting in, we're sort of high up above the 16th tee, and there are people, Trish, who've sort of scrambled up to the back of the grandstand, and they're on tiptoes, and they're leaning, and they're trying to get a view. And I think it's not tension so much because Jon Rahm's got such a great lead, but it's just excitement. And I was there, and actually ultimate respect for some fabulous golf, because let's not forget, 4-putted the first on the first day and has played in the toughest of the conditions here this week.
Yeah, I think it's excitement, expectation, just waiting for him to get to the 18th and lift the trophy. But Brooks Koepka now is standing over this tee shot, his main birdie. Can he hit another decent... Oh, no, he can't.
No, he can't. You heard the swish from Brooks Koepka. Ball is on its way towards the 16th green. Oh, and it's found the putting surface. That went low and hard, zipping right to left. Has found the putting surface, has skidded on, and that's going to be a left to right putt from the back of the 16th green from maybe about 15, 20 feet or so. So here's the main man, Jon Rahm, 12 under par, 4-shot lead at the Masters, surrounded on all sides by patrons. Giant long grandstand which stretches out down the left-hand side of this long rectangular 16th tee. It runs all the way up to the mouth of the pond that is gently rippling in the evening sunshine at the moment, and then away in the distance is the target, the yellow flagstick, the yellow flag with the Augusta logo, that map of America with the flag stuck in Georgia on that map, hanging limply as Jon Rahm settles over the tee shot, 183 yards to the flag. On its way. That looks good for line to me from Jon Rahm. That looks absolutely perfect on the par 3 16th. Here it comes. It's quite big, but it will take the slope and it will roll this from Jon Rahm, and it's going to roll down and come down and not close to a hole in one. But that is another fabulous shot every single time we seem to say it. Closing in on the green jacket, and again just rises to the challenge. What have you spotted there, Trish?
Just as Koepka was walking off, he just looked round to Rahm and said, "Good shot." Nice to see.
Sensational golf, absolutely sensational golf from Jon Rahm. So he is on his way to the 16th green. Koepka will putt first for birdie. He's at 8 under, but Jon Rahm is going to have yet another birdie chance on the par 3 16th, possibly to try and stretch the lead to 5 shots. Fabulous shot, Mark.
I think in all of this, Trish, you know, we talked a lot about Brooks Koepka, and in the past has been a very difficult character to warm to, but a combination, I think, of the Full Swing Netflix documentary, but also actually how he and Rahm and their caddies have been during this. I mean, there's been real sportsmanship actually between the two of them.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I think there's huge respect on both sides, you know, of each other's games. Yeah, they may not have played a lot against each other in the last few or the last year or so, but you know, Brooks will respect Jon Rahm's game immensely. They're quite similar. They're both huge hitters, you know, and they've got major titles between them. So yeah, huge amount of respect.
Sam Bennett is close to closing out a remarkable 87th Masters. Ian.
Yes, he's played his third shot into the 18th and will be receiving an almighty reception as he makes his way up. We see him now as he walks with a slightly pigeon-toed kind of gait, and up he goes with that lovely pink shirt on and the white cap and a smile on his face, and he waves with his left hand. He's been one of the stars of the 87th Masters, there's no doubt about that, the low amateur by a mile, and he climbs up onto the 18th green. Ali.
16th green, standing ovation again. That's what Jon Rahm is going to get all the way home this evening here at Augusta. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Late into Saturday night, it's been a wild weather week here in Georgia, but we have had a classic Masters Sunday, and Jon Rahm is very much on the back straight and heading towards the finish line. So Koepka will putt first. Will Jon Rahm be able to learn off the Koepka putt, Trish, or are they coming from sort of slightly different areas of the sort of back left of that 16th green?
Yeah, slightly different angles, if you like, but it still gives you more about the pace, just about, you know, how hard it's going to turn at the end. We know it breaks left to right from behind the flag here, and it almost goes at right angles when it gets to the flag, but he'll just be looking at the pace and trying to do his own thing. You know, sometimes you watch other players putt and they don't hit a good putt and you get nothing out of it whatsoever. So, but just what a brilliant position to be in, seriously.
Grandstands have cleared at the 15th. Patrons on their way, stampeding up towards that 18th green to see the finishing moment. But Brooks Koepka, for now, has a birdie putt to get himself back to 9 under par, left to right from the back of the 16th green. The breeze gets up again here as we look away into the distance, turning from left to right from Koepka. Brilliant! Holds that superbly from the back of the 16th green. Little bit of fight left in Koepka. He looked very relaxed, I'd have to say, actually chatting away to his caddy Ricky Elliott on the 16th tee. He's been very conversational with Jon Rahm. I think he knows the race is probably up, but there's a birdie on the 16th. He gets to 9 under par. So now we'll see if Jon Rahm can follow him in. Rahm's 4-shot lead becomes a 3-shot lead, but as Trish Johnson has just told you, what a lovely position to be in on the green of the 16th. Just 2 putts for a par, can keep his 3-shot lead, won't have a particular big race at the birdie, but it is makeable. And you can see all the patrons behind him in the sunshine trying to read the line of Jon Rahm's putt, standing just beyond that bunker at the front left of that 16th green. Rahm ready to go to see if he can make the birdie. Again, that familiar just little widening of the putting stance, and Rahm sends the ball on its way. Will he make it on the 16th like Koepka? No, it slides by for Jon Rahm. So Koepka's birdie takes him to 9 under par, but no bother for Rahm. Makes his par, stays at 12 under par, sweeps it in. 2 holes to play, Trish Johnson. 3-shot lead. Still nice.
Absolutely. I mean, if you offered him this position, he'd have absolutely jumped at it. But nonetheless, 3 ahead with 2 holes to play is not done and dusted yet. And Koepka making birdie there off, let's be honest, a pretty rank tee shot because he hit it dreadfully. But what a great way to make birdie.
Ian Carter, what a Masters for Jon Rahm, but what a Masters for Sam Bennett as well.
Yes, just 23 years of age, and following his father's advice, his late father's advice, which was quite simply, don't wait to do something. And he has taken his opportunity in his major championship. Well, it's not his debut, it's his second major, but here he is, the US amateur champion, looking to close it out with a par on the last. He's been one of the stories of the week. Unfortunately, it's going to finish with a drop shot. A little look of resignation on his face as he taps it in for a bogey on the 18th, but now will come a realisation of just what he's done, and it's very, very special. And he shakes hands with Brian Corton, his coach, and his caddy. He takes the cap from his hat, from his head, and everybody standing around on the 18th green, and that is his race run, Sam Bennett. And he will drop down that leaderboard after a 74 in the final round to finish at 2 under par and in a share of 17th place. But top 20 at the Masters as an amateur, that's brilliant.
Top 20 at the Masters, Ian, in a whole variety of conditions as well. Yeah. I mean, he has played some of that golf in some utter filthy conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. His playing partner, a former Open and PGA champion, Colin Morikawa, finishes up with a 72. And here's the ovation for him now. Sam Bennett touches the peak of his cap with both hands, and then he walks off. The young Texan, 23 years of age, and he bends down, and I thought he was going to just toss that ball away, but no, he's going to keep it. And he walks up that alleyway, and He doesn't bother with the low fives. He walks off, but he's got a smile on his face, and I'm sure he will remember these days for the rest of his life. Now, what can Brooks Koepka do on the closing 2 holes? Remember, he started with a 4-stroke lead, and now he's 3 shots behind, and he's gone left. After birdieing 16, he's gone way, way left off the tee on the 17th, and the ball rattling around there. A few spectators just looking to see where it has come to rest, and he makes way for Jon Rahm, the leader, at 12 under par, having started his round at 9 under, 3 under for the 16 holes that he's played. It's been a superb display from Jon Rahm, who is on course to be the first European to win the Masters since his compatriot Sergio Garcia back in 2017, who followed on from Danny Willett. And Rahm, who birdied this in the second round, has had a couple of pars as well, and has been so controlled off the tee. That has been his stock in trade for this Masters. It has been throughout this year as he cruises, it would seem, towards his 4th win of 2023, and he's found the fairway just as he's done all the way round, and he's in an ideal position, and as easy as you like, he strolls off the 17th tee and he closes in on his first green jacket.
And maybe, Trish, those tee shots have just taken away the butt that there was.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Jon Rahm hits a poor tee shot on any sort of treble, just gives Koepka any sort of light at the end of the tunnel, then, you know, it's not over and done with. But to be honest, he's looked imperious today. He really has. He's looked so strong more than anything else, you know, whereas Koepka looks a little bit mentally frail, possibly. Jon Rahm just looked like, now, this is mine, I'm having this. And he's hardly put a foot wrong, has he?
He hasn't. I'm just going through his numbers on the scorecard, and I think, and Ian, you might need to help me because I'm doing this on the hoof, I think he's only dropped 1 shot on this round, and that was on the 9th, but on that same hole Koepka dropped a shot as well. So even when there was that slight misstep, Koepka couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The 1 drop shot came at the 9th. He'd managed to get it to 11 under par with the birdie at the 8th, and then a little bit unfortunate on the 9th when his ball spun off the front of the green and he couldn't get up and down. But what a back 9 it's been. You know, he hasn't been in danger of dropping a shot, and he's picked up birdies. He picked up the birdie at the 13th, and the shot of the day was from the right of the 14th, which he coaxed in to around about 3 feet. That was the moment really that sealed the deal. It was just a fabulous golf shot, and that birdie took him to 12 under, and it means that he can just control his route to the clubhouse, really.
Okay, Ali and Trish, we will let you go from 15-16. It's probably going to take you a little while to get back to the studio complex, bearing in mind everybody is going in the same direction here at Augusta National. We're over the 17th. We're with the penultimate pairing here, Victor Hovland with a birdie opportunity, but really he has gone backwards over the course of this round, Kat.
Yeah, one of the joint leaders after the first round, wasn't he? Victor Hovland at 7 under par. That seems an awful long time ago, doesn't it? And coming into this final round, one of those players in the conversation to perhaps push Rahm, push Koepka, but the 25-year-old from Oslo has been going backwards, really. Currently on 5 under par as he stands on the 17th tee. This shadow behind him so long, it's spilling over the back of the green and down the slope and away towards the 18th tee box. And this, though, is a birdie putt for the Norwegian, which would see him move to 6 under par. The wind just getting up as the sun sinks towards the horizon here, and this looks good from Hovland. It's in! It's in from Hovland, and he raises his fist and accepts the applause of the crowd. A late flurry from the Norwegian, who has just left it too late, but a moment and a reminder of his brilliance, the world number 9. He's been pegged for great things for some time yet, but just such a benign demeanour. Doesn't look flustered, doesn't look worried about anything. Maybe needs just a little bit more of a competitive spark, something he could certainly learn from Jon Rahm over this past couple of rounds. And he stands in the sunshine now, waiting for his playing partner Patrick Cantlay to just tap in for his part. Cantlay will stay on 3 under again. These two players, the nearest competitors to Brooks Koepka and Jon Rahm at the start of the day, but both of them slipping back. And now there's a buzz, there's an anticipation around this 17th green, because if we squint down the fairway where the sun is sinking towards the tops of the pine trees and the trees themselves are casting these long dark fingers of shadow up towards the green, we will see Jon Rahm and Brooks Koepka emerge over the crest of the hill any moment now.
Yes, we will, with Rahm 12 under and Koepka 9 under. I mean, there's a huge throng of people away to the right as we look. So that's the left-hand side of the fairway, which, Ian, is where Koepka went.
Yes, and he's over the ball now, and he's hitting from the pine straw, hooking it round the trees, and the ball should bound up into your sights. It's running to the right of the green and into the crowd there.
We are trying to sit. There was no shout, no nothing, and very little reaction.
Yeah,
in fact, nobody has reacted anywhere.
it's in the crowd. It just sort of ran into them, almost pin high down the right hand side. In the meantime, a much more straightforward second shot into the 17th for you guys to watch, with Jon Rahm as he hits from the shadows in the evening sunlight. And I can tell you he's 157 yards out for this shot, and he's over it now, and he's going with a 9-iron, and he's addressing the ball now, and then that short quick backswing and poof, on its way to you.
And Brooks Koepka has started walking towards the green. The ball drops out of the shadows and lands on just one of those fronds of frothy black shadow cast by the pine trees that just now has reached the front edge of the green. So the ball sitting in the shadow there right on the front. It's flown the bunker, only just mined, but there is a birdie chance coming up for Jon Rahm, which surely would seal him the green jacket.
And now over the far side of the 17th, they just start to move the patrons back, and they've unclipped some of the ropes, and they will try and just move a bag of merchandise as well, which is on the floor, so that they can allow Brooks Koepka to get to his ball over on the far side of that green. Ian is watching Russell Henley with a birdie opportunity that would leave him finishing on 8 under.
Yes, it was for a share of the clubhouse lead, academic as that will be given what Rahm has done. It's shaved the left edge of the hole. Best major performance by a distance from Russell Henley this, and he will finish at 7 under par, currently good enough for a share of 4th place. Hovland off the 18th tee. That's a good looking tee shot down the right side of the fairway, and just finds the first cut of rough down the right hand side.
You can hear the applause here at 17 in the early evening sunlight. This grandstand that myself and Catherine are on their feet, and shouts of Rambo as he comes up to mark his ball. Brooks Koepka off the green to the right, and he's just going into the shadows there, where there is still, I think, that ball, bearing in mind that bag of merchandise is still there, I wonder whether the ball has hit the bag of merchandise.
Just getting my binoculars up, see if I can get a better look. There is what looks like a pair of trainers on the floor, maybe a waterproof coat and a bag of merchandise, and I think he might be waiting. Yeah, here comes the rules official now, look, to try and clarify what he can do, whether he can take a drop from there. And the rules official just buzzing over in his black suit and his white cap. They're having a good look. Oh, Brooks Koepka has picked up the merchandise bag and has passed that to the spectator who that belongs to, and the rucksack as well has been moved to reveal Brooks Koepka's ball. So they've been told don't touch anything until we know what the clarification is with the rules official. But Brooks Koepka's ball is there. He doesn't need a drop, and he will play from pin high but right of this 17th green, and out of a horseshoe of patrons who've all been pushed back to give him space to swing.
That ball, I mean, Ian, you described where it came into, and it was difficult to spot because nobody reacted. So that ball went into somebody's merchandise and rucksack, and they just didn't nobody over there reacted at all.
They'd have struggled to see, because they're lower down, aren't they, there? And so they wouldn't have really caught sight of from where he was hitting, which was off the damp pine straw down the left side. But he's ready to chip now.
Yes.
He is. He's about, 5-6 feet below the level of the green and hitting up into the wind, which just dies as he makes connection with the ball. It bounces just short of the flag and rolls on past. And there's a big crest in the green there that he needs to watch out for. Comes up to a halt, 15 feet or so from the pin. So that's a difficult par make for Brooks Koepka across the slope here on 17 as well, where Jon Rahm is putting up that central channel straight up the hill. So should be a pretty straight putt with a good wrap of the ball from Jon Rahm, the leader, for another birdie here.
Andrew McGee, have you got pictures on this?
Yes. I don't envy that pin position. I've never liked it. So difficult in the back of the 17th. And Jon Rahm, what ball striking. I mean, I've been watching his divots. He's so square coming into the impact area, and it's just so perfectly square as the club enters, and it's his distance control has just been immaculate coming in with this lead. I mean, that's just so hard to do, and hitting it below this hole, this is just, I mean, he's not trying to make birdie, he's just trying to keep it from making doubles and triples, and he's in good shape below the hole again here.
Just for, 6 or so sensible shots now away from the green jacket, and he slides it up the hill. Well, it's come up a bit short though, Andrew. That's not a gimme for a par, is it?
Well, Koepka doesn't have a gimme either, so it could be a trade-off, but I think he's in good control. But I just love the way he's smashing his irons. This is a second shot golf course, and we all know that, and he's putting his ball in the right position every hole.
Well, he's not quite in the right position if he wants to avoid a drop shot on this 17th hole. Still, 5-6 feet up the slope towards the cup. To save par here, Jon Rahm. He just settles himself, his heels just hanging off the edge of the green here, and I wonder what's going through his mind as he puts his hands on his hips, takes a good look at the galleries that have gathered around to watch, to see if he can deliver himself a second major title. Brooks Koepka is now standing over his par save, coming up across the slope of the green, and is that going to drop? No, it's not. It's going to be another drop shot for Brooks Koepka, whose hopes of the green jacket really went up in smoke on Amen Corner. That's another drop shot. He'll drop to 4 shots behind Jon Rahm, obviously depending what happens with this par putt for the leader. And Brooks Koepka he kind of exits stage right and stands there swishing his putter in frustration, almost like when you've wound up a cat and the tail twitches. He is deeply frustrated, looking down at his ball with his hand on his hip, wondering what could have been. A cock of the head and a shrug of the shoulder from Koepka. And here is Rahm, that dusky pink shirt just pulling in the wind slightly. He's backed off, down on his haunches, those beady black Spanish eyes peeking out from beneath the peak of the white baseball cap and above that lush, thick beard. And this 5-footer to save par and to head. Oh, hang on, he's stepped after that. Something spooked him. There's a loud petrol engine noise as the greenkeepers head out along the 18th behind me here. That could have been it, or it could have been a gust of wind, which has picked up as the sun is heading down towards the horizon, the temperature falling. And he's standing over this once again, that slightly pigeon-toed stance of the burly Spaniard. Here it comes, up towards the hole and in. And what a nerveless par save that has been for Jon Rahm. They're on their feet, they're going to follow him down 18. He's closing in on his 4th win of this year, and it's a biggie. And up on the 18th green, they'll surely be making ready the green jacket with the broadest shoulders.
And Brooks Koepka still has to finish off, and nobody in the stand realised that he had to do that, and they were all up and ready to go, and there are 2 security guards just at the front who had to stand there with their arms up to make sure that nobody moved, and Koepka does knock that in for his 5 on this par 4 17th. He drops to 8 under. Jon Rahm has a 4-shot lead going down 18 over his playing partner, and also over Phil Mickelson, who is in the clubhouse. And listen to this from the patrons as Jon Rahm heads onto the 18th tee with that 4-shot lead. He puts both hands on his head and straightens that cap, takes out his club, and I'm guessing, Andrew, just do what you have been doing. That's all he needs to do.
Yeah, drive it in the middle like you've done. That was an interesting walk. He had his head down the whole time. He wasn't going to make eye contact and look at anybody and get put off. He just was concentrating and thinking about this tee shot from that 17th green to the 18th tee walk. He knows this tee shot's very important. It is the most narrow alleyway of all of Augusta National, as you can see on the pictures, but he's going to hit his fade. I mean, I was thinking maybe he'd be 3-wood or something to make sure he's short of the bunkers, but he's just been driving it beautifully. Big lead. What the heck?
The shadows of the patrons making a pattern like a barcode across this thin tee box on 18. It's almost the length of a cricket wicket, and Jon Rahm right in the middle of it in a beautiful patch of golden Georgian sunshine, addressing the ball here. And here comes that power fade from Jon Rahm. It's flying well left, and we know that he tends to send it out and bring it back, but I'm not sure, Ian. That was a little bit of a nervy final drive from Rahm on the 18th.
It's gone into the trees down the left-hand side. We've not seen where it's come to rest, but that's trouble. That's the first bad drive of the round, and it's come on the 72nd tee, the 18th of the final round.
Looked low as well, Andrew.
Yeah, it did look like it was probably off the heel. I can just imagine the feelings there. Of course, I wish I'd have been in this situation. Can you just imagine what that feels like? 4-shot lead, and you're just trying to get this thing in the air, and you just can't do it. That was low off the heel.
Koepka, on the other hand, is, I'm guessing, where he wants to be, and Jon Rahm is taking another.
He's playing a provisional, and I'm just seeing if he's switched the club. Is he going with the driver again? Can't quite see. Can you see whether it's a driver?
I think that's his driver, yeah.
I think it is. Now, I can't remember the last time a provisional was played on the 72nd hole of a Masters Championship. I think we'll have to get somebody leafing through the history books for that one. But yeah, here goes attempt number 2 from Jon Rahm, and that looks much more like it. So if he takes that, of course, he'll be there in 3, and we'll have to see where his original ball landed. That went into the trees down the left side of 18. But wow, that's one to get the nerves jangling, isn't it?
And going through his head is what goes through the head of every golfer that has to do that, and he's saying to himself, why didn't you do that the first time?
We'll just watch him walk down below us here. He's taken a bottle of water from his caddy. He's taken a big gulp of it. Brooks Koepka's having a chat with Rahm's caddy as they go up here.
I tell you what, Mark.
Yeah.
We're getting pictures here of. I think Jon Rahm's ball.
Smiling.
I think it has come out. Yeah, yes. It has come out of the trees. It's come backwards. It's not made it to the fairway, but it's sitting pretty. He's not going to be in range of the green.
Straight right back in the.
But it's come straight out of the trees, and it's landed in the middle of the sort of the rough before the fairway. So he's not made the fairway, basically.
Well, he won't know that at the moment, but once he'd had a sip of water and put it back and given it to his caddy, there was more of a smile on his face, Kat.
Yeah, I think, dry mouth, I imagine, for Jon Rahm. He's given himself something to think about there, but a nice surprise waiting for him down the 18th fairway when that ball, as he can see, any minute now we should see that he's spotted the official standing by his ball, has come out and is in the rough down the left-hand side. Brooks Koepka himself, he had a huge smile on his face as well. I think he's shrugged off the dark cloud that's been following him around. And yeah, I think, that is Jon Rahm's ball. It hasn't made the first cut of the fairway. So all the spectators who are thronging now down 18 and trying to get up to the green, well, actually, they're going to get a bit of a bonus here because they're going to get to see Jon Rahm play his second shot from, what do you reckon that is, about 150, 160 yards off the tee? So it must have taken a real rap from the trees.
He's standing with his caddy over that ball. Ian and Andrew will have those same pictures, and he's not messing about. He has already got his club out of his bag. I'm assuming Brooks Koepka is about 100 yards further up this 18th fairway at the moment, but he's in conversation with his caddy. Is Jon Rahm, just puts his hand out to his right, takes his club, and I would have thought, Kat, in the next 10-15 seconds he's going to hit this. He isn't messing about.
He isn't messing about, but what did I tell him on the 17th green? Just 4 sensible shots and you're safe in the clubhouse with the green jacket on your shoulders. But it's never that easy, is it? Never that easy when there's so much on the line. And that's a big slash of the steel from Jon Rahm. I can see the ball now bouncing into a patch of sunlight right on the corner of the 18th fairway. It's right in the middle, just as the corner begins to bend round around that dogleg right and up towards that enormous crowd that's gathering right on the top of the hill there. It looks like they're stacking up one on top of the other from here. It's so deep and that hill goes so steeply upwards. But yeah, Jon Rahm is in plumb position now in the middle of the fairway, Ian. So, you know, a par is still makeable, and even if he drops a shot, he's still the Masters champion.
Doesn't matter, he's earned that advantage, hasn't he? And a big break for the ball to bounce out of there. If he'd had to use the provisional ball, if it hadn't been found, then he'd have been playing his 4th shot next, and equally could have been in the trees and taking an unplayable drop or having to play out sideways. So a massive break that tee shot, which flew straight left, Andrew, actually hit a tree and came back out into the path of the hole.
An incredible break. It's almost feeling like this is called a Scheffler now on 18 with a 4-shot lead, and you give a few away here and it doesn't really make a difference, but incredible break.
I started this broadcast tonight saying I wonder if a certain Seve would be smiling down, and maybe that was just a little nod from heaven from the great Seve Ballesteros, who would have been 66 today, and he'll certainly have a big smile on his face wherever he is at the thought of another Spaniard winning the Masters. Koepka has played his 2nd shot into the heart of the 18th. What have you made of Koepka today? Any explanation as to why he has run out of steam?
He just didn't have his mental game. You know, we saw the Netflix thing and we saw what he might be susceptible of being a little bit weak in the mental game, and he looked so good. He had the great side of the draw. You know, he played in the easiest conditions. Maybe that helped him the most. But when he got into the heat today, he just folded. Yeah, he folded. It's going to bother him.
It is, and yeah, that's not the Koepka way. Not the way that he won his 4 majors, certainly, and it will bother him. I'm sure you're right, Andrew. Rahm has come up to his ball, which is short of the green. He's got that big, yawning, cavernous white bunker between him and the flag, which flutters gently in the breeze, and as is always the case at the Masters, and you'd never believe that you could have had this scene when you saw the weather that we had for most of this tournament, especially yesterday when it came down in stair rods and the course was flooded. You just never believe it right now. It's the most beautiful spring evening. He's in his shirt sleeves, and he is going to be playing a little wedge shot up here.
All business. You know, 4-shot lead, you think you'd have a little smile, have a little wave to the crowd. Nothing. Pursed lips, staring at his target like he's done all week. I love the way he really uses his eyes well to see where he wants to land this ball, and just staring it down and just getting up and playing golf.
And here he goes with that wedge shot over the bunker, just gets over, hops forward, and he puts it to 2.5, 3 feet.
Majestic stuff.
Genius. What a touch.
There's a smile.
Now he's smiling.
Yes.
And he just low fives with Adam Hayes, his caddy, and he walks up, and he's walking up to put himself on top of the world. This victory will take him back to world #1. He takes the cap from his head, just ruffles that dark hair of his, and then he shows the cap with his right hand, and they roar as if he's one of their own, because Jon Rahm is enormously popular, and they're all standing all around the 18th green.
I love it. His caddy stopped in the front of the green so he could have it to himself. It's tremendous.
And what a roar that was. Fantastic. Arizona-based, but Spanish to his core, Jon Rahm. He'll be a proud member of the European Ryder Cup team in Rome in September. And Luke Donald will have a major winner in his team, a reigning major winner. He won the US Open in 2021. This will be his second major title, back to world number one, undisputably the best player in the world this year. This will be his fourth victory of the year, and he has hunted down, eclipsed and overtaken Brooks Koepka, who looked in such control of this tournament when he led by 4. His wife Kelly is there, his little baby as well. They're ready to celebrate, and Jose Maria Olazabal is there as well with his greying beard, and he just gives Kelly a little kiss as well, because we all know the outcome of the 87th Masters now. Just a few formalities to be sorted out, but he is in total control. 4 shots clear at 12 under par, and the big question now is, can Brooks Koepka take second place outright? And to do that, he has to hold this birdie putt.
Yeah, slick right to left downhill, or he's going like, I've had enough. I've just had enough. Let's get this done. Let's get out of here. I don't want to see people. I just want to be alone. Let's see if he can just mop this up. Good thing it's not waiting for Patrick Cantlay again. Hit this putt, because this man here, Jon Rahm, wants to tap this in and go hug and kiss his wife and baby.
Absolutely. Kelly's just saying to the baby in arms, shh, 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 don't yell out now. Here comes the putt for Koepka, this for second place, this for a birdie to finish, and just misses on the right edge, and a rueful smile across the face of the Floridian. Well, he's given it a good go. He's reminded us that he is one of the world's best players, and he'll just mark that ball, and then he'll tap it in for a par 4 to finish in a share of second place, remarkably, with Phil Mickelson, who 90 minutes or so ago really did light up Augusta with his 65 to move to 8 under par. And there is the final putt from Brooks Koepka. He finishes with a 75, 8 under par. And in the clubhouse, he takes the cap from his head, not the outcome he was looking for, and he moves towards the back of the green, and he leaves the stage to this man, the man who is going back to the top of the world rankings, the man who is following in the footsteps of Seve Ballesteros in 1980 and 83, Jose Maria Olazabal in 94 and 99, Sergio Garcia in 2017, to put a Spanish name on the Masters trophy, to be a Spaniard to wear the green jacket. Jon Rahm, this for a par, at the last, sends it forward, in it goes, and up go the arms. And he looks to the skies, and he covers his eyes, and then he bends down and picks up his ball. And Jon Rahm is the master at Augusta. And he hugs his caddy, Adam Hayes. And he has capped a quite brilliant display. And he's congratulated by Brooks Koepka. He's now a 2-time major champion. Both arms aloft again. He shakes his cap in celebration. And everyone around the 18th green is standing and saluting. By far the best golfer in the world in 2023. And there's his wife, and there's his baby. And there they are hugging at the back of the green.
Can I take it a kiss? Can you get a much more?
A celebratory kiss. Babe in arms. Jon Rahm exits at the back of the green. Wonderful scenes. Koepka in his left arm. The new arrival in Mum's arms as well. It's a picture of utter family happiness, but it's also a story of golfing brilliance. A hug for his dad. And the applause continues to ring around the 18th green at Augusta. What a performance this was. A closing 69 to finish at 12 under par. Jose Maria Olazabal at the back of the green, watching and applauding as well in his green jacket. And what an exclusive club that is. And another European winner of the Masters as well. And Kepa's been given to Grandad, and there's the hug from Jose Maria Olazabal. It's long and it's lingering and it's dripping with emotion. And bit by bit, the green-jacketed members of Augusta offer their congratulations as well. Apologies for the language that you might have heard, but it, I suppose, is understandable there. And hugs all round, and it's going to be a slow and long walk, Mark, to get to the recorder's hut and just do the paperwork. Hug after hug after hug, in celebration of what is an enormously popular victory for Spain's Jon Rahm, who has won the Masters by 4 shots.
And you can hear the shouts of Go Rambo from all those patrons who are there. And Andrew McGee, the generational side of this is just lovely to see, not only from the parental point of view and Jon Rahm's dad hugging him and Jon Rahm hugging his own kids, but actually from the golfing point of view and the previous Spanish generation with Jose Maria Olazabal there, in many ways passing this baton on.
This is just terrific for Spain. You can bet this is going to be just 100 more young Spanish boys out on the range tomorrow, thousands more, and wanting to feel this. And this is just pulling more and more golfers around the world into. That was a tremendous celebration, Matt. I don't think I've ever seen that much friends and colleagues and agents. I just saw Steve Loy there, and just amazing looking up to the sky. That was
and he's walking hand in hand with his wife Kelly up towards the recorders area, and he's being cheered every step of the way. Now arm in arm, another little kiss, and off he marches just to do that paperwork. And what a pretty sight that scorecard is going to look. Just the one drop shot that came at the 9th, and it's now all about the emotion. And there'll be other players and there'll be other dignitaries who are waiting just at the door there, and they're all, as I say, applauding. And it's so fitting. There's Jordan Spieth offering his congratulations. He's hung around for a good while as well, Mark. And, well, you've just got to say he's the best player in the world in 2023. It is very, very fitting that he has won the Masters.
He's the best player in the world. And Trish Johnson as well. You know, some sportsmen and women just have it. They just have that. But they and by it, I mean that popularity. You know, the majority of these people here, the majority of us don't know Jon Rahm, the person. But some people, some sports stars just get that adulation. And Rahm is one of those. He has that. He has that round here with this crowd. He has it on the majority of golf courses that he goes to. People like him.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of reasons for that. He wears his heart on his sleeve. There's no doubt about that. You're under no illusions, you know, what he's thinking, and also about the way he plays. It's exciting. There's all that, you know, so much power, but he can hit the ball left to right. That's his stock shot. He can hit it right to left. The excitement of his short game. He's a Spanish genius, let's be fair. And when he putts like that, and his game is on, you know, at the very, very top, he's so hard to beat, but he shows his emotion, and people like to see that. And, you know, he's just won £3 million or $3 million. Please tell me you're happy about it, because, you know, everybody wants to be you. So let's show that emotion, and he certainly did today. And he's as Ian just said, he's the best player in the world.
On the golfy side of things, I wonder, Andrew McGee, whether he won this yesterday morning. He won it when he was completing his second round in the filthiest of conditions. He didn't get the right side of the draw weather-wise, but yesterday he got it, you know, a 69. Not a remarkable round, but a remarkable round in the circumstances of the interruptions and the weather.
Well, let's don't forget the first day and the first hole, the double bogey and the rebound from that. I think that's what set him up to propel him for this win. He could have certainly gone south quickly.
Trish, final thoughts?
Just what an extraordinary end to a strange Masters to begin with for the first 3 days, really. Almost feel like we didn't see 72 holes. That's how it feels. But then, of course, as usual, the sun comes out. The play was just sensational from Jon Rahm today, and actually it's ended up being an exceptional Masters, and on Seve's birthday, and really you couldn't have asked for anything better, could you?
Andrew?
Yeah, exactly. That's just amazing. Seffi's birthday, how it all lines up for the Spaniard. It was tremendous, powerful. The tee shot set him up. His iron play, his exquisite putting, where he stuck to his routine, never varied, which was very, very important.
Ian, we've had everything, haven't we? We've had rain, we've had storms, we've had delays, we've had 2T starts, we had a Masters starting with the European Tour winning a court verdict against Liv, and yet we end in the sunshine after a remarkable final day with plenty of drama and with a European winner.
You've summed it up, and with the right winner, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful outcome, I think, from an extraordinary Masters.
Ian, Trish, Andrew, Kat, Ali and John, thank you very much for being part of this coverage of the 87th Masters. Also, thank you to our production team and engineering team, who this is no small feat getting this on air. So thank you very much to them. What an 87th Masters. We got there in the end. At times didn't think we were going to, but in the sunshine, Jon Rahm is going to put the green jacket on, celebrate being the Masters champion in 2023 in unbelievably early evening Georgia sunshine. From all of us here at Augusta, good night. Tailenders is next.